These three clouds were phenomena that seemed to be obstructing Fang Yuan's luck from rising further. The black ink cloud should be spectral soul demon venerable. After all, the current shadow sect was already left with few members, it had little threat. The starlight cloud was most likely the revived star constellation immortal venerable. It radiated mystery, it had an aura filled with wisdom. As for that golden cloud, there was no need to guess, it was Giant Sun immortal venerable. In the Fate War earlier, Giant Sun's attack came from northern plains with imposing might, arriving in heavenly court with unparalleled strength. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, even though they lost one legendary immemorial beast, longevity heaven's strength did not fall much, they still retained their foundation. The Huang Jin family was like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It dominated northern plains and ensured that the whole of northern plains was controlled by Giant Sun immortal venerable's bloodline descendants. Crazed Demon Cave was in northern plains. There was no way to avoid Giant Sun immortal venerable and longevity heaven. Maybe Giant Sun immortal venerable chose to create longevity heaven in northern plains not because he was a northern plainsman but because of the crucial Crazed Demon Cave. He wanted to make his arrangements. Fang Yuan had many thoughts. He pondered about the deeper meaning of this. If it were him, he would make the same arrangements. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would not matter. But once it was destroyed, the venerables could revive. By then, whoever occupied northern plains and encircled Crazed Demon Cave would have the clear advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Weiyin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the Yellow Earth Great World, then by helping me become venerable, does he also want me to help him revive successfully? Lu Weiyin nodded and smiled. Precisely. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable brought blessings to the world, but his main true inheritances were left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritance is Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is inside the Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Deserts Paradise Earth True Inheritance, someone seems to have taken it already. Venerables have left behind their revival methods, but they are limited. As long as they are destroyed in advance, these venerables will not be able to revive. But if they revive, the difficulty to take them down will be at a whole new level compared to before. Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, the River of Time's lower stream is in turbulence and chaos. The world is experiencing an unprecedented shift in era. Who can be sure of what will happen in the future? Not just venerable revival, just talking about Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone, will she still appear? Pseudo-venerable is just pseudo-venerable in the end. By now, Fang Yuan, I am sure that you no longer suspect our sincerity. As long as you help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive, we will be the closest allies. Not only will we give you Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, we will also provide clues for Eastern Seas and Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritances. The value is simply immeasurable. Fang Yuan was silent. Lu Weiyin was here to convince him. He was not just qualified to do so, he was incredibly skilled. As expected, every venerable had extremely deep wisdom. Fang Yuan was starting to understand the accuracy of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's scheme. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not need to worry that Fang Yuan would reject him. Because the things that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable offered had immense value, not only would Fang Yuan be moved, he also needed these venerable secrets urgently. The reason why Lu Weiyin exposed these secrets to Fang Yuan earlier was not because he was stupid or generous. It was because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable knew about Fang Yuan's nature. To work wholeheartedly with a person like Fang Yuan, the first condition was that he needed to be assured. Otherwise, even though Fang Yuan was a risk-taker, with his immense vigilance, he would not help to revive a venerable while only being a pseudo-venerable. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable needed to help Fang Yuan become venerable. Red Lotus and Spectral Soul were worried that Fang Yuan would become unstoppable when he became a venerable, thus they wanted to get rid of him. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan in this. While the other venerables were fighting alone, he had already cooperated with Fang Yuan. Venerables were the strongest existences in heaven and earth, they were at the limit of the world. In a contest between such individuals, their strength would usually be quite equal, any bit of difference would decide the eventual outcome. Thus, if Paradise Earth worked together with Fang Yuan, the advantage would be huge. All these were simply alluring temptations. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just tempt Fang Yuan with the present gains, he even lured Fang Yuan with the future benefits of working together. Of course, other than allure, there was also pressure. Lu Weiyin had already told Fang Yuan clearly, the venerables want to revive in Crazed Demon Cave, would you not stop them? If not, after losing this opportunity, you will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you've done in the past. Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Shadow Sect were all his enemies. If the venerables revived, they would not let him off. Even if they had no grudges, as a pseudo-venerable closest to the level of venerables, would those revived venerables want more chess players in this world to compete with them? Paradise Earth was a good person, he only expressed kindness to others. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and scheming ability definitely lived up to his title as a venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable tempted and pressured Fang Yuan at the same time. What would he choose? How else could he choose? At the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a grim expression. All right, I agree to this. Let's set the agreement. Lu Weiyin waved his hand. I believe in you, Fang Yuan, why would we need to set an agreement? He was bullshitting. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost no alliance agreements in the world could restrict him. Lu Weiyin had no choice but to show his tolerance in this issue. Fang Yuan was a logical person. If he was not logical and vigilant, he would not reach this stage today. Precisely because of his logic and wariness, he knew that working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had benefits, while refusing had its demerits. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Weiyin slowly stood up. Since we are in an alliance, Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is yours now. Please follow me. Fang Yuan followed Lu Weiyin and left the house, going to a mountain peak. Outside the house, the sky was tall and the clouds were wide, the fields under the mountains were green, the breeze was gentle and the trees were swaying slowly. Lu Weiyin pointed at the base of the mountain. Fang Yuan, firstly, this Mushroom Man Paradise is now your property. You can freely annex it, of course, you can let it remain here as your territory in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan was moved, this gift was not a small one. Mushroom Man Paradise had existed for over 100,000 years, it had abundant resources, comparable with top-tier grotto heavens in the two heavens. Let alone the giant resource points inside, just the countless mushroom men living here were definitely something unique among the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best Mushroom Man resource in the world, there was no contest. Next, Lu Weiyin handed Fang Yuan more than 10 immortal Gu, they were mostly Earth Path. Among them, one was an information path immortal Gu that recorded the details of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's divine sense entered and saw everything at once. He found that this True Inheritance had 3 components. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance. There was the core killer move, Paradise Creation. After using this move, the immortal aperture would no longer have calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to Human Path. Fang Yuan had seen the contents before. When Lu Weiyin tried to reform Fang Yuan in the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan had obtained this virtue True Inheritance before. This True Inheritance had a weird requirement. It needed the inheritor to maintain a just heart, to be a virtuous person. The greater the user's virtues, the easier it was when cultivating. The core immortal Gu was accumulate virtue Gu. As long as Fang Yuan did good deeds and acted kindly, it would continue to refine itself. The greater the accumulation of kindness, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue Gu refined. Accumulate virtue Gu had many incredible uses. The most useful one was to modify Fang Yuan's physique into the righteous virtue physique that was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. But it did not have any of the 10 extreme physiques' flaws. It represented a limitless future and potential. Fang Yuan only took a few looks before he sighed in amazement towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's talent. Earlier, he had only interacted with a small portion in his dream. He did not understand its full profundity. The Human Path segment of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance opened a new door for Fang Yuan. He saw a new perspective of Human Path. It stemmed from the morals of people, developing in this direction. If Gu cultivators chose to cultivate this way, it would definitely create change and become a central part of Gu cultivation in the future. If this cultivation information was spread widely, it would definitely cause the righteous path to prosper. Additionally, the refinement method of accumulate virtue Gu was also incredible. It was able to refine accumulate virtue Gu in the person's body through acts of righteousness and kindness. This was a type of human body Gu refinement method, or rather, a human path Gu refinement method. From this aspect, one could see that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had shocking refinement path attainment. Fang Yuan currently lacked this essence of refinement path. It was a huge inspiration to him. I am only a quasi-supreme in refinement path, mainly consisting of the Hairy Man Gu refinement method. To become a genuine Supreme Grandmaster, I lack these things. But how many of these things are in existence? Where are they left at? This human path refinement method of accumulate virtue Gu seems to have some similarity with Qin Chao's hatred Gu refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while. He was secretly happy internally. He next moved his attention to the third portion of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This was regarding the dream path. The core killer move was 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. This killer move used Fetus Earth Maze as the foundation to create a dream realm. It allowed the people who entered the dream to live in the same dream together for 3 lifetimes. One could experience the mortal lives fully and comprehend life and death, understanding the vicissitudes of human ways and forgetting the evil in their heart, turning over a new leaf. Fang Yuan had already been hit by this move before. Lu Wei-yin was the user. The reason why Lu Wei-yin understood Fang Yuan's nature and goals so well was also because of this move. Thus, Fang Yuan obtained 2 rank 7 Dream Path Immortal Gu from him. The first was Dreaming Immortal Gu. It was the core Immortal Gu of 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. It was not a surprise. The other Immortal Gu made Fang Yuan very happy. Even though this Immortal Gu is only rank 7, it carries a huge significance in my case. Its importance surpasses rank 8 Immortal Gu, and even rank 9. Chapter 2088. Dream Path Master. The Dream Path Immortal Gu held in Fang Yuan's hands now was a round ruby-like jewel that was cut in half. This semicircular ball-shaped Gu worm looked very cute. Its red color was also very attractive. Its head was only 10% of its body. Its back was round and smooth. There were black markings all over, resembling a tortoise shell. This was rank 7 Dream Path Immortal Gu, Dream Armor. It was a defensive Dream Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu currently, but he only had 1 Dream Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 8 Dream Token, the core Immortal Gu of Dragon Palace. Dream Token was shaped like a dragonfly. It had a round head and long body, with a pair of pink ruby eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. Looking closely at its thin wings, one would also see a faint layer of rainbow halo. Looking at the two, Fang Yuan found that Dream Path Immortal Gu seemed to all look very pretty. I wonder what dream travel and dream wings look like. Fang Yuan could not help but think. He had 500 years of memories. He knew that Dream Wings Immortal Gu was in the hands of Fang Jin Huang, while Dream Travel Immortal Gu was in Lady Poison Scorpion's hands. It was not that Fang Yuan had no intentions of targeting them. All along, he could not effectively deal with Fang Jin Huang, while he had little confidence in regards to Lady Poison Scorpion. In his previous life, Dream Travel, Carefree Travel, Fixed Immortal Travel, and Liquor God Travel were the publicly recognized for great movement Immortal Gu. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, Lady Poison Scorpion could travel through dreams and instantly enter any single dream realm. Currently, Dream Path is still not developed enough. Dream realms have not manifested everywhere in the outside world. Dream Path Immortal materials are still rare, while Dream Path Immortal Gu are even rarer, and yet I already own 3 of them. Fang Yuan was quite happy with this result. In the previous life, the manifested dream realms were even larger than Spectral Soul's dream realm. They were everywhere in the 5 regions. Thus, everyone could enter dream realms for exploration. It was unlike now where dream realms were occupied by the experts. A vast amount of dream realms meant countless opportunities for Gu cultivators to excavate Dream Path Gu materials. With these materials, Dream Path started to develop rapidly as a path. Thus, at this current time, Dream Path had only started to grow in its initial state. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, and Spectral Soul's Dream Realm were just small flames that could not boil this entire pot of water. To boil the pot of water that was Dream Path, Spectral Soul's Dream Realm was just too small. The entire world's strength was needed. In Fang Yuan's case, the Immortal Gu Dreaming and Dream Token were even less important than Dream Armor. Because Dream Armor was a defensive Immortal Gu. With this Immortal Gu, he would have the capability of resisting Dream Path tribulations. The pure Dream Reality Seeker clone would be able to undergo Immortal Ascension. Fang Yuan recalled his luck inspection results earlier. The pure Dream clone's luck was like a pink sandbox. It was very small, but yellow sand entered it continuously, turning into pink sand that strengthened the sandbox. The sandbox luck predicted that the pure Dream clone would receive the help of Paradise Earth, Now it seemed like that was truly the case. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to inspect his luck. His silver luck pillar did not change much. The pillar of light only became slightly larger while most of the yellow sand below it had vanished. The pure dream clone's luck was still like a pink sandbox, but no more yellow sand fell into it. The sand pile in the box was very tall. There was a feeling of collapse or breakthrough at the next moment. I gained Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. With his help, the pure dream clone has the opportunity to break through. But even so, the risks are still huge. I need to make even more preparation. Fang Yuan quickly understood. After Cooking Luck Pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained even more benefits from Luck Path. He was increasingly feeling the advantage of Luck Path. It was no wonder that giant sun immortal venerable managed to rise to the top back then. Crazed Demon Cave was definitely a place to visit, but Fang Yuan could not go now. Currently, his strength was growing explosively. Fang Yuan intended to raise his battle strength to the limit before heading to Crazed Demon Cave. Even though Lu Weiyin claimed that the situation was extremely urgent, Fang Yuan had luck inspection. He knew that he still had some precious time left. More preparation leads to better future results. Let me first research on dream path methods before I help the pure dream clone to ascend. Fang Yuan looked at himself. His dream path knowledge was undoubtedly the number one in the current world. The knowledge of dream realm exploration that he brought along with rebirth was still the top-tier research result of the current world, but his advantage was quickly shrinking. However, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he still made incredible progress in dream path. The killer move Unravel Dream came from his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Switch Soul in Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. From Dragon Palace, he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, and Dream Revelation. And now from Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he obtained 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. Fang Yuan had more Dream Path killer moves than Dream Path Immortal Goo. Many of the Dream Path killer moves had core immortal goo of other paths. There was no helping it. He used a vast number of Dream Path Mortal Goo in place of a Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, killer moves like Lead Soul into Dream and Switch Soul in Dream. What I need now is a Dream Path defensive killer move that uses Dream Armor Immortal Goo as the core. After that, I need a Dream Path movement method so that I can escape danger and gain some time to recuperate. After that is healing and finally offense. Even though Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was ordinary, he was confident in creating new Dream Path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained Heavenly Mark. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court were definitely plotting to contest in Crazed Demon Cave. They would not send troops to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. Not to mention approaching Fang Yuan. As for the Southern Alliance led by Wu Yong, they would be glad if Fang Yuan did not find them for trouble. Why would they come to him and court death? The external environment was unprecedentedly safe. Fang Yuan started to enter closed cultivation. He created Dream Path killer moves. He made good progress every day. More than 10 days later, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped, entering a daze. He advanced to Dream Path Master. This was the explosive growth of his accumulation. It was extremely smooth after long periods of foundation building. When creating his killer moves, he had unknowingly succeeded and stepped into the next realm. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan had been pressured by external forces. He had never invested any time or energy into Dream Path. Until now, he started to truly cultivate Dream Path. He put effort into it. Because his foundation was deep, he was able to progress rapidly from the start, raising his Dream Path attainment level. Master attainment level. The Goo cultivators' use of Goo worms had already reached an artistic level. They were no longer amateurs. The most evident trait was the emergence of instinct. Their understanding of Goo worms and the conceptualization of immortal killer moves for that path had also turned into the cultivator's innate ability. It was like a natural skill that came with them from birth, smooth and easy to use. For example, Fang Yuan had a very vague idea of Dream Path Goo worm compatibility for killer moves. He had to try to find out if they would succeed or fail. But now, before trying, his instincts would tell him if some ideas were more feasible, or if they were meant to fail even without trying, whether he would only waste his time, energy, and resource if he went ahead. Good! Having Dream Path Master attainment level is truly icing on the cake. My Dream Path achievement is definitely at the top of the current world. But this might change after some time. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many dream path geniuses. Among them were shocking talents like Fang Jin Huang and Lady Poison Scorpion. Raising dream path attainment level was much easier for them compared to others. Some people were born with compatibility with certain paths. Talent was something that could not be explained. Especially for great dream immortal venerable seeds like Fang Jin Huang and Lady Poison Scorpion. Fang Yuan had self-awareness. He knew that others would surpass him soon in the aspect of dream path attainment level. But Fang Yuan would not give up on developing dream path. He would not commit the same mistake as in his previous life. Dream path was the great trend ahead, the revolution of the future. There was a huge advantage in a new path. But now is not the time to truly cultivate dream path. Fang Yuan understood his circumstances clearly. He had to become a venerable first to resist the external threats. Only then would he have time and opportunities to develop his dream path slowly. After hearing of the 4 venerable ascension conditions from Lu Wei-yin, after careful consideration, Fang Yuan guessed that refinement path would be the most likely path that he would become venerable in. First becoming a venerable in refinement path, then going on to becoming venerable in other paths. This was the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The other venerables would only be able to stare at his growth. Even though Spectral Soul knew how to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, after failing in his pursuit of Fang Yuan, he had already fallen behind in terms of progress. Fang Yuan had far greater potential for development than the current venerables. At the same time, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In a certain Gu refinement secret room within Spirit Affinity House, Fang Jin Huang's Gu refinement was reaching its crucial stage. I am about to succeed. Fang Jin Huang's eyes shined. As long as I refine this dream path mortal Gu, I will have defensive abilities in dream realms. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. Ugh! Suddenly, the light in front of Fang Jin Huang exploded. The Gu refinement failed as she coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling down. How did this happen? Fang Jin Huang was extremely shocked. This was not supposed to happen. The Dream Path Mortal Gu recipe had been checked more than 10 times. How could there be a mistake? Even if any mistake was present, it should not have triggered at this crucial point. This is not a problem with my Gu recipe. The problem is the Gu material. Fang Jin Huang's head was hurting greatly, but she still understood what had happened. When refining the Gu, I did my inspection. The Gu materials must have been tampered with, and it must be the work of an immortal. That is why I could not notice it. I was plotted against. Someone wants me dead. Thinking of this, a deep chill emerged from the depths of Fang Jin Huang's heart. She struggled to get up, but halfway, she fell over. Her face was pale as her aura weakened, the strength in her body dissipated as well. I am going to die here. Fang Jin Huang gritted her teeth as tears appeared in her eyes. Her beautiful and elegant face was plastered on the cold ground. She had no strength to raise it herself. Master. Before dying, Fang Jin Huang thought of Duke Long, her mother, and her father. I am not willing to die here. Fang Jin Huang shouted in her heart. Suddenly she heard some quarreling outside. Fairy, you cannot go in. I, Zhao Lianyun, am the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. I can use any Gu refinement room I want. Why can't I choose this best room? Fairy, this room has been taken already. You barged in like this. What if an accident occurs when the person inside is refining Gu? Accident? Humph. How can there be any accident? The moment she said that, there was a loud sound. The third door of the secret room was forcefully opened. What is going on? The Gu master in charge of the Gu refinement secret room became pale with shock. Her Gu refinement failed, she suffered a backlash. Quickly give way. How can a Gu master like you save her from these injuries? Zhao Lianyun pushed the Gu master aside, a dark light flickering in her eyes. The Gu master was covered in sweat, thinking about the history between Fang Jin Huang and Zhao Lianyun. She was flustered and did not know what to do. Aren't you scramming? If you interrupt my healing, can you bear the consequences? Zhao Lianyun called out again. The Gu master gritted her teeth. Fairy. Zhao Lianyun waved her hand. A lump of profound light sent the Gu master flying far away. Zhao Lianyun approached Fang Jin Huang as she squatted down. The two peerless beauties looked at each other. The Gu refinement's secret room fell into dead silence. This was truly a twist of fate. The two of them had reversed statuses at the moment. Fang Jin Huang was not flustered in the face of death, she said calmly. So you are the ones who want me dead. She was intelligent. After seeing Zhao Lianyun, she thought of Li Juning and Su Hao. The latter two had deep grudges with Feng Jiuge. Zhao Lianyun sighed as she extended her hand towards Fang Jin Huang. Fang Jin Huang had no strength to resist. Her vision fell into darkness. Chapter 2089. Come compete yourself. Water vapors surged. 3 Gu immortals flew rapidly among the clouds. Faster, faster! The Gu immortal in front was the current first Supreme Elder of Spirit Affinity House. The 3 Spirit Affinity House immortals that were moving showed unease and anxiety on their faces. It turned out that after Zhao Lianyun forcefully sent the rank 5 Gu master guarding the Gu refinement room away, this Gu master felt very worried and went to inform the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House. After receiving the news, First Supreme Elder and the rest could not wait anymore. They quickly rushed towards the place. Nothing had to happen to Fang Jin Huang. Earlier, even though Feng Jiuge betrayed them in the Fate War and caused Fairy Bai Qing and Fang Jin Huang to fall from grace, Heavenly Court dealt with the issue calmly. They did not punish the 2 of them. According to the rules of the righteous path, they could not punish them. This was because Feng Jin Huang and Fairy Bai Qing did not betray their sect. Feng Jin Huang was even the disciple of Duke Long. During the pursuit of Fang Yuan, Qin Dingling handed out emergency orders. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally controlled the Immortal Gu House and brought Feng Jin Huang to the battlefield, where she collected all of the dream realms that Fang Yuan left behind. Feng Jin Huang made a huge contribution in this battle. Before the first Supreme Elder left, Qin Dingling secretly transmitted to her and said, "Take good care of Feng Jin Huang. Even with the destruction of Fate Gu, Dream Path is still the future trend of the world." Spirit Affinity House instantly understood the intention of Heavenly Court. They still thought highly of Feng Jin Huang and wanted to nurture her. All of the dream realms that Feng Jin Huang collected were kept with her. Heavenly Court did not take a single one away. The 3 immortals flew into the Gu Refinement's secret room directly. Fairy Lianyun, you need to calm down. The 3 immortals were surprised. They did not see Feng Jin Huang's corpse. Instead, they saw that Feng Jin Huang and Zhao Lianyun were facing each other. Traces of blood was still seen on Feng Jin Huang's lips, but using their investigative methods, the 3 immortals found that she was very healthy, completely uninjured. What is going on? Did Zhao Lianyun really save Feng Jin Huang? This is too strange. Zhao Lianyun has always been part of the anti-Feng faction. Feng Jin Huang failed her Gu refinement this time. She came at a peculiar timing. She evidently wanted to deal a fatal blow. Why did this happen? The 3 immortals were unable to understand. Looking at the situation, Feng Jin Huang had the upper hand, while Zhao Lianyun's expression was quite ugly. Feng Jin Huang, very well done. Zhao Lianyun looked at Feng Jin Huang deeply in the eyes. She spoke with deep meaning before leaving. She walked past the 3 immortals without even greeting them. This went against her usual demeanor. It showed how terrible her mood was. Feng Jin Huang wiped the blood traces off her lips as she smiled and greeted the 3 Supreme Elders. The 3 immortals quickly understood the reason. They sighed in their hearts. This must be due to Feng Jin Huang's plan. She must have sensed something and went along with the scheme to lure out the enemies, causing Zhao Lianyun to expose herself. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Jin Huang's improvement has been very evident. Predicaments truly help to train people. But what should we do about their conflict? The 3 immortals were secretly troubled. On one hand, there was the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning and Su Hao were the pillars holding this faction up. They helped Zhao Lianyun become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With her addition, the faction was already the #1 force within Spirit Affinity House. On the other hand, there were Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jin Huang. This mother and daughter pair was not easy to deal with. They had deep foundations. Even though Feng Jin Huang seemed to have lost her grace, she was still very important to Heavenly Court. After all, her father was Feng Jiuge, even though he betrayed the righteous path. As long as he was not dead, Spirit Affinity House could not ignore his existence. The conflict between the 2 factions became the greatest internal threat of Spirit Affinity House, but the first Supreme Elder was unable to do anything. Feng Jin Huang, if you want to refine Gu in the future, you can come to my mountain peak. The first Supreme Elder looked at Feng Jin Huang for a while before speaking amicably. She pretended not to know about the fact that Zhao Lianyun came to find trouble earlier. There was no direct evidence. The only evidence was the Gu refinement materials, but they were destroyed already. Even if there was evidence, the first Supreme Elder would likely not want to deal with it. Having it manifest now would just trigger the internal threat. causing the decline of the sect. The first Supreme Elder was very mature. She knew that Spirit Affinity House had fallen into some internal strife now. It was like a volcano bound to erupt soon. She needed to use a pot lid and cover the top, stalling for as much time as she could. During this period, she had to dig some roots to redirect the lava away and release the inner pressure to stabilize the situation. Zhao Lianyun returned to her mountain with a livid expression. She did not enter the hall, she stood on the mountain peak, looking at the dark weather. She knew that someone would come. As expected, a while later, Su Hao and Li Juning flew over together. This couple's expressions were not good. Along the way, they already knew that the plan had failed. But they still needed to find out the details from Zhao Lianyun herself. Before Su Hao or Li Juning spoke, Zhao Lianyun already asked them, "How did Fang Jin Huang find out the flaw in the goo materials? Do you have anything to say about this failure?" Su Hao was silent. Li Juning said grimly, "I underestimated Fang Jin Huang. Lianyun, you know about my title as Illusory Fairy. I am skilled at such things. Especially when I became a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster recently. Even if the goo material were to be placed in front of First Supreme Elder, she might not have found out." Zhao Lianyun's expression was cold as she waved her sleeves in anger. "But it happened anyway, what explanation do you have?" Su Hao spoke. "Maybe Duke Long left Fang Jin Huang some defensive methods. Or maybe this is the power of Dream Path. After all, we are not familiar with Dream Path. That demon Fang Yuan has also relied on Dream Path to fight strong enemies while he was weak." Su Hao continued, "All right, this was our mistake. Fairy Lianyun, according to our agreement, after helping us with this matter, we no longer owe each other anything. Since this plan failed, let it be, it was our fault after all, we will treat it as a completed task. From today onwards, we do not owe each other anything." Hearing his words, Li Juning showed anxiety on her face. She wanted to speak, but Su Hao stopped her with his hand. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased at this moment. She nodded at the two immortals before turning around and leaving without speaking. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun went into her palace. They had to return. Along the way, Li Juning said angrily, "If not for our help, how could this Zhao Lianyun have gotten the divine concealment of thieving heaven's true inheritance? If not for our help, how could she have become the current generation fairy? She actually wants to keep a clear distance from us now. She is truly an ingrate. And husband, you actually let her off so easily. Do you know that she is the best weapon for us to deal with Feng Jiuge? To think that you are a wisdom path cultivator, sigh." Su Hao smiled. "My dear wife, don't worry. Even though we failed, there were gains too. Firstly, we learned about Heavenly Court's intentions through the First Supreme Elder's actions. Secondly, we now have Zhao Lianyun on our side for good. Thirdly, we also found out some of Fang Jin Huang's abilities." Li Juning was slightly dazed before she realized. "That's right, even though we failed, Zhao Lianyun also became enemies with Fang Jin Huang. Even if we do not look for Zhao Lianyun, Fang Jin Huang will eventually repay her for this. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still on our side." "Precisely." Su Hao nodded. Li Juning smiled. "Husband, you are really a wisdom path cultivator. I was wrong earlier." Su Hao smiled, showing a gaze full of bitterness. "Feng Jin Huang is truly the daughter of Feng Jiuge. Her attitude, talent, and dream path methods surpass my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Jin Huang as the bait to lure Feng Jiuge into attacking Spirit Affinity House angrily, to make him conflict with Heavenly Court. Su Hao and Li Junying's target was still Feng Jiuge after all. Even though Feng Jiuge was strong and even 10 of Li Junying and Su Hao together could not fight him, was there really a need to face him in combat? Humans were the spirit of living beings. There were many ways to kill an enemy stronger than yourself. Su Hao, who cultivated Wisdom Path, thought of a plan to use Heavenly Court as the blade to exterminate Feng Jiuge. This was the flair of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He was skilled at using other people or situations to achieve his goal. This plan failed. I truly underestimated Feng Jin Huang. After this, she will definitely stay by her mother's side. We will not have many opportunities to strike again in the future." Su Hao was very worried. Feng Jiuge had once suppressed Su Hao, causing him to live a life shrouded by darkness. This was their grudge. When Feng Jiuge was in Spirit Affinity House, his family occupied all of the resources, causing Li Juning and Su Hao to progress slowly in cultivation. This involved their benefits. Feng Jin Huang cultivated Dream Path, and was highly regarded by Heavenly Court, she was the forerunner of the new era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court could not be depended on. The only one who could defend Su Hao's benefits was Su Hao himself. If he did not do his best, who would help him? The journey of cultivation involves competition and conflict. We can only win if we stake our lives on important gambles. Su Hao muttered, determination flashing in his eyes again. Some days later. Eastern Sea. On a nameless island in a nameless sea area, Fang Yuan let out his Dream Path clone. Start, Fang Yuan said plainly. The Dream Path clone nodded as he took a deep breath, shattering his aperture at the next moment. The complete pure dream reality seeker physique's aperture was different from an ordinary rank 5 aperture. It was constantly alternating between shattering and forming at all times, yet its aperture wall had a thin layer that was able to fix this Dream Path aperture in place. At this time, Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone only used primeval essence to assault the wall before it shattered. At the next moment, formless heavenly power surged towards him from all over the place as the pure dream clone's body started to rise into the air. Rumble! Clouds gathered in the sky as thunder rumbled. The waves around the island became more intense, soon turning into huge tides. The environment became quite hostile. Using goo worms in this area, be they immortal or mortal, would result in backlash. If the backlash was severe, even immortal goo would be destroyed. Heaven's will was seemingly enraged. Fang Yuan was a hated scoundrel. He actually wanted to become a Dream Path goo immortal in advance. This was not part of the plan of Heaven's will. This went against the arrangement of fate. It could not be spared. It could not be forgiven. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. His gaze was peaceful yet determined. So what if the heavenly Tao did not allow it? Then contest. Then fight. In this world, the most reliable thing was either your clan or sect, nor your family or lover, it was yourself. Chapter 2090. Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone had already shattered his aperture to start the immortal ascension. Once this process started, it could not be stopped. Either he became an immortal, or he would face failure in death. Heaven Qi poured down like a calm yet swift breeze. Earth Qi rose up with a heavy and stable feeling. The pure dream clone emitted a dense human Qi as well. The complete pure dream reality seeker physique was the 11th extreme physique. It contained an immense amount of human Qi to begin with. As the three Qi converged, Qi currents surged and intertwined, creating a huge cocoon that enveloped the pure dream clone's entire body tightly, leaving no gaps outside. At this juncture, Gu masters had to be mindful to regulate the three Qi and fuse them together. The three Qi had to be balanced. If human Qi was slightly in excess, it would lead to self-detonation. If heaven Qi was slightly more, the Gu master would dissolve into the sky. If earth Qi was slightly denser, the Gu master would turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. This step was precarious. But Fang Yuan had absolute confidence in the pure dream clone. He had already given the pure dream clone an abundance of memories regarding immortal ascension. This not only included Fang Yuan himself but also those he soul-searched. For example, the northern plains Gu immortals like He Qing, or southern border Gu immortals like Xia Cha. There were also many eastern sea, central continent, and western desert Gu immortals that Fang Yuan harmed. In the long history of Gu cultivation, in terms of immortal ascension experience, the pure dream clone's accumulation was definitely rare. The difficulty of the pure dream clone's immortal ascension was not the three Qi, but the tribulation. In the sky, heaven and earth Qi rumbled like a turbulent sea. A vast amount of pink fog covered the sky of a few thousand li. It was grand and majestic, emitting a dense aura of dream path. Fang Yuan's main body was solemnly awaiting it. This immortal ascension definitely enraged Heaven's will greatly. The difficulty was far beyond ordinary. Bam bam bam. At the next moment, rumbling thunder could be heard unceasingly. Within the sea of pink clouds, more than 10 balls of light shot down. These balls were all pink in color. They were large as mountains. The surfaces were smooth without any impurities. The balls of light did not move quickly. They gave people a feeling of being weightless. As the 10 pink balls descended, they were aimed at the pure dream clone who was floating in the air. Fang Yuan immediately acted to obstruct them. There were countless thoughts accumulated in his mind. At once, his thoughts collided. Killer moves were unleashed in rapid succession, creating a huge sky of fireworks that blocked the 10 pink balls. The following scene was a slight shock to Fang Yuan. One pink ball shattered into countless bubbles that spread in the sky. One pink ball engulfed everything in its path as it expanded by several times. One pink ball shattered and turned into desolate beast nightmare demonic cults, rapidly approaching the pure dream clone. One pink ball turned into a lump of dream realms that flew over. One pink ball turned into a dream path immortal goo, rapidly vanishing into thin air. The 10 pink balls had varying effects. It was a chaotic scene. Any ordinary goo immortal would have flustered by now, but with Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he made the most appropriate reaction right away. He first released the desolate level year beasts in his immortal aperture to resist the nightmare demonic cults. Next, he waved his sleeves, dense smoke flew out and captured all of the dream butterflies that got close to the pure dream clone. After that, he used pure dream reality seeker transformation on the dream realm. But this dream realm still approached the top of the pure dream clone's head as its form changed violently, resisting Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker transformation. It seems that this dream realm contains heaven's will. Fang Yuan did not worry. Even though he had not undergone a dream path immortal ascension before, he had already made many deductions regarding this. This was one of the scenarios that he deduced. A large amount of wisdom path and dream path goo worms were rapidly activated in the sovereign immortal aperture. They formed a killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. This killer move was modified by Fang Yuan. It was originally able to dispel the Heaven's Will in dream realms, but the efficiency was too low. After modification, by adding in dream path immortal goo, the speed became faster. However, the brand new Heaven's Will Dissipation could not work on this dream realm. What is going on? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, thoughts collided in his mind, inspiration flashed. This dream realm is fake. This is why pure dream reality seeker transformation did not work earlier. Even if I use Heaven's Will Dissipation, the result is the same. But in that case... A dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he hesitated for once. Looking at the scene in front of me, what is real and what is fake? The seemingly chaotic tribulation had real and fake elements to it. But even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could not tell. One skill to dominate the world, this was the power of Dream Path. Even Fang Yuan's main body succumbed to it unknowingly. Indeed, the pure dream clone is only undergoing immortal ascension. The tribulation cannot be this powerful. There were desolate beasts and Dream Path immortal goo. Why did I not realize this earlier? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk uncontrollably. The Dream Path tribulation was truly peculiar. Not only could it blur reality and truth, it could even silently affect Fang Yuan's thoughts and mental state. Dream Armor Immortal Goo had been given to the pure dream clone long ago. Fang Yuan quickly used his compound killer move. Using Dreaming Immortal Goo as the core, his body started to shine in a layer of profound light. It was able to defend against some Dream Path abilities. Fang Yuan instantly felt his mind clearing up. He was no longer disrupted when thinking. But that did not help the tribulation that the clone was facing. At this time, Fang Yuan could only stop his actions. Just a mere rank 6 tribulation was able to force the pseudo-venerable Fang Yuan to no longer take action. Because soon, Fang Yuan realized that he could not decipher the reality and illusion of this scene. Was that the case for the pure dream clone too? Even though Fang Yuan felt that the pure dream clone's cocoon had never changed location, it was likely that its traces had already been concealed. If Fang Yuan did anything now, he might be killing the pure dream clone in reality. At this time, Dream Path defensive methods became extremely precious. Fang Yuan did not move, he let the Dream Path tribulation hit him, only using the compound killer move to defend himself. As for the pure dream clone, he was defended by Dream Armor Immortal Goo. The pure dream clone did not have the sovereign immortal body. He could not use Fang Yuan's compound killer moves. The pure dream clone also had to stabilize the 3 chi. He could not divert his precious thoughts into activating any Dream Path killer moves. The truth was, Fang Yuan was only a Dream Path master. He could not create Dream Path killer moves compatible with the pure dream clone in this short period of time. Thus, the pure dream clone directly activated Dream Armor Immortal Goo instead. Even though Dream Armor Immortal Goo was rank 7, the pure dream clone had the immortal essence that the main body gave him. Fang Yuan was very patient. He watched the dream realm descend upon his clone. He watched as the nightmare demonic cults got free from the year beasts and attacked the pure dream clone. The Dream Path tribulation lasted for over 45 minutes before the clouds in the sky dissipated. Heaven and earth was clear again. As heaven and earth chi faded away, the sea became calm again. The nightmare demonic cults on the ground returned to their original form. They were actually the desolate level year beasts that Fang Yuan released earlier. As expected, the cocoon was not far away, it was to the left of Fang Yuan. This discovery made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The cocoon was at a dangerous spot. If Fang Yuan used any killer move, he could likely implicate it. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would be the culprit that killed the pure dream clone. The dream path immortal ascension was truly dangerous. If Fang Yuan took risks, it was likely that his main body would be the biggest obstacle for his clone's tribulation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was vigilant and only did the tribulation after getting dream armor immortal goo. Even so, this immortal ascension was very dangerous, he almost failed to pass it. This dream path tribulation even managed to affect my main body, let's call it bewildering illusion dream tribulation. Even though Fang Yuan also had a compound killer move that contained dreaming immortal goo and could be used for investigation, this killer move was clearly not enough to decipher the truth. The key was that he had too few dream path immortal goo. Dream armor was with the clone, the main body only had rank 7 dreaming and rank 8 dream token. If dream token was used alone, the user would die from using it, because this immortal goo uses all of the goo immortal's foundation, immortal essence, emotions, true meaning, to create a dream realm. The size and power of the dream realm would depend on the situation. Back then, Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 goo immortal, he was the Quasa Supreme Grand Master in Enslavement Path. After sacrificing his life, Dragon Palace gained the power to enslave the 4 dragon generals. Dream token was very hard to use alone, killer moves that used it as the core were very difficult to activate. In Fang Yuan's case, it was not even as useful as rank 7 dreaming immortal goo. The 3 chi fused into one lump. The pure dream clone tossed the rank 5 dream butterfly immortal goo into it. At the next moment, there was a loud sound as the 3 chi exploded, creating an immortal aperture. With the creation of the immortal aperture, it started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi of the pure dream clone in a frenzy and grew rapidly. The pure dream clone put in dream armor immortal goo and the rest, quickly soothing the 3 chi and stabilizing the newly created blessed land. The blessed land was completed, even though it was not comparable to the sovereign immortal aperture, it was a super-grade blessed land, far beyond high grade. The complete pure dream clone had a 10 extreme physique, thus, it was not strange to have a super-grade blessed land that only 10 extreme physiques could obtain. With the blessed land, a portion of heaven and earth chi still remained. The pure dream clone used the chance to refine his vital goo. The dream butterfly mortal goo that he tossed in earlier was his vital goo. During the resonance with heaven and earth. Earlier, he learned of 3 dream path immortal goo recipes from natural inspiration. Dream butterfly immortal goo was one of them. Dream butterfly immortal goo successfully became rank 6. Fang Yuan finally had a total of 4 dream path immortal goo now. After the immortal goo was refined, new dream path tribulations appeared in the blessed land, but the might was far lower than the immortal ascension tribulation. This time, Fang Yuan's main body did not need to do anything. Fang Yuan gave dreaming immortal goo to the pure dream clone, the latter used the 3 immortal goo to pass the tribulation. Dreamy light smoke of the otherworldly guest, calling out the inner soul of my nightly dream. Even if this is not fated for 100 years, I leave behind this mortal shell to seek reality in my dream. After the tribulation, the pure dream clone sang his poem, he placed his palm by his chest, bowing at the main body. From today onwards, my name is Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan laughed. Good name. Meng Qiuzhen, show me your dream path blessed land. He was very interested in the dream path blessed land. This dream path super-grade blessed land had a total of 8,000 square kilometers of land, the rate of time was 46 times, the immortal aperture origin core would produce 55 green grape immortal essence each year. This was the standard of a super-grade blessed land, there was nothing out of the norm. The truly satisfactory thing for Fang Yuan was the special environment of the blessed land. This is the best location to nurture dream path immortal material, the potential for development is huge, it did not disappoint me after all. After some observation, Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. The severe lack of dream path immortal materials had always troubled him. With this dream path immortal aperture, he had a foundation to develop more immortal materials. Throughout history, the signature development of a new path was the emergence of goo immortals that cultivate the path. Because of the unique and enclosed environment, the goo immortal's immortal aperture could rapidly grow a large amount of immortal materials of that path. These immortal materials would flow into the market and push the path to prosper and progress. Note, Meng Qiuzhen, literally dream reality seeker, he uses a part of the physique as his name, This is also what the last part of the poem refers to. Chapter 2091. Clear and bright eyes. Kill him! Don't let him bring the immortal Gu away! That immortal belongs to me, Gu Diaogui men, don't think of leaving. The pursuing group was closing in. Fang Jin Huang had two paths ahead of her to choose from. Only one could allow her to escape, the other path would lead to Diaogui men's blessed land headquarters. Fang Jin Huang did not hesitate, she chose the left path and rushed out. With a loud sound, the view before her shined brightly. Fang Jin Huang was slightly dazed, she soon found that her soul had returned to the outside world. The dream realm from earlier had already vanished. I passed the dream realm, as expected, that wild soul path immortal Gu is the key. After her soul returned to her body, Fang Jin Huang showed an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. Dream Path Master attainment level is really helpful when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous situation in the Gu Refinement Secret Room, Fang Jin Huang benefited from the ordeal instead and advanced to Dream Path Master. The last scene of the dream realm earlier was also Fang Jin Huang's first attempt. She did not know which way was the right one. But at the crucial moment, her Dream Path Master instincts told her which was the correct route to take. It is a pity that I cannot control the instinct gained by becoming a Dream Path Master. It works at times but does not have effect at other times. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, this instinct will be many times stronger. I can even use Dream Path Gu Worms to form killer moves that mimic other paths as well. Fang Jin Huang sighed internally. This advancement to Dream Path Master was already an incredible experience to her. She had been fortunate to succeed after facing immense danger and the threat of death. Fang Jin Huang could clearly feel that her understanding and accumulated knowledge of Dream Path had been used up. She barely became a Dream Path Master. To raise her attainment level again, she would need to accumulate more foundation next. This would take a long time. After packing up, Fang Jin Huang stood up and pushed the door of the cultivation secret room open. Passing the long walkway, she arrived in the living room. Fairy Bai Qing had already cooked food. The table was full of delicacies. Seeing Fang Jin Huang, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang, has your cultivation for today ended? Looking at your expression, you must have succeeded. Indeed, mother. Dream Path Master attainment level is truly phenomenal. It is so helpful for my dream realm explorations. Fang Jin Huang sat down and described the final scene of the dream realm. If not for my instincts, my soul would have gotten heavily injured now. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded away. I've already looked into it. That situation is quite clear now. The ones plotting against you are Li Juning and Su Hao. Li Juning secretly became a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster, but kept a low profile, allowing her to tamper with the Gu materials. But eventually, Zhao Lianyun did not harm you but saved you instead. I am truly seeing this otherworldly demon in another light. No wonder she could become the current generation fairy. It was not just because she was the lucky person who received Love Gu's recognition. Fang Jin Huang had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room, fear still lingering in her heart. Back then, she was completely defenseless. She was fish on the chopping block. Zhao Lianyun could decide her life and death. Even though Fang Jin Huang survived without any danger in the end, this situation still stirred her inner heart greatly. Fairy Bai Qing continued to speak. Huang, I have already inspected your body. There are no problems. Did Zhao Lianyun really just save you? She did not list any requests? Fang Jin Huang shook her head. Even though she did not say it, I have already guessed her plan. After all, her eventual goal is very obvious. Mother, forget about this, let's eat. After eating, I need to continue exploring dream realms. Fairy Bai Qing nodded. As long as you know what you are doing. But cultivating day and night all the time is no good. Cultivation has its own pace to follow. Mother. Fang Jin Huang interrupted Fairy Bai Qing. I know about the concept of pacing myself, but I also know that I need to be stronger. I can only protect you when I am stronger. I do not want to be the one who is constantly protected. Only by getting stronger can I fulfill Master's dying wish and become a Dream Path Gu immortal. Only by getting stronger can I make people like Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to bully and plot against me. Only by getting stronger can I face my father directly and engage with him in a fight to show him my true goals. Fairy Bai Qing was dazed for a moment. Fang Jin Huang's eyes were seemingly emitting bright light. 2 rays of light shot into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing held down her worries as she smiled. Huang, since you have made your decision, go ahead and do it. I will support you all the way. If you have any needs, I will do my best to help you. Fang Jin Huang left her seat and came to Fairy Bai Qing. She held her mother's hands. Mother, I know you love me. Do you have any method to get Gutsku? I need Gutsku the most now. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang, this request is too much for me. You know that Gutsku is only produced on Danghun Mountain, and this mountain is in the hands of that demon Guyu Fang Yuan. He has already stopped selling Gutsku publicly for a long time now. All of the Gutsku in the market are just the remaining stock that he sold in the past. With the quantity dwindling, the price is also getting higher. Fang Jin Huang sighed. Mother, you know that many methods can heal my soul, but they will have certain side effects. Nothing can match Gutsku. I must become a dream path Gu immortal. If my soul has too many varying Dao marks at that time, it will limit my future potential. Fairy Bai Qing patted Fang Jin Huang's hands. I will do my best, Sai, if only your father was here. Fang Jin Huang's expression changed as she said in displeasure. Mother, don't mention him in front of me. All right, I won't talk about him. At the same time, Affection Peak. To think that the sect sent you to convince me. The owner of Affection Peak, Zhao Lianyun, looked at the person with a smile. Bu Jinzi smiled bitterly. Fairy, please don't take offense. This was a task given to me. I had no choice but to come here and talk to you. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then, when we went to Northern Plains and fought on Snowy Mountain, if not for your protection, I would have died already. Please come in, I have prepared some tea for you. Bu Jinzi was a rank 7 Gu immortal who cultivated Phantom Path. Back then, he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun. He showed a good performance in Reverse Flow River and was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this point. They sent Bu Jinzi here to convince Zhao Lianyun to stop her actions. Bu Jinzi arrived in the evening. When the tea ceremony ended, the moon had already appeared into the sky. Fairy, there is no need to send me off. I will take my leave now. Bu Jinzi cupped his fists. His expression was joyful. This discussion was quite successful. Zhao Lianyun was far more magnanimous and easygoing than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Goodbye. Bu Jinzi said sincerely. Fairy, I have already understood your circumstances and problem. I will go and inform First Supreme Elder. Please do not worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I will have to trouble you then. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Jinzi left. Even after his figure vanished into the clouds, she still remained standing at the top of Affection Peak. Night winds howled. The surrounding mountains were covered in dense fog, nearly concealing even the bright moon in the sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's main headquarters. The moon in the sky was just an immortal formation in essence. Zhao Lianyun was dressed in white. Her clothes moved along with the wind. She had long black silky hair and clear skin. Her eyes were furrowed as she looked at the night sky. She was Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Her status was very high. Even a rank 7 expert like Bu Jinzi had to speak to her politely. She had the thieving heaven true inheritance of divine concealment. She controlled Love Gu. She could command people at will. It was really not easy for an otherworldly demon like her to reach this stage. However, none of these made Zhao Lianyun happy. Right now, I have become an immortal, but you are not by my side. Side, being an immortal is no better than a mortal. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were still not her homeland. She could not truly feel at ease. She was once favored by fortune. She encountered Ma Hongyun, whom she entrusted her heart to. But destiny was also cruel. She got separated from Ma Hongyun, getting sold publicly as Feng Jiuge bought her. She participated in the Reverse Flow River battle but watched as Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in front of her. She was used by Su Hao and Li Juning as a pawn. She had once knelt on the ground and begged. She tried all ways possible to become the current generation fairy. She was given trouble at the secret inheritance peak. At that time, Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals were very cold to her. After hearing of Fang Zheng's successful immortal ascension, she went to visit him and even brought gifts. She helped Fang Zheng train his blood turns cold killer move. With the help of Su Hao and Li Juning, she became the Affection Peak Lord. She knew about this couple's scheme, but she had to agree to deal with Fang Jin Huang for them. But not only did Fang Jin Huang not die, Zhao Lianyun saved her instead. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Su Hao and Li Juning made use of me, but I can also make use of their hatred towards Feng Jiuge to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Jiuge, they will need to rely on me. I can also use them to cultivate and grow faster. Thankfully, I have divine concealment. It allows me to face wisdom path Gu immortals with ease. Bu Jingzi and I have some history of fighting together. We can become allies for benefits. Fang Jin has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord. My investment was truly worth it. And Fang Jin Huang also owes me this favor. Maybe we can join hands to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, he snatched her Hu immortal blessed land. Zhao Lianyun schemed with all her strength. A vague web that connected several forces was already forming around her. She only had one goal, that was to retrieve Ma Hongyun's soul from Fang Yuan and revive her lover. Fang Yuan. Zhao Lianyun muttered, the worry on her face deepened immediately. Fang Yuan was like the fog that covered the sky. He was grand and vast. Compared to him, Zhao Lianyun was insignificant and weak. Her goal was like the moon in the sky. Clouds covered it, and hid everything from her, almost completely obscured. She could not see the path ahead, she could not find a destination. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Her body was like a weak white flower that would be blown away by the wind at any time. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I need to persevere. I cannot give up. If even I fail, then who can still save Hong Yun? In this world, he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Tomorrow, I will head to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. The traces of their fight can still be found there. I can gain first-hand information and deduce Fang Yuan's current strength. Chapter 2092. Wang Xiaoer's Amnesia. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. In an ordinary and common cave, the four great obscenities of Central Continent chose to rest in this place. Eastern Obscenity Qinying Dao, Western Thief Yu Baguang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao, they all had rank 4 cultivation level. They were infamous in Central Continent's Gu Master world. They had taken the chastity and lives of many innocent girls. At this time, these 4 men were standing in a circle. They stared at a young man who was unconscious, observing him. Why hasn't he woken up yet? He has been sleeping these last days. He has not even eaten anything, but he is still full of vitality. Do you guys think he is an immortal? The 4 Gu Masters were talking about Wang Xiaoer. Wang Xiaoer was an ordinary shepherd, but life was extremely cruel to him. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, the aftermath caused the mountain he lived on to be destroyed. All of his family members were dead. But for some reason, Wang Xiaoer did not die. He even fell into this peculiar state. Think about it. When we first met him, the grass and flowers around him were blooming and dying constantly. He might be a Gu immortal who joined that battle. He got injured and his enemies thought he was dead. But he used some method to preserve his life, except he fell into a coma afterwards. Yu Baguang tried to connect the events. They were just Gu Masters after all. They did not have the information that Heavenly Court was spreading around in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But if he is an immortal, why would an immortal dress like this? Shi Bao pointed at Wang Xiaoer's clothes as he showed a strange expression. Wang Xiaoer's clothes were tattered and patched up. He obviously had the lowest status in society. He was not even qualified to become a Gu Master. Fan Chun Yao rubbed his chin. If only we can soul search him, we would know the truth. But these days, even though we used all our soul-searching methods, there was no effect. This is definitely something a Gu Master cannot do. Soul-searching methods had been widely spread ever since Spectral Soul created them. It was simply too convenient after all. Any demonic path Gu Master who did not know a single soul-searching method would be too ashamed to call themselves demonic. The 4 Gu Masters gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a peculiar situation. They did not know what to do now. 8 eyes stared at Wang Xiaoer fixedly. Qinying Dao spoke. Sai, look at his motionless state. If only this were a female immortal. The other 3 looked at each other. He. At the next moment, they chuckled knowingly. After some silence, Shi Bao suddenly shouted. Screw it, waiting like this will have no progress. I am going to take action. What are you thinking of doing? Fan Chun Yao asked. Shi Bao snickered. This. Before finishing his words, he attacked abruptly. He activated an offensive Gu worm and shot out a red light at Wang Xiaoer. You are crazy! The others were shocked. But soon, all of their attention was drawn by the phenomenon around Wang Xiaoer. They saw that traces of silver threads glowing around Wang Xiaoer. These threads easily blocked the red light. It weakened and dissipated instantly. Shi Bao was dumbfounded. The others showed the same expression. They all knew that this was Shi Bao's strongest method, but it was easily dispelled by this Wang Xiaoer. Looking at his aura alone, This is clearly just immortal. But he managed to block Shibao's attack in his sleep. This is something that even a rank 5 Gu master has to block carefully. If he is not an immortal, what can he be? This is not something a Gu master can do. Wait, his eyelids are moving. The four were shocked. The cave fell into dead silence. Wang Xiaoer slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurred. His mind was in a mess. He sat up. Plop, plop. The four Gu masters knelt down on the ground, shouting, "Immortal, spare us!" Wang Xiaoer was shocked. "Who are you guys? Where am I? Wait, who am I?" Wang Xiaoer hugged his head as pain could be seen on his face. The four demonic path Gu master looked at each other. A similar thought appeared in all their minds. Don't tell me, the immortal lost his memories? Several days later. In a valley at night, a raging bonfire was burning. Come, drink wine. Qin Dao placed his arm around Wang Xiaoer's shoulder as he took out the precious wine that was kept for years, offering it to him. Wang Xiaoer's face was already red, he was covered in the odor of alcohol. Once he took the bowl, Shibao smiled as he handed the fragrant barbecued meat to Wang Xiaoer. Come, eat, little brother. Shibao's tone was so mushy he even felt like vomiting. This evil individual had never been so nice to anyone. Wang Xiaoer was not only looking rosy, even his clothes had changed, the quality was much better than before. He drank wine and ate meat as he said, "Brothers, you are really nice people, not only did you save me, you are treating me so well. Don't mention it." Qin Dao patted Wang Xiaoer's shoulder. "It was fate that we met." At the same time, his heart was bleeding internally. My wine that has been kept for more than 10 years, I couldn't even bear to drink it myself. We are all people in the same situation, this is nothing. Yu Bob Wang returned, he had just arranged some investigative Gu worms in the surroundings, he showed an honest and dependable smile. Rely on family when at home, rely on friends when outside. As long as everyone helps each other, I believe this world will become a better place. Seeing the other three's performances, Fan Chunyao did not want to fall behind as well. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiaoer was a Gu immortal who had lost his memories, they decided to treat him like their own ancestor. After all, if Wang Xiaoer regains his memories in the future, seeing how well the four of them treated him, he would not do anything bad to them. Wang Xiaoer drank wine and ate meat. After filling his stomach, he went to sleep on the comfortable and large bed that the four of them prepared. He had truly gotten amnesiac. Even though he did not lose his ability to function as a person, he could not remember any of the details of his past. During this period, the four Gu masters had brought him back to the ruins, but his memories did not return. All that happened was that Wang Xiaoer remembered his own name. He told the four great obscenities. Wang Xiaoer felt that life was very blissful. But the other four Gu masters felt like life was currently torture. Since when did these four demonic path Gu masters act so subserviently before? They were ruthless and cruel, they did things without worry, why would they put up this groveling attitude? Thus, a few days later, these four Gu masters could not take it anymore. Guys, even though I want to know the immortal ascension method from this immortal, this life is really too hard to live. I know, we have to be careful all the time, it is really stifling. My worry is, if this Gu immortal recovers his memories, will he really reward us? If he is a righteous path Gu immortal, he will easily learn of our past deeds. What will he do to demonic path members like us? If he is a demonic path Gu immortal, if he recalls the scene of us attacking him, will he rip out our tendons and skin? The four of them had deep chemistry after years of living together, their thoughts were quite similar. The four of them discussed for a while, they decided to get away from Wang Xiaoer. Life was too painful while reward was nowhere in sight, in fact, they might be awaiting death instead. How can we get free from Wang Xiaoer? We can't leave too directly. If he regains his memories, wouldn't he come after us for trouble? I have a good idea. Tell us. We are currently here, there is Slaughter Soul Crater nearby. We will enter this place and get free from this problematic person. The next day, the four Gu masters brought Wang Xiaoer deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a plain terrain, but the actual environment was very complicated. This place was part of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was originally an ordinary mountain that had nothing special in it. But after the huge battle involving Fang Yuan, this place was implicated. At that time, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals witnessed themselves how this Slaughter Soul sunken land formed. Spectral Soul shot out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. This soul ball shot into the mountain valley. There was no sound, at the instance. With the valley as the core, the surrounding 1,000 li of mountains and valleys turned into black dust that flew away with the wind. The originally bountiful mountains vanished soundlessly, only a huge crater was left. The crater was formed by Spectral Soul's killer move. It was filled with soul path Dao marks. The living beings who had once lived here were wiped out, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others converged to form a dense fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in the fog. The surrounding living beings either entered by mistake or were attacked by the soul beasts. Either way, the more living beings that died here, the more souls that remained. This Slaughter Soul crater's fog became increasingly denser. The 5 of them carefully avoided many strong soul beasts. They went to the center of Slaughter Soul crater. Huang made an excuse of scouting the area as he left. The other 4 did not move away. Wang Xiaoer did not understand the situation. He asked, "Brothers, why are we here? Clearly, we want to leave you here. Of course, we won't do it directly. We will lure some soul beasts here and pretend to be outmatched. In order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away while risking our lives." Qianin Dao smiled to himself as he thought. Other than putting up a show, the 4 great obscenities also had another thought. In the event that this immortal died at the hands of the soul beasts, would he leave any inheritance behind? Those who were in the demonic path were normally people with extraordinary guts. The 4 great obscenities were outstanding members in this aspect. Qianin Dao did not speak the truth, of course. He patted Wang Xiaoer's shoulder. "Brother, we came to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range to collect some goo materials. This Slaughter Soul crater was created by the fight between immortals. Before it calms down completely, we have a lot of opportunities to get rich here." Chapter 2093. Chaotic Battle of 5 People. Slaughter Soul crater was still forming now. During the process of conflicting with the surroundings, many gaps would naturally appear. After it stabilizes and reaches balance with the surroundings, the living beings would return inside. Beast groups and beast kings would guard their own territories and expand the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the howling of soul beasts could suddenly be heard. Qianin Dao was slightly surprised. Huang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon, they found something amiss. What lured the soul beasts here was not Huang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path Gu Masters. These people passed the soul fog and arrived in front of Qianin Dao. They were at first happy to see reinforcements, but soon, their expressions changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the 4 great obscenities." After observing the situation, Qianin Dao relaxed and smiled coldly as a sharp gaze flashed in his eyes. "This is my lucky day." An intense battle ensued. The Central Continent 4 great obscenities obtained great victory. Not only did they kill some soul beasts, they even captured some Righteous Path Gu Masters alive. What a coincidence, these 5 remaining ones are all girls. Look at this one, she looks really cute. This one is not bad too. My favorite is this one, look at her tiny mouth and big eyes. The 4 demonic path Gu Masters assessed the girls with increasing fondness. As their captives, the female Gu Masters were extremely fearful. "What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts, otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you succeed." "Humph, I am a Gu Master of Spirit Affinity House, consider the consequences before you act." Facing the threats of the girls, the 4 great obscenities laughed wildly instead. "Yes, this is what I like, I love this expression. Go on and scream, shout louder, nobody is going to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House?" Back then, we even targeted Heavenly Lotus Sect's Fairy by Xia. It was a pity that guy called Fang Jin ruined it. Humph, we will find him and settle the score eventually. The 4 great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they chuckled lewdly to themselves. "Brothers, what are you guys doing?" Wang Xiaoer spoke from behind them. He was completely muddled. The other 9 people were all stunned. Qianin Dao frowned. The atmosphere from earlier was completely ruined by Wang Xiaoer's words. Shi Bao directly walked towards Wang Xiaoer and wrapped his arm around his neck, bringing him to the female Gu Masters as he chuckled. "Brother Wang Xiaoer, we will give you an eye-opener today. You will learn what the true joy of the mortal world is." The other 3 obscenities looked at each other, they communicated with each other subtly and nodded. All of them were daring people who had been on the righteous path's arrest warrants for years. They lived lives of worry and danger. They were used to maximizing their happiness regardless of consequences. Wang Xiaoer was going to be dealt with later anyway. In fact, dragging an immortal through the mud was also quite fun. Let's do that. Thus, the 4 great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiaoer. Oh, so little brother does not know this. Don't worry, us elder brothers will teach you. Come on, this is a really fun thing to do. After one attempt, you will be hooked. Half the fulfillment of life lies here. Wang Xiaoer nodded repeatedly as he asked with interest. What should I do? Bao had a muscular body and impatient nature. He immediately dropped his pants. Do this! The female Gu masters shouted in unison. Some had their eyes shut. Hee. Yu Huang had a slim body. He also removed his pants. There was another wave of screaming. Fan Chunyao was slightly chubbier. He pouted as he removed his pants, pointing downwards. Look! The female captives screamed even louder now. Bao and Yu Huang stared with wide eyes. They showed an indignant expression, but the fact was right here. It made them feel helpless. Chinin Dao quietly pulled down his pants. The female Gu master's screams reached an unprecedented peak. The other 3 obscenities raised their thumbs in unison, saying, As expected of our boss. Let me do it too. Wang Xiaoer was excited. He quickly removed his pants. Eh? The female captives gasped at the same time. The 4 great obscenities cast their gaze at the same time. The surroundings fell into a state of awkwardness. Bao was the most straightforward person. He walked towards Wang Xiaoer and patted his shoulders in sympathy. This is not your fault. You should blame your parents instead. Fan Chunyao consoled. Don't worry, even though you have a poor foundation, this also proves that you have a lot of room for improvement. I have many Gu worms, I can help you. Yu Huang encouraged. Chinin Dao did not speak, he only thought to himself. This Wang Xiaoer really lives up to his name. Let's go, I can't wait anymore. Bao walked towards the female Gu masters. No, don't come here. The female Gu masters quickly shuffled backwards. Some had pale expressions, some had bright red faces. Let's go together. Fan Chunyao clapped. But they don't seem too willing. This isn't appropriate? Wang Xiaoer asked softly. Don't worry, just follow what we do. Chinin Dao encouraged Wang Xiaoer. Just as the 5 were about to take action, they heard a cold snort. Instantly, the 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiaoer turned into motionless statues. The female captives were extremely shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun walked out of the dense fog. She came here to try and deduce Fang Yuan's strength through the traces he left behind, but now, her mood was very heavy. While she was about to return, she found that a female Gu master of Spirit Affinity House had gotten into danger. She immediately took action. Thus, the central continent 4 great obscenities were taken down easily. After expressing her identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female Gu masters. The female Gu masters thanked her profusely. The Spirit Affinity House Gu master was even filled with admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun, these 4 great obscenities have committed many atrocious acts. This is their retribution. These people have sinned greatly, even killing them is too cheap of a punishment. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Taking their life is really too good for them. How can we uphold justice for those women they harmed? I have a good method, just watch. Zhao Lianyun waved her sleeves as the 5 guys started to move again. Despite being so close in proximity, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest. They were stuck in some illusion. Beauty, here I come! Bao pounced at Fan Chunyao. After Fan Chunyao was pushed to the ground, he continued smiling. Ah, you are really rough. The 5 men were stuck in a physical brawl, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female Gu masters watched with dumbfounded expressions. They quickly turned red. Oh heaven! A girl covered her eyes but continued to peek through the gap between her fingers. This hurts my eyes. Someone gasped. This position is possible? A mature female Gu master recorded this knowledge in her mind. All right. Zhao Lianyun waved her sleeve. Leave with me, these people will continue with this until the soul beasts eat them or when they die of exhaustion. The female Gu masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's method. They obediently followed her and left the place. But even Zhao Lianyun could not have anticipated this. After a few minutes, silver threads started to shine around Wang Xiaoer's body. These silver threads radiated the surroundings, causing the 5 who were locked in intense physical engagement to awaken. They remembered everything that happened. There was dead silence. We were so unlucky, a female immortal actually came. Fan Chunyao was internally shocked. This female immortal is too vicious, that was more cruel than just killing us. There were tears in Yu Bagwang's eyes as he grabbed his hair and screamed internally. I actually. Qinin Dao no longer had the disposition of a leader, his eyes were hollow, he muttered as he thought of suicide. Ugh! Shirbao started to vomit profusely. What happened, guys? Amidst the silence, Wang Xiaoer spoke with a confused expression. Why did we stop? The four of them were shocked. They turned around to look at the naked Wang Xiaoer. They were frozen like statues. Wang Xiaoer scratched his head. Brothers, why are you looking at me? Oh right, those female Gu masters were all brought away. I thought they were going to play a game with us. Shirbao stopped vomiting. The four of them looked at each other with complete silence. After some time, Qinin Dao spoke with a trembling voice. Brother Wang Xiaoer, you are really smart. Those women that we invited were audiences. Didn't you see their expressions? Think about it, they were all excited, very excited and focused. They were watching in amazement. We were helping these people feel joy and pleasure. Isn't this how us men should act? As expected of our boss. The other three obscenities raised their thumbs in approval. Wang Xiaoer clapped with his fist and palm as he realized. So that's it, brothers, you are all good people. Qinin Dao laughed loudly. Of course we are. Saying so, he wiped his tears away. Next, he said to the other three, so be it that this happened, don't tell anyone about it. We are doing a good deed, but we will not publicize it. This is how true gentlemen act. The other three nodded rapidly. Of course. If they spoke about this, it would be too humiliating. What would everyone think of them? Wang Xiaoer asked again. Brothers, are we still going to play? The atmosphere froze once again. Shirbao cursed. Play my ass. Play what? They have all left, nobody is here to see it. Yu Bagwang added in with a meek voice. After getting scolded, Wang Xiaoer felt quite happy as he smiled innocently. Oh, it is great that we're stopping. Brother Shirbao is right, my butt still hurts a lot now. The scene fell into silence again. Shirbao slammed his fists on the ground repeatedly. Yu Bagwang lowered his head, biting his lips as blood started to appear. Fan Chunyao slammed his own head with his fists, trying to send himself into a coma. Qinin Dao stared at Wang Xiaoer with wide eyes, his lips were shaking. Wang Xiaoer looked at Qinin Dao as he asked in confusion. Brother Qin, do you have anything to say to me? At the next moment, Wang Xiaoer realized. Oh, I get it, does your butt hurt too? Cough. Qinin Dao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down on the ground. Boss. 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 The others who were still naked quickly ran over to him, trying to help Qinin Dao. Qinin Dao was very feeble now, he barely managed to open his eyes as he said weakly, in an almost sobbing voice. Go away. Don't touch me. Chapter 2094. Brotherhood. Days later. Sunlight pierced through the darkness, radiating on the world. In a certain valley near the periphery of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, eastern obscenity Qinin Dao, western thief Yu Bagwang, southern disturbance Shirbao and northern squandering Fan Chunyao had already woken up. They were sitting on an icy rock, looking at the sky as they laid spread-eagled. Their eyes were hollow, there was no life in them. Ever since that terrible ordeal in Slaughter Soul Crater, every night, the four great obscenities and Wang Xiaoer would lose control of their bodies. They would engage in the indescribable activity together. The four great obscenities would lose their senses each time. By the time they wake up, they would realize that they had done some horrifying act once again. Even though Wang Xiaoer got rid of a portion of Zhao Lianyun's method, some of it still lingered. This is a curse. The most vicious curse in this world. That fairy from Spirit Affinity House looks so kind and delicate, but she is truly too vicious. She is evil to the core. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Maybe I am just dreaming now. I will wake up from my nightmare one day, right? I am a great man. How can I do something so shameful? I have let down heaven and earth. I have let down my parents. I have let down myself. The four great obscenities were silent on the outside, but they were all crying out in their hearts, feeling sadness and anger, regret and pain. Wang Xiaoer walked out of the Gu house at this moment. He had just woken up, he rubbed his eyes and looked at them, asking in concern. Brothers, why are you up so early? You are all naked outside, you might catch a cold. The four great obscenities' bodies shook intensely. They turned around and looked at Wang Xiaoer, showing a complex emotion on their faces. On one hand they revered Wang Xiaoer, because of Zhao Lianyun's method. If not for him, they would have died of exhaustion already. They believed in Wang Xiaoer's identity now. Only an immortal could dispel another immortal's method. But on the other hand, they hated Wang Xiaoer. Ever since they saved him, nothing good had happened. Not only did they return from sorrowful Wind Mountain Range empty-handed, they even received the greatest humiliation of their lives. After a long silence, their boss Chen Dao spoke bitterly. "Brother, you woke up." "Yes, our exercise last night was too intense, I slept very soundly." Wang Xiaoer smiled innocently. "Recently, I've started to feel pleasure from this, brothers. What you told me earlier makes sense after all." The four great obscenities' bodies shook again. The four of them looked at each other, sensing the fear and horror in each other's eyes. "Don't tell me this immortal was like this to begin with? What sort of person did we actually save? Maybe he has the ability to lift our curse, but he purposely chose not to. This is something we should think about. Is he really amnesiac, or is he pretending? If I like men too, as an immortal, I might want to play around in the mortal world as well." The four felt more terror as they thought about it. They wanted to get away from Wang Xiaoer, but they could not do that anymore. Each time the curse activated, they needed Wang Xiaoer to dispel it. If they left, they might die the following night. Thus, the four of them had to keep Wang Xiaoer happy, so that he would get rid of this fatal danger for them. "Seriously, what is this situation?" Chen Dao wanted to cry, but he had to smile forcefully. "Xiaoer, this is nothing much. We enjoy blessings and endure misfortune together. We are brothers after all." After finishing his words, Chen Dao stared at the other three. They had to resist the disgusting feeling as they spoke in agreement as well. "Indeed, this is our brotherhood. Otherwise, why would there be a saying about brotherly relationships? We were destined to meet. As your elder brothers, we need to take care of you." Wang Xiaoer smiled and nodded. "It was really my fortune to have met you brothers." "No, this is the greatest misfortune of my life," the four of them screamed internally. Wang Xiaoer added, "Let's continue to play tonight. Don't remind me, you scumbag." The four of them cried out in anguish in their minds. While Wang Xiaoer was away, the four of them gathered during the day. "We cannot let this go on. We cannot live life like this. Guys, do you think Wang Xiaoer really lost his memories, or is he pretending? We need to test it. Go capture a few mortal women tonight. No matter what, we need to let Wang Xiaoer know we are normal people. If he really lost his memories, we will turn him back to normal. If he is pretending, we will make sure he cannot put up with the act anymore." The four great obscenities shouted in unison. They were going crazy these last days. This method was risky, but even if they angered the immortal Wang Xiaoer, death was still a good reward at this point. At night time, the four great obscenities captured over a dozen mortal women. The women were all brought into the Gu house. Wang Xiaoer was a little excited. "Brothers, you have worked hard to invite such a large audience tonight. Brother, let us teach you something tonight." Chen Dao patted Wang Xiaoer's shoulder as he said solemnly, "All right, I will do my best to learn it. I will listen with my heart." Wang Xiaoer clenched his fists, showing an excited expression. But reality was still cruel to them. When their activity reached the climax stage, the four great obscenities were shocked to find out they could not do it. Quick, turn hard now. "Oh, why did this happen? I actually don't feel anything towards women. Why do I feel more excited and pleasured when I look at men now?" The four men wanted to struggle, but the curse activated at the next moment. The female captives were shocked to see the battle of 5 men. It was a climactic fight. Some of them were very excited while the others felt disappointment. Some even wanted to join in but were sent flying with one slap. This incident was a huge blow to the four great obscenities. "Let's suicide. This is not a life that we can lead. Living is worse than death. I'd rather die now. Can anyone kill me? Please come out now." The four of them were sick of life. They were listless and dejected all the time. Seemingly granting their wishes, not long after, righteous path Gu masters came to pursue them. "We finally found you. You dared to target our Spirit Affinity House's disciple. Did you really think we would let you off?" Qin Wan said with anger, attacking the four great obscenities. The four great obscenities were in despair and felt life was not worth living. After leaving sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they did not bother to conceal their traces. They were no longer as vigilant as usual. After hearing that they were alive, Zhao Lianyun felt a little interested. She passed down a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Qin Wan was close to Fang Jin Huang, but she did not know that this mission, which carried a huge reward, was listed by Zhao Lianyun. The Spirit Affinity House Goo Master who got captured in Slaughter Soul Crater earlier was close to her, thus she took on this mission. The four great obscenities screamed about not wanting to live every day, but at the moment of crisis, they erupted with an intense will to survive. For half a month, they fought nearly 10 times. Qin Wan had rank 5 cultivation level, she suppressed the 5 of them. Even though the four great obscenities were famous demonic path Goo Masters in Central Continent, they were just demonic cultivators that the 10 great ancient sects allowed to live. These demonic cultivators were useful in training their sect disciples, thus, they made use of these people to act as a trial for their members. The 10 great ancient sects did not mind minor characters like the four great obscenities, thus they were allowed to cause chaos in Central Continent and hide successfully from arrests. But the situation was different now. The Gu immortal Zhao Lianyun had sent a mission, the force pursuing them was different from usual. The four great obscenities escaped with Wang Xiaoer as they tried to come up with a plan. We can't live in Central Continent anymore. What do we do? We can only go elsewhere, boss, you can decide for us. Chenin Dao pondered. Northern Plains is dangerous and lacks resources, we can't go there. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the righteous path is fighting against those variant humans, it is too dangerous. Western Desert is full of deserts, and the environment is bad. Let's go to Southern Border instead. Alright, we will go to Southern Border. Southern Border. Underground. According to Lu Weiyin, it should be here. Found it. Fang Yuan went deep underground. Suddenly, his eyes shined as he found his target. He saw that at the walls of this small earth trench, there was a field of pink grassland. Each grass was pink, moving without any wind. Looking at the grass, each was thin and long, resembling fur. This is the Earth Dream Fetus Hair, Meng Xiaozhen, come out. Fang Yuan opened his immortal aperture door as the pure dream clone came out. Meng Xiaozhen took a glance and praised it as he took action, using dream path methods to carefully store the Earth Dream Fetus Hair away. After Fang Yuan obtained Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he gained many Earth Path Immortal Goo. He also had methods to search for immortal materials underground and the ability to control flying Earth. The Mushroom Man Paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time. After tens of generations of accumulation, they found a lot of treasures deep under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fang Yuan found some locations with Dream Path immortal materials. The Earth Dream Fetus Hair was just one of them. Dream Path Goo materials and Goo worms had appeared in the world long ago, for example, Fang Yuan's Dream Token and the Spring Dream Fruit Tree that Bo Qing and Mo Yao found. This was like how Water Path Goo worms and materials existed during Renzu's era, but Water Path was only created by Central Continent's Shui Enai, the founder of Spirit Affinity House, during the medieval antiquity era. Dream Path was similar. Even though Dream Path had not been formally created, the Dream Path Goo worms and materials that existed in history had already appeared. But Dream Path was different from Water Path, it would have an explosive growth in the future. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be full of dream realms. Because Dream Path Goo materials would be too easily obtainable, and because a vast number of Goo cultivators could use them, Dream Path would quickly progress as a path. Countless Dream Path Goo masters would cultivate more Dream Path Goo materials to refine more Dream Path Goo worms, pushing the progress of Dream Path to an unprecedented level. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appears, then Dream Path would reach its peak popularity in history. Thus, Fang Yuan was not surprised that some Dream Path immortal materials were hidden away. Meng Xiaozhen successfully took the Earth Dream Fetus Hair. He went back inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Next, Fang Yuan went to another location. There were many 9-tune dream flowers there. Meng Xiaozhen had a lot of things to do. On one hand, he had to organize Dream Path killer moves. On the other hand, he had to plant resources and develop his immortal aperture. According to Fang Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path immortal materials were successfully retrieved, Meng Xiaozhen would have a complete set of Dream Path methods. At that time, he would take the place of Fang Yuan's main body and invest himself into exploring dream realms. To play safe, Meng Xiaozhen would first use up Spectral Soul's dream realms before moving on to Paradise Earth's dream realms, just in case there was a trap. Even though this was highly unlikely, Fang Yuan was still a vigilant person. Chapter 2095. Xingtian True Inheritance. Meng Xiaozhen was controlled by a Goo worm, his eyes were shut, he was brought into a secret location by someone. Alright, number 3, you can open your eyes now. A shrill voice could be heard beside him. The goo worm suppressing Meng Xiaozhen had been kept away. Meng Xiaozhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Xiaozhen was kneeling on the ground. In front of him was an old man. The old man had a sharp voice, his face was covered in paint, he gave off a peculiar and cold feeling. "This is the leader of painted faces, sly-heart old man," Meng Xiaozhen thought. "To think that I would meet this legendary person from 100,000 years ago." Indeed, Meng Xiaozhen was exploring a dream realm now. This dream realm naturally originated from spectral soul. This sly-heart old man in his dream was a wisdom path and transformation path cultivator. He was a legendary person who existed between the eras of spectral soul and paradise earth 100,000 years ago. He was also the creator of a demonic path organization. It was called Painted Faces. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect. It was a huge organization that spanned across all 5 regions, something rarely seen in history. All of the members in the organization had painted faces of various colors to differentiate their varying statuses. Painted Faces was an assassination organization. Killing goo masters was just an ordinary thing. When they were at their peak, they even had goo immortal experts. As long as the price was paid, they could kill goo immortals for their customers. Meng Xiaozhen had already entered this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108th position to 3rd position. According to my instincts, if I can become the number 1 position in the organization, I will pass this dream realm. Meng Xiaozhen was very certain. His dream path master instincts told him the answer already. Sly-heart old man took out 3 goo worms. "Number 3, you want to become number 2, but it will not be easy. There are 3 goo worms here, choose one. Each one contains the details of a mission." Meng Xiaozhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Almost all the other paths goo worms could not be used freely in dream realms, but Dream Path goo worms were not restricted. After Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was instilled with immortal essence, it vanished from within Meng Xiaozhen's immortal aperture. Meng Xiaozhen first placed his gaze on the goo worm to the left. At the next moment he saw that after he chose the goo worm, he went into a seizure, saliva appeared from his mouth, he died on the spot. Sly-heart old man looked at his corpse as he said coldly, "What a pity, number 3, even though you are skilled in transformation path, your wisdom path attainment is too low. It was your bad luck to have chosen this." Meng Xiaozhen retracted his gaze as the scene vanished. He looked at the middle goo worm. At the next moment, he saw another scene. After he took the second goo worm, Sly-heart old man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palms slammed onto Meng Xiaozhen's chest. Meng Xiaozhen was caught unguarded, his ribs broke, his heart burst, his eyes stared widely as he died on the spot. Sly-heart old man sneered. "So you are the spy after all. You went after this goo worm, not knowing the trap that I set. I had already gave out some false information to trick those spies of the righteous path." Meng Xiaozhen retracted his gaze. Evidently, the first 2 goo worms could not be chosen, but the third one might not be correct either. Meng Xiaozhen wanted to continue checking, but Sly-heart old man rushed him. "Quickly choose, what are you waiting for?" Meng Xiaozhen knew that this painted face organization was dark and cruel. They had no regard for human lives. If he waited any more, Sly-heart old man would activate the goo worm in his body and he would be punished. He might suffer heavy injuries or even die on the spot. Thus, Meng Xiaozhen did not use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo again. He quickly spoke and chose the 3rd goo worm. For just a moment, a complex expression flashed on Sly-heart old man's face. After being silent for some time, Sly-heart old man nodded. "You chose the most appropriate goo for you. It seems your luck is not bad. Maybe you can gain some benefits there. You might even be able to return alive." Saying so, Sly-heart old man took a few steps and exposed the door behind him. "After opening this door, you will enter a tunnel. You need to walk quickly, do not stop, otherwise the tunnel will digest you. After passing it, you will reach a place over there. Do your best to survive. If you can find a way back and meet me once again, you will gain our organization's number 1 position." "Yes, Lord." Meng Xiaozhen immediately got up, pushing open the door and entering the tunnel. This tunnel was quite unique. It was round in shape, but the inner walls were made of flesh and blood. There was slight vibrations in them as gastric acid flowed out constantly. Meng Xiaozhen activated the defensive method of this person but still felt deep pressure. Like what Sly-heart old man said, if he stayed for too long, he might really get digested. He quickly got past the creepy and wet flesh tunnel as he arrived in a huge world. Within the primitive forest, fierce beasts roared as strange birds growled. Far away, two beastman groups were fighting. Meng Qiuzhen turned around and looked back. The tunnel had already vanished. He only saw an ordinary mountain wall. Meng Qiuzhen was shook internally. To ensure that he could efficiently explore dream realms, the main body had given him many details of history. That tunnel really is the intestine of the gluttonous demon frog. This is the place where reckless savage demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance, myriad beast fusion color heaven. Days later, the dream realm dissipated. Meng Qiuzhen had a tired expression as he started to inspect his gains. Transformation path and wisdom path attainment levels went up. Not bad. Meng Qiuzhen was rather satisfied. Forget about transformation path, but his wisdom path attainment level really needed a boost. Especially when Fang Yuan knew his own luck, and the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable had very likely already revived. The true myriad beast fusion color heaven was naturally vast and boundless, but Meng Qiuzhen was only in a dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen had Dream Armor Immortal Gu's protection, and also Dream Creation Immortal Gu and Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu as methods. Especially Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu, even though it was an investigative Gu worm, its use in exploring dream realms surpassed Dream Armor and Dream Creation. Dream Path Master attainment level gave him instincts. When instincts worked, Meng Qiuzhen would use them to find the correct answers rapidly. When instincts did not work, then Meng Qiuzhen would use Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu to foresee the future possibilities of the dream realm and avoid danger. He would quickly find the most appropriate methods. Like how Meng Qiuzhen used Dream Butterfly Immortal Gu in front of Sly Heart Old Man earlier to find out the correct choice. In the past, Fang Yuan would have to test it one by one. If he chose wrongly, his soul would be injured. He would waste time healing himself and restart the dream realm all over again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency at exploring dream realms was many times that of Fang Yuan's main body. Southern border. Central continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiaoer were forced into desperation by Qin Wan. There was a sinkhole behind them. Don't come here, otherwise we will jump off! Wang Xiaoer shouted in anxiety. Qin Wan smiled coldly as she walked closer. Then jump, you will die if you do that. Behind you is southern border sun-moon sinkhole. The pit is unfathomably deep. Not just Gu Masters, even Gu Immortals cannot explore it easily. If you jump, you will surely die. The 4 great obscenities were currently injured. They gritted their teeth. Qin Wan will remember you, you lunatic. We already escaped to southern border, but you actually pursued us all the way here. What are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female Gu Master, no matter what relationship she has with you, we did not touch her at all. Qin Wan, you received a sect mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to report your mission easily too, right? Chenin Dao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's movement froze for a moment. But in just a moment, she realized that the enemy was trying to probe her. And she fell for it. Some information was leaked from this action. Qin Wan concealed the shame in her heart as she placed her arms behind her back. Looking at these defeated individuals, she said arrogantly on purpose. I can't report it? Killing you is the best evidence I need. But it is not that I cannot let you live. Hand over all your Gu worms and surrender. If I bring you back to Central Continent, you will still have a chance to live. Chenin Dao sneered. We know about the crimes we've committed. After Miss Qin Wan said that, it confirmed my guesses. Qin Wan also sneered. So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have a chance? A strange expression appeared on Chenin Dao's face. Actually, we still have hope. Brother Wang Xiaoer, we'll depend on you now. Saying so, he pushed Wang Xiaoer, who was hiding at the back, to the front. Wang Xiaoer was shocked. Brothers, I am not a Gu Master. Qin Wan also felt confused. She had fought with the 4 great obscenities for this long. She knew that Wang Xiaoer was immortal. Trying to bluster and act mysterious. Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. A huge air current surged as wind blew strongly. Wang Xiaoer, Qin Wan and the others who were near the sinkhole were caught off guard. They were sent into the air by the currents before crashing down heavily. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figure of a southern border Gu Master moved along this current as he flew into the sky. Kong Ri Tian, don't think of leaving. The Gu Master who landed on the ground first was the demonic path Kong Ri Tian. He escaped without even turning around as he shouted. Wu Ji, You are the leader of Wu clan, yet you are not keeping your promise. Wu Ji chased after him as she shouted. What's the use of keeping my word to a demonic path scoundrel like you? Leave behind the goo worms of Xingtian true inheritance. Next, Shang Xinci, Xiao Yan, counterfeit master, Tai Ruonan, Yi Chong, and others also descended from the sky. Chase him, don't let him escape. That is a goo immortal true inheritance. As the group chased, a dust cloud was created along the way. Qin Wan, Wang Xiaoer, and the rest were all stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ritian shouted at Qin Wan and the rest. The people in front, whoever can help me escape will share this goo immortal true inheritance with me. Qin Wan and the rest heard this, their eyes shined brightly. You cannot escape, everything belongs to my Wu clan. Wu Ji was enraged, she jumped into the air. Both her fists were clenched, she raised them above her head as she activated a mortal killer move. Boom! As she landed on the ground, she slammed down, the ground shook, rocks were sent flying. A huge vibration force spread to the surroundings rapidly, no one could avoid it in time, they quickly put up their defenses in a panic. Qin Wan and the rest were also implicated, their expressions changed. Wu Ji was the #1 expert of the current southern border Goo Master world. Chapter 2096. Wu Ji chooses her true inheritance. Southern border, Wu clan headquarters. Quick, quick, bring me the white king head flower herb. Wu clan's rank 6 Goo immortal Wu Jinzhu called out with an anxious tone. She was controlling the formation, her thoughts were focused on it at the crucial moment, she could not distract herself. Thankfully, there were a few rank 5 Goo masters assisting her. Hearing these words, they quickly got to work. White king head flower herb was a rank 6 immortal material, it was tossed into the immortal formation. This immortal formation of Wu clan was famous in history, it was called Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. It originally belonged to an Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortal, but after this Goo immortal came to southern border and provoked Wu clan, they got killed instead. Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation was a healing immortal formation, but the core immortal Goo was only rank 7. That Eastern Sea rank 8 Goo immortal was indeed a rank 8 Goo immortal, but before dying, all of their immortal Goo were destroyed. Wu clan spent 100 years to finally refine the relevant immortal Goo, managing to set up this Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation again. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Itian Mountain. The reason why they were able to revive was mostly because of Fate Goo's destruction, and also due to the effect of this Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. As the formation slowly stopped, light faded as Wu Ji woke up in the formation with a pale expression. It seems that I revived again. Wu Ji smiled lightly, she wanted to get up but her body was too weak, she only succeeded after 3 tries. You should relax a little, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month. Wu Jinzhu came to Wu Ji as she frowned deeply. Wu Ji smiled indifferently. Don't we have this formation? Even if I die, I can revive. Wu Jinzhu scoffed. Don't think so highly of Goo immortal methods. Wu Ji, do you know that you almost died earlier? You managed to revive because of the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. But this method has less and less effect as a person uses it continuously. You are playing with your life. You have a good future, why don't you care a bit more about yourself? At this rate, you will die for real. Wu Ji raised her brows as her eyes shined brightly. I'm someone who has died before, what is there to fear about death? Precisely because I had died before, I treasure life even more now. Wu Jinzhu rolled her eyes in anger. This is considered treasuring your life? Since you already obtained Xingtian true inheritance from Kong Xingtian, you can give it to the clan already. Why did you still go after him relentlessly? Why did you not retreat even against the attacks of everyone? Wu Ji laughed loudly. This is how I treasure my life. After dying once, I reassessed my own life. How should people live? Everyone has their own answer. This is my answer. The duration of life does not matter as much as the value of the life that is being lived. Even though I am not a Goo immortal, I know about your circumstances. Lady Jinzhu, why do you think Goo masters want to become an immortal so badly? After becoming an immortal, there will be countless calamities and tribulations. Wouldn't they be courting death? How many Goo immortals have died from tribulations? Don't they know the danger? Aren't they continuing to face danger head-on because they want to obtain the true meaning of life? In this great era, if I do not advance bravely, I will be letting down heaven for giving me this life. I will be wasting my second chance. I, Wu Ji, want to become immortal. I want to see things at a greater height. I want to gain more strength. This is the meaning of my life. After hearing Wu Ji's words, a complex expression appeared on Wu Jinzhu's face. She actually had high expectations of this junior Wu Ji, therefore she came to talk to her. But after talking, she found that she failed to convince Wu Ji. Instead, she became the one who was convinced. Since you have decided this, I have nothing else to say. Wu Jinzhu sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression as she bowed. Lady Jinzhu, Junior will remember the concern that you have shown to me. Saying so, another Gu immortal appeared. Ha ha ha, Wu Ji, I heard your words earlier. As expected of the number 1 Gu immortal seed of Wu clan, you did not shame our reputation. Wu Zhanping you came here for? Wu Jinzhu asked, but she had a guess in her heart. She was quite happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhanping nodded at Wu Jinzhu as he looked at Wu Ji. I am Wu clan's supreme elder in charge of guidance. Wu Ji, you have sufficient cultivation level and merit. I am tasked to guide you along the road of becoming an immortal. Wu Ji took in a deep breath. She clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Wu Zhanping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are a senior of the mortal Wu clan. After being the clan leader for many years, you know of many Gu immortal secrets. Our Wu clan cultivates many paths. We are most proficient in Wind Path. It is the reason why we are at the top of Southern Border's Gu immortal world. Our status is immovable. You can choose other paths too. We have almost all paths in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhanping had heard Wu Ji's words earlier. He liked this junior, and was willing to say more things. Wu Ji quickly replied, Please teach me, senior, I will listen. Wu Zhanping continued, Rather than choosing a path, it is more like you are choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest Wind Path true inheritance. Our first Supreme Elder Lord Wu Yong also cultivates Wind Path. He uses the strongest Wind Path true inheritance in Wu clan as well. However, there are many Wind Path cultivators. Competition is very steep. I would not recommend you to choose it. Right now, Wu clan has 2 true inheritances that even us Gu immortals feel desire towards. It is only that our paths have been set. Changing it has too high of a cost. During normal times, we might have the opportunity to do that. But with the turbulent era now, chaos is everywhere. It is the best opportunity for you juniors. Wu Jinzhu heard this. She agreed and said with happiness, This means that First Supreme Elder is really taking out these 3 true inheritances to nurture our Wu clan's descendants? Indeed, Lord Wu Yong has incredible foresight and magnanimity. Everyone in Wu clan holds him in high regard. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart. He told Wu Ji, There are 3 true inheritances of high value that even us Gu immortals want. I will list them for you. Choose wisely. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. He was a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal who turned himself into a zombie when his lifespan was near its end, hence the title. Corpse Emperor was in the demonic path. He was ruthless and vicious, causing super forces to join up and attack him. He died during the battle and his immortal zombie body turned into a corpse mountain upon his death. This mountain is hundreds of meters tall. Zombies roam all over the mountain. It produces transformation path zombie Gu and chi path corpse chi Gu. Back then, Southern Border's Zombie Alliance wanted ownership of this mountain and offered a high price to buy it from us to use as their headquarters, but we rejected them. Right now, it seems like our decision was right. Zombie Alliance was a front of Shadow Sect, but that's not our issue now. The point is that with the shift of the era, a true inheritance appeared on Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, which is this Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. This is a rank 8 enslavement path true inheritance. Wu Ji, if you choose it, Wu clan will definitely nurture you well. An enslavement path Gu immortal can fight a group on their own. The problem with enslavement path is the huge amount of resources needed, but Wu clan can help you with it. The only downside is that this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu. Wu Ji considered it for a while before shaking her head. Enslavement path is not my style. Immortal Gu are also hard to refine. I am not skilled in Gu refinement. It is too hard to cultivate this true inheritance well. Even with the clan's help, I will not choose it. Alright, then on to the next one. Wu Zhanping continued to speak. This true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance. It has a greater origin. It concerns spectral soul demon venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 profound soul true inheritance. The most amazing method is to raise soul beasts and nurture them into 7-7 profound soul birds. Once a 7-7 profound soul bird is created, it is almost impossible to kill. Even if they were gravely injured, as long as one of them is still alive, they will reappear in a short time. Even though this true inheritance also lacks immortal goo, it is able to bypass that and nurture soul beasts instead. The cultivation journey will be easier. Wu Ji shook her head. Even though soul beasts are strong, I dislike it. I cultivate my own body. Raising soul beasts is like becoming a nanny, it does not suit me. Wu Zhanping frowned slightly. Choosing a true inheritance is not child's play, Wu Ji, consider it well before making a decision. Indeed. Wu Jinzhu also nodded. Be it Corpse Emperor True Inheritance, or the 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance, they are extremely rare. Wu Ji, you need to treasure this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved. Immortals, thank you for the advice. May I know what the third true inheritance is? Wu Zhanping. The third true inheritance is the Xingtian true inheritance you retrieved. The person who left this true inheritance behind is famous in Gu master history. He is called Kong Xingtian. Kong Xingtian had she escaped immortal Gu. This Gu is incredible. It was once 4th place on the list of mystical Gu. But in recent years, because of the number 1 demon in the world, Gu Fang Yuan, Spring-Autumn Cicada received public recognition and got elevated to the 3rd mystical Gu, causing Chi escape Gu to fall in ranking. Speaking of Gu Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping and Wu Jinzhu showed complex expressions. Wu Ji could acutely sense that these two Gu immortals' breathing became slightly disoriented. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and made his way into Wu clan. Even someone as intelligent and perceptive as Wu Yong fell prey to his acting. But Wu clan was no longer qualified to take revenge on him. Over the course of the Fate War and the pursuit over Fang Yuan afterwards, even the variant human battle that happened in Eastern Sea recently cemented Fang Yuan's throne of the number 1 demon in the world. Nobody could topple his status. Not wanting to continue talking about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping got back to the topic. Kong Xingtian was a Chi-Path Gu immortal. He was most skilled at movement methods. The Chi-Path movement killer move that he created back then was named Kong Xingtian. It is incredibly powerful. If you obtain this true inheritance, you will move unhindered in the world, you will always have the initiative. This true inheritance was retrieved by you after all, it could be said you are fated for it. But the immortal Gu and the true inheritance are likely in the hands of that Kong Ri-Tian now. Chapter 2097. Number 1 Person in Dream Path. Wu Ji's expression sank. If that Kong Ri-Tian did not have Kong Xingtian's bloodline, I would not have lost that contest. Wu Zhanping shook his head. You did not lose. That Kong Ri-Tian has immortal Gu, but he is just immortal, even though he escaped luckily. So what? He cannot run for long. Many righteous path Gu immortals are already targeting him. If my Wu clan's Gu immortals succeed, this true inheritance's value will rise greatly. It will suit you more. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These 3 true inheritances are enslavement path, soul path, and Chi path. They are all wonderful. It is a pity they do not suit me. I should continue cultivating my strength path. Wu Zhanping frowned. Wu Jinzhu urged her. Wu Ji, I know you have a strength path true inheritance, but that true inheritance has a low quality. Its original owner was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. It cannot compare to these 3 true inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji was unmoved, Wu Jinzhu continued to speak. And most importantly, strength path is declining. It cannot compare to enslavement path or soul path. Even though Chi path was declining, with the merging of the 5 regions, Chi tides appeared and Chi path started to experience a rise again. Choosing Chi path is definitely wiser than staying with strength path. But Wu Ji shook her head. I'll choose strength path. Even though other true inheritances will allow me to have an easier time, if there's a strength path true inheritance, I'll still choose it. I will walk on strength path in my life. If I cannot use someone else's foundation, I will create my own. Wu Zhanping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a Gu immortal yet, you do not know the difficulties that we face. The benefits of these 3 true inheritances are simply indescribable, but you cannot feel them yet. Listen to me and choose one of the 3. In the future, when you cultivate on this long journey, you will be glad about the decision you made today. Wu Ji's expression had never been so solemn. She bowed deeply at the 2 immortals. Great immortals, I, Wu Ji, will never forget the care and concern that you have shown me. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this. I will not change it further. Even if I fail in the future, I am willing to bear the consequences. You. Sigh. Wu Jinzhu and Wu Zhanping shook their heads. They felt pity for Wu Ji, who had given up such a great opportunity. Mengjin Immortal Aperture. The sky here was filled with a pink aura that constantly moved and changed. At the center of the immortal aperture, there was a field of pink grassland. It was the Earth Dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to dig from southern borders underground. There was also a small sea of flowers situated at the northmost part of the immortal aperture. The flowers were all 9-tune dream flowers. This type of flower only had 1 petal each, but it spiraled upwards from the roots and showed a spiral form with 9 layers. It was quite peculiar. At the southeast of the immortal aperture, Wang Xiaoer specially created a lake. The lake had little water. It was hundreds of feet lower than the water level of the nearby shore. The entire lake was like a bowl that had a bit of water left inside it at the bottom. This lake water was called Dream River water. In the lake, there was a type of monstrous fish that looked like a tongue. It was bright red and moved agilely. It was called tongue-tipped small dream fish. Finally, at the northmost part of the immortal aperture was a field of desolate bones. Hundreds of huge bones were buried on the ground. A portion of them was still exposed externally. These bones were also dream path goo materials. They were obtained from the corpses of a few dream path ancient desolate beasts. Wang Xiaoer placed them here and set up the goo formation, creating this bone dream sand farm. The sand farm was nourished using the bone marrow, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earth dream fetus hair, 9-tune dream flower, dream river water, tongue-tipped small dream fish, and dream sand. These were all the dream path goo materials that Fang Yuan obtained during this period of time. Currently speaking, dream path goo materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had almost ransacked the entire underground area of southern border, but he only collected this much. But inside Fang Jin immortal aperture, these goo materials will be nurtured well. Soon, a stream of immortal materials will be produced. Wang Xiaoer was quite confident about this. Even though there were dream path Dao marks at these dream path goo materials' original locations, the surrounding Dao marks were still mostly earth path. They were suppressed and could not develop well. They were simply living between the cracks. But now, they were moved into Fang Jin immortal aperture. They were like flood dragons released into the ocean, or tigers entering a mountain. They could grow freely without restraint. In this relaxed environment that was predominantly made of dream path Dao marks, these dream path goo materials would have great growth. In addition, Fang Yuan had memories of the future. He had outstanding methods to nurture them. Fang Jin immortal aperture's time difference with the outside world was also quite good. This way, my dream path development has finally gotten on track. As long as I work hard, I will have ample gains in the future. Fang Yuan assessed himself. His investment into dream path would stop here. In terms of dream path mortal goo recipes and experience in exploring dream realms, Fang Yuan had 500 years of memories. He still had the upper hand. In terms of dream path immortal goo, Fang Yuan had 4 of them. He was definitely the top person in the current world. In terms of attainment level, Fang Yuan was a dream path master. There might be others who were at this level as well, but he was without doubt still among the fastest group of people. Furthermore, in terms of dream path immortal goo recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan was certainly the person with the number 1 results. He had 2 dream path immortal goo recipes that were undoubtedly accurate and exceptional. In terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan also had an absolute advantage. Fang Jin Huang was just immortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a goo immortal, she was not an immortal ascended from the pure dream reality seeker physique. She could not compare to Fang Yuan. Comprehensively, Fang Yuan was definitely the number 1 person in the world in terms of dream path. Such results already exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, he only had to maintain a certain lead in dream path. And now was still not the time for the true rise of dream path. Taking Fang Jin immortal aperture for example, it was definitely the number 1 dream path goo material production ground in the world, but it could only produce rank 6 dream path immortal materials. The quantity was also pitifully small. Without sufficient dream path immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not raise the ranks of his dream path immortal goo. The truth was, even though he had rank 8 immortal goo like Dream Token and could use killer moves like Dreamy Light Smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Duke Long or Spectral Soul in combat. In battles of the highest level, Dream Path was only a special method that could intimidate and make the foes wary. Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave. He would need to face the likely revived star constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was inside the door of life and death. Facing such existences, his Dream Path methods that were still at the early stages of development were unreliable as his main methods. The truth is, by combining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique and spectral soul split soul method, I can create dream path goo immortals in bulk. But the extra dream path immortal apertures are useless. The greatest gain will still be natural inspiration. I will obtain new dream path immortal goo recipes. Even if I try to use the ascension tribulation to refine immortal goo, it will not be easy. Tribulations were controlled by heaven's will. They could be strong or weak. When strong, there would be more heaven and earth chi. After succeeding the tribulation, there would be a lot of heaven and earth chi left behind to use for refining immortal goo. But if heavens will reduce the strength of the tribulation, there would not be extra heaven and earth chi. He could not refine dream path immortal goo in that case. If heavens will did that, Fang Yuan's gains would be very small. Firstly, the cost of creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was high. He had to use a large number of dream realms. If heavens will tried something new and alter the tribulation contents, Fang Yuan would be in danger as well. After all, Fang Yuan's dream path foundation was already exposed to heavens will last time. Thus, recuperating for some time and using Fang Jin immortal aperture to hide from heaven's will and develop rapidly, while refining new dream path immortal goo before undergoing tribulation was the best method now. Continuing to invest in dream path would not have much relative returns. If Fang Yuan continued his investment, he would face heaven's will's suppression and also the pressure of being a frontrunner. It would be difficult and troublesome. He might as well wait until dream path flourished and dream realms were everywhere. After the trend grew to that extent, he could use the opportunity to develop, saving time and energy. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had. In the hands of others, these dream realms would give them an opportunity to stay ahead of the era. Be it Western Desert's Tang Clan, Central Continent's Fang Jin Huang, or Northern Plains' Lady Poison Scorpion, they would be the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was that they could raise his attainment levels and allow him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiuzhen was truly the dream path clone that Fang Yuan took effort to create. His dream realm exploration efficiency was many times higher than the main body. As Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose, he made great gains. At the same time, he also continued to annex the grotto heavens in the two heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks, 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had long histories behind them. Fang Yuan annexed everything. It was the same as instantly taking the accumulations of others for countless years. Fang Yuan's strength grew time and again. Each time, his improvement was huge. This speed was simply unheard of. The specialty of the sovereign immortal body and the power of unrestrained heavenly mark, they surpassed the logic of the cultivation world. Either one would allow a person to rise to the top, leaving their name in history. The most terrifying thing was when they were used together, the effect would be even greater. The actual result created would far surpass a simple addition of the two. But be it a rise in foundation or strength, Fang Yuan still remained as a pseudo-venerable. He might be the number one pseudo-venerable in history, but that was pointless. Without becoming a venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly while annexing immortal apertures. He also inspected his own luck very often. The silver-white pillar of light was getting thicker, but the clouds above him were also growing in size. Be it the black cloud representing spectral soul demon venerable, or the golden cloud representing giant sun immortal venerable, they were growing. As for the star cloud representing star constellation immortal venerable, it had expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two. The situation had not reached the worst scenario yet. Fang Yuan still had time to continue his cultivation and recuperation. Chapter 2098. Huland. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains of southern border. If it were in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, or Northern Plains, it might be more famous, but southern border had too many mountains. It had the most number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain became quite inconspicuous. It gave people a feeling of being ordinary. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common goo material that had poison path and earth path Dao marks. It had very little value in the market due to abundance. During rainy seasons, Rotten Mud Mountain would turn into a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud, which was a widely used goo refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with the ice and snow path Dao marks and turn into rotten frozen mud. It was also a common resource. Because it was very fertile, when mixed in soil to nurture crops, the effect would be outstanding. Many southern border villages made use of it. Furthermore, rotten frozen mud was the food of the smelly fart fat worm. Thus, this rotten mud mountain also produced the smelly fart fat worm as well. The smelly fart fat worm was a rank 1 poison path goo worm. It looked like black boar goo, often sold by unscrupulous merchants as fake black boar goo. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm in name was smelly fart goo, it was also a rank 1 poison path goo worm. Similar to the smelly fart fat worm, smelly fart goo was also living in rotten mud mountain. Living on what grew around them, there were several villages that survived using the resources of the rotten mud mountain. These villages were all scattered around the periphery of rotten mud mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they were more likely to work together. Because rotten mud mountain was a famous mountain, it could obviously produce immortal materials. The mountain even had poison path desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. These villages did not have goo immortals. They were at most rank 5 goo masters. They would not dare to live on the mountain. Rumble. On this day, the people in the few villages heard thunderous sounds. They became shocked and uncertain. What is happening on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous. We goo masters cannot understand what is happening. Next, people heard the shouting of people. Kong Ri Tian, you cannot escape. I know that you are hiding here, but can you hide here forever? Come out now and hand over your goo worms. I can still spare your life. If you miss this chance, after I search the mountain and find you, you will wish you were dead instead. Wu Clan's goo immortal shouted, his voices creating sound waves that spread around the area. The people in the villages at the periphery of the mountain were instantly shook. An immortal! An immortal appeared. Oh heavens! I know about this demon Kong Ri Tian. He specially targets pure and innocent girls. To think an immortal would go after him, he's dead meat. Did Kong Ri Tian get an immortal goo so an immortal is coming to snatch it? Humph! This is not snatching, the immortal is just upholding justice and righteousness. Do you guys think we will meet an immortal if we go there? Will we obtain a way to become immortal? After the Fate War, everyone in the world learned of the existence of immortals. Before that, because most people lived in isolation, many people thought that immortals were just legends. Damn it! Kong Ri Tian was covered in injuries. He hid in a rotten mud cave with a face full of despair. Sigh, Wu Clan's immortal is too domineering. I have implicated you all. Kong Ri Tian looked at Wang Xiaoer and the 4 great obscenities, feeling guilt. On that day, after leaving the sinkhole, the situation turned chaotic. The 4 great obscenities were originally after Kong Ri Tian's immortal inheritance, but they ended up getting chased together. Kong Ri Tian also knew about the 4 great obscenities' desire. He used the inheritance to lure them. They ended up working together and escaping for their lives. After all, Xingtian true inheritance had only showed itself slightly. Goo immortals did not pay attention to it yet. Kong Ri Tian only had to face rank 5 experts like Wu Ji or Shang Xinci. The 4 great obscenities had great strength themselves. Together with Kong Ri Tian, who was a famous demon in southern border, they managed to escape by working together. However, good times did not last. Because Xingtian true inheritance was exposed, all the super clans started to go after it. They sent goo immortals out. Kong Ri Tian and the rest got into huge danger. They hid everywhere they could, eventually ending up in rotten mud mountain. But now, Wu Clan's goo immortal was here to send them into despair. So be it if we die, so what? Brother Kong, say no more, this is our fate. Speaking of which, dying in the hands of an immortal is quite glorious too. The central continent 4 great obscenities chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At this desperate moment, they displayed their grand attitude towards life. All right, enough of such talk. Who said you would die? Suddenly, from Kong Ri Tian's body, a will floated out. Seeing this will, central continent's 4 great obscenities showed a complex expression. This was Kong Xingtian's will. Other than the will in Xingtian true inheritance, there were also immortal goo and immortal essence. This way, Kong Ri Tian had goo immortal methods to use. This was also the reason why the 4 great obscenities did not attack Kong Ri Tian to snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle until now from the pursuit of goo immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Xingtian's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Are your injuries healed already? Do you mean we can still survive? Kong Ri Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He asked in succession. Kong Xingtian's will sighed. I am not injured. Using goo immortal methods just takes a huge toll on me. Thus I had to sleep and use goo worms to replenish my will. As for whether you can be saved, of course you can. Why did I ask you to come here before I fell asleep? It was because this place allows us to escape from these people. After saying this, Kong Xingtian took action and activated his Gu immortal method. Everyone was shocked to find out that a long tunnel secretly appeared in this rotten mud cave without any commotion. They all entered the tunnel as they went deeper underground, arriving in a hall. Kong Xingtian's will sighed deeply after returning here. Back then, my main body spent 100 years and used all sorts of clues to investigate and track down this place. After much effort, I finally found this Huland. It was a pity that my body was too old then. I did not have long to live. I could only make arrangements and leave. Huland. Is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in legends of Renzu? Everyone was surprised. They had heard of it before. Was simply too widely known in the world. Kong Xingtian's will smiled arrogantly. Of course. Huland shares the same reputation as Shiland. It is a supreme secluded domain of Qi Path. Little Ritian, you know that my main body's most signature method was to shoot out currents from my body's pores and move rapidly. Huland and Shiland are complementary. It is a perfect pair with my killer move. Using it, we can definitely escape from these pursuers. That is great. Everyone was surprised and joyful. Even though they did not fear death, the best situation was obviously to survive. Kong Xingtian's will sighed as he added, "It is a pity that you are not a Gu immortal, little Ritian. You cannot bring this secluded domain of heaven and earth with you. Once I use this killer move, you will scatter and fly out like meteors. The speed is incredible and nobody can catch you. But this Huland will be left for those Gu immortals outside." Kong Ritian did not mind it. "Ancestor, keeping our lives is already good enough. Since we cannot bring this secluded domain of heaven and earth away, Wu clan can keep it safe for us now. One day, I will take it back. That Wu Ji or Shang Xinci will moan under my legs. They will suffer for this." Kong Ritian said this, his gaze turned ruthless. He emitted the aura of a demonic path member who had no fear for anything. He was filled with evil intentions. Kong Xingtian's will laughed loudly. "Good, this is how my descendant should act like." Kong Xingtian was also a demonic path member back then. He liked descendants like Kong Ritian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ritian had committed countless sins, he did not lack talent or a proper nature. Otherwise he would survive in southern border for so long and even gain the reputation of a strong demon. Chenin Dao spoke. "Lord Gu Immortal, these people are my brothers. We would like to travel together. I heard from Lord's words that we will be separated?" Kong Xingtian's will nodded. "Indeed, if my main body was still here, I can use Huland to let you guys escape together. But I am only a will now. I can barely use Huland, be it direction or destination. I cannot control either. Maybe you can stay here and hide elsewhere. After I leave with little Ritian, that southern border Gu Immortal might go after us instead." Chenin Dao and the rest were troubled. Since they could leave, they definitely should leave. Staying here was too risky. Central continents for obscenities were experienced with living like fugitives. They knew that staying behind was the same as courting death. But if they escaped, they would not be together with Wang Xiaoer. And if they were separated and the curse had activated. "Brother Kong, I would like to speak to you." Thinking of this, Chenin Dao sighed deeply. He decided to speak the truth. Kong Ritian was a little surprised. Even though he cooperated with the Central Continent for great obscenities, he kept his guard up. But now that his ancestor was awake, he was not afraid of the four great obscenities' sneak attack. Kong Ritian went to a corner with Chenin Dao as they conversed quietly. "So that's it?" Kong Ritian gasped. "Why else would we be like this?" Chenin Dao spoke very helplessly. Kong Ritian blinked wildly. "I thought that Central Continent people had such interests. Speaking of which, when I first saw that, I was shocked to think that you brothers would have such interests." Their conversation could be heard as muffled voices in the air. "Brothers, what do you think boss is telling Brother Kong?" Wang Xiaoer was confused. He asked in curiosity. Note: Shiland sucks in Qi, Huland expels Qi. Chapter 2099. Wu Yong's excitement. The other three obscenities had ugly expressions too. Kong Ritian was not just in the demonic path, he had the same hobbies as them. They could be considered the same kind of people. To think that they would have to expose the truth to him now, it was truly shameful and humiliating. Hearing Wang Xiaoer's words, they even felt their anus tightening up. The four great obscenities were already in deep anguish while Wang Xiaoer was starting to enjoy himself. Because he was a mysterious immortal, the four great obscenities did not dare to say anything. Thus, the three of them gave vague replies. Boss has his own good reasons for not telling us. Xiaoer, we need to believe in him. Boss is definitely thinking for our sake, he just does not want us to worry. This is not a problem. Wang Xiaoer felt a little embarrassed from their words. I was wrong. Brothers, don't blame me, I was just curious. After Kong Xingtian understood the situation, he returned to his ancestor Kong Xingtian's will and explained everything to him. Hearing this, Kong Xingtian's will showed a peculiar expression. Let me try first. Kong Xingtian's will did not say that confidently. Immortal, please go ahead. Qin Yin Dao and the rest quickly shouted with expressions of endless gratitude. Kong Xingtian's will was in no rush to treat them, he first used investigative methods to inspect their fortune. After taking a look, Kong Xingtian's will had an idea. The size of these people's fortune she is much larger than normal, it is not weak at all. Especially that Wang Xiaoer, is he really an amnesiac immortal? Kong Xingtian's will decided to save them. The central continent for great obscenities were mere mortals, whether it was worthwhile to help them would depend on their fortune. Kong Xingtian was a demonic path Gu immortal, he naturally did things with a focus on benefits. Just using Hu Lan to let them escape would not consume much immortal essence, he would only have to use a method. But to treat the four great obscenities problem would incur a huge cost. Especially when the immortal essence that Kong Xingtian left behind were limited in quantity. Next, Kong Xingtian started his true investigation. A moment later Kong Xingtian's will showed a serious expression, he shook his head. I cannot treat your problem. Kong Ritian was surprised. Ancestor, even your methods cannot work? Kong Xingtian's will sighed. I can heal most injuries in this world, but the immortal method on you guys is quite extraordinary. It is caused by the legendary love goo. This goo belongs to Spirit Affinity House. It seems that the person who used it on you is the current generation fairy. You are quite lucky to have even met Spirit Affinity House's fairy. The four great obscenities expressions turned pale. Wang Xiaoer was confused. Do my brothers have a huge hidden problem in their bodies? He became anxious. All of you hid this from me. Didn't we say that we would share good times and bad times together? What problem do you have? Even though I can't help, I can at least try to share your burden. Wang Xiaoer said this, he got anxious, there was even slight rage in his tone. The four great obscenities looked at Wang Xiaoer, feeling pain internally. Or more accurately speaking, their butts were starting to hurt again. Was it their good luck or bad luck to have met such a person? They were lucky because they could survive until now because of him. But why was it that they would rather have never met him? This is our fate. Chenin Dao sighed bitterly. Immortal, since you cannot save us, we might as well stay here and wait for death. Kong Xingtian's will chuckled as he waved his hand. Even though I cannot save you, I have a method that can alleviate your problem. I can temporarily suppress this problem within you, it will not bother you for some time. You can do that. The four great obscenities became excited, they quickly thanked him profusely. Wang Xiaoer was also quite excited. Kong Xingtian's will pondered again. According to my deductions, your fortune does not exist in southern border, it is still in central continent. What? The four great obscenities looked at each other, they were chased out of central continent after all, but hearing Kong Xingtian's words, they still had to return to central continent. Kong Xingtian's will snorted coldly. This is all I'll say, whether you believe it is up to you. Go. The reason he spoke to these mortals for so long was because of his inheritor Kong Ritian. As for Wang Xiaoer, Kong Xingtian's will did not want to involve himself. If his main body was around, he might intervene. But now, who knew what background Wang Xiaoer had? Was he really having amnesia or was he pretending? Even if he did lose his memories, looking at him, he still had defensive methods. Kong Ritian had not become a Gu immortal yet, he was even pursued by southern border's righteous path Gu immortals. Kong Xingtian decided to act ignorant. He wanted nothing to do with Wang Xiaoer. Go. Kong Xingtian spoke as he activated a killer move, utilizing Hu Lan. Normally speaking, when Gu immortals use killer moves, a strong aura would leak out and cause others to be wary. But Kong Xingtian's method could conceal the aura to a relatively perfect degree. This method was really rare. In the current 5 regions, only Yong could do it. This meant that when Kong Xingtian was alive, he was definitely a huge headache for his enemies. They could not easily defend against him. Thus, when Wu Clan's Gu immortal found something amiss, it was all too late. He watched as these people flew away in all directions, unable to stop them. Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was upset but also filled with shock and uncertainty. Because he found Hu Land. This is a Qi path secluded domain of heaven and earth? I am going to make a huge contribution. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortal confirmed it, he became intensely happy. He started to contact Wu Clan's first supreme elder Wu Yong. When Wu Yong received the news, he was settling the clan affairs in his room. Hu Land! He immediately stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. Next, he opened his mouth. He blew out a mouthful of green wind. After the green wind moved around and grew into the size of a fist, it entered Wu Yong's mind. Thoughts collided in Wu Yong's mind as they were constantly produced. The green wind would absorb them and assist in the collision speed, allowing him to think faster. Even though Wu Yong was a wind path expert, his attainment level was beyond the level of mimicry. He could easily copy the trait of wisdom path. Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If Wu Clan can obtain it, this might be the chance for me to start my domination. Wu Yong was extremely happy. It was as if a fire burned in his heart, blazing intensely. There were many secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in legends of Renzu. For Time Path, there was the River of Time. For Space Path, there was Space Cave, also known as Space Door. For Qi Path, there was Xi Land and Hu Land. For Rule Path, there was Reverse Flow River, Chengbai Mountain, and Minuscule Mountain. For Information Path, there was Qiankuan Crystal Wall, Whisper Forest. And for Soul Path, there was Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that comprised several paths, for example City Well, the Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the Great Tao. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth had scattered down marks, the total number usually surpassed rank 9 immortal Gu. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not just recorded in, very rarely, they had been obtained by Gu immortals or superforces, leaving behind their own legends. If a secluded domain of heaven and earth was used well, it could give a huge benefit to the superforce. Even pseudo-venerables and venerables would benefit greatly from them. Ignoring anyone else, just the pseudo-venerable demon immortal Qi Ju, he had used Xi Lan to participate in a top-level fight of the Gu immortal world immediately after reviving. Wu Yong knew. For a superforce, if they could develop a secluded domain of heaven and earth well, they would gain immense profits from a monopoly in the market, for example, like Danghun Mountain. For a Gu immortal, a secluded domain of heaven and earth was the replacement of a rank 9 immortal Gu. It could shake the entire era, causing a new trend to emerge in the immortal world. Rank 9 immortal Gu were too hard to get. There were not many rank 9 immortal Gu even in history. For example, Fate Gu, Heavenly Court spent millions of years trying to protect and restore it. Or Wisdom Gu, for example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerables spent a lot of effort to keep it within 88 True Young building. There was also Hatred Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable plotted for hundreds of thousands of years before succeeding. The Venerables in history were the group that had the most number of rank 9 immortal Gu, all of their vital Gu were rank 9. Other than them, the number didn't even reach 5. Thus, the value of a secluded domain of heaven and earth was apparent. Using a secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core to activate an immortal killer move would often have great effects. Like Fang Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. I need to do my best and obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I need to get it secretly and prevent information from leaking. Wu Yong made up his mind. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had huge implications if it was exposed. The whole of southern border would get involved. The other 4 regions might even come to snatch it. But now, this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great chance for himself. Other forces only knew about Xingtian true inheritance, they did not know about this Hu Land. Earlier, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal had already fought against the other clans' Gu Immortals. They left on their own accord. Right now on Rotten Mud Mountain, there were no other lone and demonic cultivators. In the past, if a rank 8 inheritance like Xingtian true inheritance appeared, the entire southern border Gu immortal world would be moved. Many people would be sent out to fight for it. But it was different now. All 5 regions had inheritances appear. They were all exposed due to the Qi tides. Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was able to defeat the competitors mostly due to this reason. The other superforces were busy dealing with their own territories. They were trying to get the inheritances of the highest value. Xingtian true inheritance was just one of them. Compared to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Qi Si Ancestor are both Qi Path Gu Immortals. This Hu land has huge significance to them. But luckily, Demon Immortal Qi Ju is currently suppressed by Divine Emperor City, while Qi Si Ancestor is fighting against the variant human alliance led by Fang Yuan. He has no time to spare. As for Fang Yuan, Wu Yong was still most worried about Gu Yu Fang Yuan. Chapter 2100. Fire Thunder True Inheritance. In the past, Wu Yong chased after Fang Yuan and forced him to go from southern border to western desert. Now, Wu Yong was afraid that Fang Yuan would approach his clan and snatch Hu land away. Wu Yong knew that if Fang Yuan came for it, he would not be able to block him. Immortal Gu were easily destroyed. Fang Yuan might act carefully, but these kinds of secluded domains were hard to destroy. He was almost certainly going to succeed in snatching it. Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He can cultivate any path. That is quite terrifying. Hu land is definitely useful to him. If this Hu land is exposed, my Wu clan will not be able to keep it, it will be taken away. By then, not only will we waste our time and resources, we may also incur deaths. Wu clan's prestige may also fall. It will be better if we leave it alone. Wu Yong thought about the situation. He decided to send people and secretly take Hu land away. If it got exposed during this process, he would immediately abandon it. Even though Wu clan was big, it was not the match of someone like Fang Yuan. In this world, the number of people did not matter, only individual strength was of importance. Those villages around Rotten Mud Mountain have no Gu immortals, but we need to prevent the mortals and Gu masters from exposing the news. Maybe we can make use of the beast tide to settle this problem. There is no rush to find Kong Ritian, we can just investigate it secretly. Hopefully, he does not expose his location before I get Hu land. If he still kept up the commotion, he would cause suspicions. Wu clan's Gu immortal was actually unable to capture Kong Ritian. Wasn't that too strange? What method did Kong Ritian use to escape from Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal? By then, they would cast their suspicions on Rotten Mud Mountain. Thus, Wu Yong would rather have Kong Ritian hide himself these few days without exposing his location. To lure the attention of Southern Border's Gu immortal world, I might need to activate my arrangement in Ba clan in advance to create a smokescreen for me to take Hu land. Of course, there's the one biggest flaw in this plan, that is Kong Ritian. Kong Ritian has Kong Xingtian's will, he can connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. At the crucial moment, if he exposes the secret of Hu land, it would cause our Wu clan to suffer a huge amount of conflict. But this possibility is quite unlikely. Wu Yong analyzed to himself. Firstly, Kong Xingtian cultivated Qi Path. Kong Ritian would definitely cultivate Qi Path too. If Wu clan obtains Hu land, from their perspective, they would want to compete with Wu clan in the dark and retrieve Hu land without a commotion. They would not want a large number of competitors to emerge. Secondly, if Kong Ritian exposed the secret of Hu land, he would be the mortal enemy of Wu clan. It was not a wise thing to do since it would cause them to take revenge. At the same time, Kong Ritian would expose the secret that he was still escaping. Other Gu immortals would go and capture him. Even though the possibility was unlikely, the chance was still there. The risk of secretly taking away Hu land was very huge to Wu clan. But the benefit it involved was also massive. Wu Yong was willing to take the risk. Some days later, above Red Dragon River, Wu clans, Xia clans, and Ba clans Gu immortals were nervously anticipating a contest. River water surged as ripples spread with explosive sounds. This was the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River. It produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms. A newly discovered rank 8 true inheritance was hidden at the bottom of this river segment. The person who set up this true inheritance was called Fire Thunder Divine Lord. He cultivated Fire Path primarily with Lightning Path secondarily. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he had above average luck and experienced many fortuitous encounters. He was not a southern border Gu immortal. He came from Western Desert. He had once caused chaos in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Several Western Desert super forces chased after him. Even though he managed to survive, by the time he got to the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, his injuries could not be healed. Before dying, he made his arrangements. Precisely because of his arrangements, this river segment turned into the Fire Thunder River segment gradually over time. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were not eye-catching. They were very close to that of nature. Even though this was the intersection of Ba clan and Xia clan, the two super forces did not notice anything strange. They thought it was a natural development. Even though Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, No immortal Gu had ever been produced. Thus, Ba clan and Xia clan did not pay attention to it. For mortals, even though the fire path and lightning path mortal Gu were alluring, the environment was too dangerous. Few rank 5 Gu masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance remained hidden for so long, until now when the chi tides swept through the world, it was unveiled. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was quite high quality. It caused almost all of Southern Border's super clans to compete for it. After some probing and fighting, only 3 competitors were left. One was Wu clan, the other 2 were Ba clan and Xia clan. Ba clan's current first supreme elder was Ba Da. He was tall and had a plain look. He had a strong body with broad shoulders and chest. His skin that was not covered looked like 1,000-year-old tree bark. There was even green moss growing on it. He had a large mouth and broad nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth, covering them completely. His dark green beard hung down to his waist, while his jade green hair extended to the back of his waist. Ba Da floated in the air as he called to Wu Yong. Wu clan, you are overstepping your boundaries. This is the territory of my Ba clan. Regardless of what true inheritance it is, this belongs to Ba clan. Wu clan, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Border's Gu Immortals, why are you not being a role model? Are you ignoring the rules of the righteous path? Wu Yong smiled as he said gentlemanly. Since when has this Fire Thunder River segment become yours? The territorial boundary between Xia clan and Ba clan is a sensitive area. Ba Da, you need to speak more carefully. At least, you need to ask about the opinion of our comrades from Xia clan. Before he finished, Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Zhao spoke. Lord Wu Yong, regardless of whether this is Xia clan's or Ba clan's territory, it is still our matter. Wu clan is far away at the southernmost area. Even Xiao clan is nowhere close to the Fire Thunder River segment. Even though Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level, Xia clan's original first supreme elder Xia Cha had already been turned into a mortal Gu master by Fang Yuan. Xia Zhao was now the current first supreme elder, on the same status as Ba Da. Thus, it was not strange that he spoke. Xia clan and Wu clan had conflict between them even from before now. Their relationship was not good. Ignoring anything else, just merely in recent years. Xia clan and Wu clan conflicted over Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Yihai and forced Xia Fei Kuai away, winning the contest. After that, Xiao clan still made an attack and took over Qiao clan's empty origin pit. Qiao clan was Wu clan's subsidiary force. Invading Qiao clan's territory was offending Wu clan. After that, Wu Yong used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. Xiao clan was forced to return empty origin pit. Xiao clan's external supreme elder immortal Yan Huang had once owned Moon Bowl, but Wu clan had already taken possession of this territory. Thus, even though Xia clan and Ba clan were not harmonious, because Wu clan was the strongest among them, these two clans were actually standing on the same side now. Qiao Silu's expression changed slightly. She was one of Southern Border's 3 great fairies. Her beauty was on par with Fairy Miao Ying. Her cultivation level was also rank 7. This time, with Wu clan's action, Qiao clan had to show some effort as their subsidiary force, thus they sent Qiao Silu to accompany Wu Yong. Qiao Silu knew about the rules of the righteous path. Seeing Ba clan and Xia clan joining up against Wu clan, she became anxious internally. Righteous path Gu immortals had a set of rules to follow. They were not as free as the demonic path or carefree as the lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong, seemingly the number 1 person in Southern Border, without a good righteous reason, he could not take Fire Thunder true inheritance by force. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his status as the Southern Alliance leader became the chains that bound him. If Wu Yong took it by force, he would lose everyone's support. Southern Border's righteous path would lose faith in his impartiality as the Alliance leader. Wu clan was a powerful force, but they did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder true inheritance was really not significant to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to take it now, Wu clan's losses would be even larger instead. Against Xia clan and Ba clan's resistance, the smile on Wu Yong's face became even more evident. Go bring the person here, he instructed. The Wu clan Gu immortal behind him opened his immortal aperture's entrance. A mortal Gu master came out. Wu Yong introduced. This Western Desert Gu master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. Whether Fire Thunder River segment belongs to Ba clan or Xia clan does not matter. What is clear is that the fire thunder true inheritance in the river belongs to this little friend. The expressions of Ba clan's and Xia clan's Gu immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again with calm composure. As righteous path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has its owner, it belongs to this friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I need to be impartial in my actions. If anyone suspects his identity, you can extract his blood and test it. As expected of Lord Wu Yong. So he came prepared. Xiao Silu's eyes shined as she calmed down. With this excuse, Wu clan had the right of reason, they could block any accusations that came at them. Wu Yong could use his full strength. In contrast, Ba clan and Xia clan fell into an awkward spot. Ba De and Xia Zhao looked at each other, their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong made such ample preparation, they were quite surprised. Even though Wu Yong had just risen to power recently, his political skill was a huge lesson to the entire southern border Gu immortal world. Ba De and Xia Zhao knew that since Wu Yong brought out this bloodline descendant, his identity had to be authentic. Even if Wu Yong was faking it, he would have done it with a superb method that could not be seen through for now. Ba De and Xia Zhao discussed among themselves and took a few steps forward. Ba De had a solemn expression. How can we return an inheritance of southern border to western desert? Xia Zhao added. Since Fire Thunder Divine Lord died here and left his true inheritance in southern border, this is simply the will of heaven. Ba clan and Xia clan could not back out. The true inheritance was in between their territories. If they backed off now, would they still keep their reputation? Wu Yong was not surprised by their words, he waved his sleeves. Then let the three of us compete for it. The situation had reached this stage, they could only fight to determine the outcome. Let me exchange blows with you. Ba De shouted as he acted first. Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level, he quickly flew away and attacked from afar, helping Ba De to restrain Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily, intense winds blew as the sky turned dark. Ba De cultivated wood path, he activated his killer move, countless ancient trees and flying leaves appeared in the sky. But against Wu Yong's killer moves, the trees were sliced apart and the leaves wilted away. After 3 rounds, Ba De and Xia Zhao got defeated by Wu Yong. The superior side was very obvious. Anything else to say? Wu Yong smiled. Xia Zhao had a livid expression, he remained silent. He could not help but recall the time when Xia Zhao was still rank 8, at least back then. Wu Yong was not so arrogant. He actually became this strong. Ba De was internally shaken as he clenched his fists. But I still have another trump card killer move unused. If I try, can I defeat Wu Yong? Ba De thought about it, he relaxed his clenched fists. Just this Fire Thunder true inheritance was not important enough for him to expose the killer move that he had kept a secret for years. Ba clan and Xia clan left in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert Gu Master to the bottom of the river as he retrieved the Fire Thunder true inheritance. The Western Desert Gu Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong agreed immediately. This Western Desert Gu Master was called Zhong Yi. He had ample talent and a good character. He could become a Gu immortal seed with some nurturing. Wu clan had no losses in taking him in. Because of Fang Yuan, a number of Wu clan's Gu immortals had died. Wu Yong needed more Wu clan Gu immortals to emerge now, thus he took in the surrounding Gu masters of other regions as their clan's future external elders. Congratulations to Lord Wu Yong, you easily defeated Ba clan and Xia clan, obtaining Fire Thunder true inheritance. Xiao Silu said with deep politeness. In the current southern border, who dares to contend with our lord? Wu clan's Gu immortals gained a surge in morale, they spoke excitedly. Wu Yong acknowledged their words, he said calmly. Spread news of today's battle. I want the entire southern border Gu immortal world to hear of it. Yes. Wu clan's Gu immortals answered. Lord Wu Yong, I, Mushroom Man Gu immortal Xian Hong, seek your audience. At this time, a Mushroom Man Gu immortal approached from the southeast direction, riding waves along the way. What? A Mushroom Man Gu immortal? Does he come from Mushroom Man Paradise? Such guts. The Gu immortals around Wu Yong had changes of expressions. Xian Hong wore a white shirt, he had a plain face, he did not conceal his appearance. There was a large mushroom above his head, looking like a hat. Wu Yong's heart jolted. At the next moment, Xian Hong transmitted to Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong, I come from Mushroom Man Paradise. I carry the orders of Lord Gu Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's expression did not change, he replied. For what matter have you come? Xian Hong smiled. Xingtian true inheritance. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk immediately. Chapter 2101. Fang Yuan makes a transaction. Wu Yong tried to stay calm as he exchanged some words with Mushroom Man Gu immortal Xian Hong. So Fang Yuan wants my Xingtian true inheritance, but he has not discovered who land. After some probing, the worry in his heart was finally lifted. The truth was, as long as Kong Ri Tian did not expose this secret personally, there was only a slight possibility that Hu Land would be discovered by anyone else other than Wu clan. Back then, Kong Ri Tian and the rest used Hu Land to escape. No other Gu immortal saw them. After Kong Ri Tian and the rest escaped, no news of them had emerged. Thus, outsiders like Fang Yuan would think that Kong Ri Tian is in my hands. Thus, he came to me for Xingtian true inheritance. Wu Yong thought, my actions earlier were not good enough. I should have announced immediately that Kong Ri Tian was captured by my Wu clan. Even though that was not true, if Wu clan publicized that, Kong Ri Tian would not come out to refute him anyway. If Kong Ri Tian exposed himself, the Gu immortals that were after Xingtian true inheritance would charge towards him like jackals. They would tear his weak little body to shreds. If Kong Ri Tian hears such an announcement from my Wu clan, he will also understand our motive. Keeping Hu Land a secret will also be ensuring his safety. He will not reject it. Wu Yong had another plan. He could make up for his previous mistake. Hu Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had immense value. If Wu clan wanted to own it, he would need to do it in secret. I can let you have Xingtian true inheritance. Wu Yong rapidly transmitted and replied Xian Hong. For Hu Lan, giving up Xingtian true inheritance was a wise decision. Moreover, this Xingtian true inheritance had just been obtained by Wu clan. It had contents but not immortal Gu. The immortal Gu and immortal essence were still in Kong Ri Tian's hands. Xian Hong was slightly stunned. Wu Yong agreed so readily, it was out of his expectations. He was a Gu immortal expert of Mushroom Man Paradise. After Lu Weiyin submitted to Fang Yuan along with the entire paradise, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. This was the first mission that Fang Yuan gave him. When Xian Hong received this mission, he felt great internal pressure. He had heard of Wu Yong's name long ago. Along the way, he was thinking of what to do if Wu Yong rejected or refused to agree with this. To think that he would agree so easily after they met. I finally understand the might and prestige of my lord now. Xian Hong sighed internally, filled with deep emotions. Xian Hong added, Lord Wu Yong, my lord is willing to pay for the entire Xingtian true inheritance. It was Wu Yong's turn to be stunned. Hearing Xian Hong's words, it seemed like Fang Yuan wanted a fair trade. He was not going to extort or snatch it by force. Wu Yong quickly reacted. He listed his condition. Xian Hong frowned slightly. Because Wu Yong wanted a rank 9 wind path immortal material, it was quite rare in the market. Xian Hong could not decide this alone. He quickly communicated with Fang Yuan. After receiving an answer, Xian Hong started to smile again as he looked at Wu Yong. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven, this transaction was quickly completed. Fang Yuan obtained the full details of Xingtian true inheritance, while Wu Yong obtained a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan has a large number of grotto heavens from the 2 heavens. It is not strange that he has rare immortal materials. But he really went ahead to transact with me? Surprisingly, getting a rank 9 wind path immortal material, Wu Yong's preparatory work for refining 8-faced prestige wind immortal Gu achieved a significant breakthrough. But Wu Yong could not be happy. Fang Yuan had the battle strength to snatch Xingtian true inheritance, but he did not do that. He only sent a Mushroom Man Gu immortal and expressed his sincerity in making a fair trade. Afterwards, he held his word and paid with a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan is truly amazing! Wu Yong sighed deeply. As the saying goes, an expert swimmer would eventually drown, an expert combatant would die in battle. Relying on one's specialty without possessing other skills was a dangerous thing. Once people started to rely on something, they would unknowingly stay within their comfort zone. They would develop a mental pattern. When they encounter problems, they would use their specialty trait to resolve the issues. As time passes, all of their other methods and perspectives would vanish. Eventually, they would face the greatest predicament of their lives. It might be their end. But Fang Yuan did not do that. He had great battle strength and could snatch the true inheritance. But if he did that, he would waste a lot of time and energy. There was even a chance of failing. After all, the information could be erased. But using this transaction, Fang Yuan easily obtained Xingtian true inheritance without a hitch. Wu Yong analyzed. This can mean at least two things. Firstly, Fang Yuan has a lot of immortal materials. One rank 9 wind path immortal material is not important in his eyes. Secondly, even though he is the number one person in the world, he still keeps his composure and scheming mind. He does not overly rely on his strength. Sigh, it would have been great if I managed to kill him back then. Fang Yuan has already grown fully. With such a nature, he is too terrifying. When Xingtian True Inheritance's transaction ended, Fang Yuan's main body was already in Western Desert. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Clan's supreme elders were almost fully gathered. They stared at Fang Yuan like he was a fatal enemy. Everyone, don't be too nervous, really. I came here to make a transaction with Fang Clan. Fang Yuan smiled. But Fang Clan's immortals felt huge pressure weighing on them. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong said, "Is it our fortune or misfortune to have received your attention?" "Everyone, we have quite the relationship actually." Fang Yuan started to activate his killer move. As the aura leaked, all of Fang Clan's Gu immortals stood up from their seats. They quickly activated their immortal Gu. A battle was about to start. "Fang Yuan, what are you doing?" "This is our Fang Clan's headquarters. Earlier when we were outside, you said you wanted to make a transaction. If you attack now, who will believe your words in the future?" Fang Clan's Gu immortals called out with intense nervousness. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. "If I wanted to harm you, I could have attacked from the start. Can your Fang Clan stop me?" As he said so, his appearance changed. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were shocked. "Swan Bujin?" Fang Yuan activated familiar face again, changing into another appearance. Fang Clan's Gu immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance. They became shocked again. "Fang Dichang?" Fang Yuan frowned. He was the adopted son of Fang Dichang. Seeing Fang Yuan's transformation, he felt repulsed. "Lord Fang Yuan, did you come all the way to our clan just for this display of transformations to mock us?" Fang Yuan looked at Fang Yun, saying with deep meaning, "Yunair, during this time when I was gone, why didn't you convert to Wisdom Path? Father gave you 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and even my Wisdom Path inheritance. Fang Clan has no Wisdom Path Gu Immortal at the moment. If you do not take up this responsibility, who will?" You. Fang Yun pointed at Fang Yuan. He stared with wide-opened eyes, filled with shock. The other Fang Clan Gu Immortals also had a change of expression. They realized something from his words. They had a guess regarding the truth. The reality of it made them sink into panic. "Indeed, I am Swan Bujin, who also became Fang Dichang later on. I have interacted with you guys much more than you think." Fang Yuan looked around as he laughed heartily. Fang Gong's expression was livid. He could not wait anymore. He stood out. "What evidence do you have?" Fang Yuan gave a bunch of evidence to the Fang Clan Gu Immortals as he transmitted to Fang Gong, snickering. "Fang Gong, you and Fang Dichang decided to sacrifice Swan Bujin to refine Divine Being Palace. Do you really want me to expose it?" Fang Yuan not only had evidence, he even had accurate facts. Fang Clan soon realized the whole story. "So Fang Yuan infiltrated our Fang Clan long ago. He even became our external Supreme Elder. Oh heavens, even our second Supreme Elder Fang Dichang was replaced by him. We did not even notice." After Fang Clan's Gu Immortals realized the truth, they all turned pale as cold sweat broke out. It was too terrifying. If not for Fang Yuan's reveal, they would still think that Fang Dichang was currently trapped inside Divine Emperor City. Ever since the Fate War ended, Fang Clan had been trying to negotiate with Heavenly Court to get back their Supreme Elder Fang Dichang. "This means that Divine Being Palace trapped your clone, while our second Supreme Elder died at your hands." Fang Gong looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Gong was tall and sturdy, with long white hair and beard spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He had bulging muscles that resembled rocks. Facing the murderer of his second Supreme Elder, if it were any other person, he would have attacked already. But against Fang Yuan, he could only restrain himself. He looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. There was anger and hatred in his eyes, but also helplessness and wariness. Fang Yuan was too strong. His demonic might was unparalleled. His reputation was unmatched. Fang Gong did not dare to make a rash move. Fang Yuan continued, "Saying that Fang Dichang died at my hands is both correct and also wrong. Fang Dichang's body is destroyed but his soul is in my hands. Do you want it back?" Back then, to avoid the detection of Soul Lantern Gu, Fang Yuan did not kill Fang Dichang. He only separated his body and soul. Fang Dichang's soul was still kept in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang clan's Gu immortals heard this, they became excited. Fang Dichang's soul is in your hands? Great! Our second Supreme Elder can be saved. No wonder Central Continent has been so vague all this time, so they did not even have our second Supreme Elder in the first place. In the current world, fate has been destroyed. As long as Fang Dichang's soul is around, if he gets a Gu immortal body, he would return to Fang clan again. If this Gu immortal body cultivates wisdom path, then after Fang Dichang revives, he will be an immense help to your entire clan. Now tell me, friends from Fang clan, do you want to make a transaction with me? Fang Yuan stated his ultimatum. Fang clan's Gu immortals were silent, they looked at Fang Gong. At the crucial moment, only a rank 8 Gu immortal like Fang Gong could make the decision. Chapter 2102. Going after Tian Nan's true inheritance. The answer to Fang Yuan's question was obvious for Fang clan. Fang Gong nodded as he thought about his words before saying in a solemn tone. Of course we are willing to transact, but Sir Fang Yuan, what do you want? If your request is too much, or if it exceeds our capability then. Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Fang Gong. Firstly, I need thieves, then secondly, I need Fang clan to take over Green Ghost Desert, and provide me with a vast number of soul cores. What I will give to you is not just Fang Dichang's soul. We can slowly discuss the details later. Fang Yuan gave loose conditions. Fang clan's Gu immortals were excited about it but also held suspicions. Fang Yuan seemed to know what they were thinking. I can easily destroy your entire Fang clan, why would I need to resort to other methods? I'll let you know, I've already done a transaction with Yong. I am not a brutal person, killing is just a method. Unless I have to, I will not use brute strength to satisfy my requirements. Fang clan's immortals were shaken internally. Fang Yuan's words had hidden meaning. He was saying that if they did not satisfy him, he would wage war on them, they would lose terribly and even get wiped out. Fang Gong felt bitter internally. Against this powerful and domineering Fang Yuan, what could he choose? Actually, the moment Fang Yuan showed up, Fang clan no longer had a chance in the matter. Fang clan had to cooperate with Fang Yuan, they had to undergo transactions. Otherwise? Death. Heavenly Court could not stop Fang Yuan, Spectral Soul was even killed by him. Even before that, Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortals were also harmed by him. What could the mere Fang clan do against him? Even a superforce would be exterminated. Looking at the past, Northern Plains He tribe had been destroyed, replaced by Bai Zhu tribe. There was also Qing clan. Back then, they were incredibly powerful, but after provoking the young Spectral Soul, they were wiped out. Green Ghost Desert was now Qing clan's graveyard. It was right beside Fang clan. Sometimes, one person could wipe out an entire force. In the Gu world, strength ruled above all. Thus, even though super forces had deep foundations, they would often be very careful when dealing with lone immortals or demonic immortals, especially when engaging in combat. In order to survive, Fang clan agreed to Fang Yuan's requests. The two sides negotiated for some time before they arrived at a conclusion. Fang Yuan's terms were too relaxed. Fang clan could barely believe this was real. Was this the number one demon in the world, Gu Fang Yuan? Because reality was much better than their expectations, these Fang clan Gu immortals' moods improved drastically. I said before, I am not someone who enjoys killing brutally. Cooperating with me has great benefits. The person who slaughtered his clan, killed all the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, participated in the Dong Fang tribe incident, partially accountable for Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's destruction, annexed his allies in Langya's sect and the variant humans, destroyed 88 True Young building, captured Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals, killed Gu immortals from all the 5 regions and 2 heavens, participated in Heavenly Court's climactic battle, and the one who slaughtered Spectral Soul, Fang Yuan, said with an earnest expression. Fang clan's Gu immortals had twitching eyelids as they quickly agreed with him. Lord Fang Yuan is right. Working with Lord Fang Yuan is our clan's greatest blessing. Actually, we know about your circumstances back then, Lord Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court was simply too much of a bully. Fang clan's Gu immortals uttered words that seemed to be their heartfelt feelings. They showed no signs of insincerity. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were still too young, they remained silent. If Lord Fang Yuan is interested in creating a clan, my Fang clan will do our best to help you. Fang Gong ended the conversation with a promise that held great meaning. Fang Yuan looked at him with a deep gaze before leaving. At the next moment, he activated a killer move and vanished from everyone's sight. Fang Gong tried to induce Fang Yuan into creating a clan. It was for the sake of Fang clan. If their secret transaction was exposed in the future, Fang clan would be in a passive spot, their reputation would fall, they might even get attacked by other super forces. But if Fang Yuan creates a clan, he would go from the demonic path to the righteous path. By then, if this transaction was exposed, Fang clan would only face some criticism. Gu masters and Gu immortals who were lone and demonic cultivators could convert their statuses into members of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu was one such example. If a demonic or lone cultivator had enough battle strength to make the righteous path forces wary, they would not want to fight. When these Gu cultivators create their clan, if they were adept at dealing with the surroundings forces to create beneficial relationships, they might reach a certain agreement and balance. They would become part of the righteous path. The truth was, many super forces in history, be they in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, or Southern Border, involved such cases. Fang Yuan's transaction with Fang clan made Fang Gong realize that Fang Yuan was someone with such political view and ability. If a strong demonic cultivator stops focusing on fighting or killing, he would act like a righteous path member. He would be able to change his status. It is a pity that is not my goal. Fang Yuan smiled lightly to himself. In the 500 years of his previous life, he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect. At its peak, there were 10,000 members. He learned of the true essence of strength at that time. In this world, a person's strength can surpass an entire organization's. Any sort of organization was just icing on the cake. Only when an individual had high battle strength would they truly be strong. Even the number one superforce, Heavenly Court, had to rely on venerable methods to survive at the moment of crisis. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan started his closed cultivation, deciphering this damaged immortal Gu house. Meanwhile, his clone in Eastern Sea, Qixi ancestor, was also negotiating a transaction with Song clan. Right now, there were only Qixi ancestor and Song Xiaoqi in the hall. Song Xiaoqi was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Song clan. He was tasked to be stationed in Qixi. He was their representative. Right now, Song Xiaoqi had an ugly expression. He could not sit still. Because earlier, he had received a small request from Qixi ancestor, Tian Nan's true inheritance. Qixi ancestor claimed that his descendants wanted some development in refinement path, thus he wanted to make a transaction with Song clan. Song clan had once competed with Royal Lai clan and Kai clan over the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. In the end, they won the true inheritance of old eccentric Tian Nan. Old eccentric Tian Nan was a genius of the remote antiquity era. He had high seniority, the first refinement path supreme grandmaster recorded in history. He was on par with old immortal Kong Zhu and long hair ancestor. Even after 3 million years, old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance still had immense value. Song Xiaoqi was silent for a while before replying. Reporting to ancestor, I would not dare to lie. Ever since we obtained this refinement path true inheritance, our Song clan has been researching upon it. We specially chose to nurture Gu immortal seeds to make Tian Nan's true inheritance one of our signature strengths in the future. This is a huge matter, I cannot decide on it, allow me to report it first. But I would guess that the result might disappoint you, ancestor. Song Xiaoqi said in a polite tone that he would report it, but he was clearly rejecting the idea. Qixi ancestor smiled as he waved his hand. You do not need to worry, that was just a thought that I had. Since Tian Nan's true inheritance is so precious to Song clan, why would I snatch it from you? We can forget about this matter. Song Xiaoqi had a grateful expression. As he stood up to express his gratitude, he mentioned several other superforces in Eastern Sea. They also had deep foundation in refinement path. Qixi ancestor had a compassionate smile as he said, I'll remember your suggestions, don't be in a rush to leave, I have made some new tea. Meng Qiuzhen passed many dream realms recently, causing Fang Yuan's food path attainment to jump through master level from 0 foundation, becoming a grand master. Qixi ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared attainment levels. While he organized his combat system, he created some new Qi path tea as well. After drinking the tea, Song Xiaoqi bid farewell to Qixi ancestor respectfully. After returning to his estate, he used an immortal killer move to communicate with Song clan's headquarters. This matter concerned Qixi ancestor, it was too important. Song clan's immortals soon learned of this situation. Song clan's Gu immortals put everything else aside as they quickly discussed. Back then our Song clan spent so much resources and manpower to gain ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane and obtain Tian Nan's true inheritance. This Qi ancestor wants to take the fruit of our labor just like that. Wishful thinking. I think it was inappropriate to reject him on the spot. We need to give Qi ancestor some respect, at least, we should listen to his offer. No, Tiannan's true inheritance is not for sale. Even though our Song clan specializes in light path and water path, these two true inheritances are not outstanding compared to other super forces. But with this Tiannan's true inheritance, our success rate of refining immortal goo will rise sharply. The benefit for our clan is long-lasting and immense. Song clan had been looking for a refinement path true inheritance all this time. The truth was, many Eastern Sea super forces were doing the same. Because Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources and immortal materials, once they had a high-quality refinement path true inheritance, the amount of benefits they would gain far surpassed the other regions. Tiannan's true inheritance belongs solely to Song clan. This advantage might not be clear in the following years, but after decades or centuries, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other super forces. But offending Qi ancestor like this might not be appropriate? Thinking about our current situation, after the Qi tide settled, all sorts of inheritances emerged. Us super forces have been competing for them. Once we get into a deadlock, Qi ancestor would make the decision as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance. We need to consider if Qi ancestor will become biased after this. When he makes a decision in the future, will he purposely strip away our benefits? During this period of time, Qi ancestor was truly very busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined his righteous Qi alliance. When they competed for true inheritances, it became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affair. At some point, it became a trend to ask Qi ancestor to make the decision in a case of dispute. More and more forces started to find Qi ancestor. Fang Yuan had very profound political skills. Qi ancestor was able to make decisions that could satisfy both parties in the dispute most of the time. Thus, Qi ancestor's reputation rose every day. Song clan's Gu Immortal had such a worry, it was not strange. We can satisfy any of his other requests, there is nothing wrong with improving our relationship with Qi ancestor. But he wanted Tiannan's true inheritance. How do I put this? Qi ancestor has a really keen sense, as expected of someone who could contest with Fang Yuan. Earlier, Eastern Sea's super forces were friendly to Qi ancestor, wanting to rely on him to resist Wu Shui and the variant human alliance. But now, after the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, Qi ancestor was enemies with Fang Yuan. The attitude of many Eastern Sea forces including Song clan had changed a lot. Song Xiaoqi, when you rejected Qi ancestor, what did he do? Song Qiuan asked. Song Xiaoqi quickly replied. He gave up very quickly, there was no change in his attitude. He is very understanding and magnanimous, he even asked me to drink his tea. That new Qi path tea is really amazing. Qi ancestor named his new tea triple-layered Qi tea. This tea was made using heaven Qi, earth Qi, and human Qi. In the cup, heaven Qi was at the top, resembling floating clouds. Human Qi was condensed into a lump, resembling a pill that floated in the middle of the cup. Earth Qi sank to the bottom. The fragrance of the tea was deeply concealed. Only after it was drank would it emit the fragrance, and leave a lingering aftertaste. After Song clan's Gu immortals heard the description, the unease in their hearts faded away slightly. Qi ancestor is really magnanimous. Our Song clan has always been respectful to him. Seeing his attitude, we should not have much to worry about. Even if he was angry, as the righteous Qi alliance leader, he would not go overboard. Tiannan's true inheritance concerns immense benefits. It will be the core inheritance of our clan in the future. We cannot lose it. After the Song clan Gu immortals discussed for a long time, they made up their minds they would leave this as it is. Chapter 2103. Song clan faces disaster. Several days later. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Dream realm. After an intense battle of life and death, the opponent in front of Meng Qiuzhen finally fell to the ground. I want to see who you really are. Meng Qiuzhen lost control of the body. He was acting as a young man who angrily went up and pulled off the opponent's veil. But the appearance shocked the young man deeply. Father, how can it be you? The young man shouted as his body trembled. The one who fell was his father. He smiled in satisfaction as he said, My son, you did well. You've learned all the killer moves of our clan, but your heart lacks sufficient hatred and sadness. I have a terminal illness anyway. I cannot live for long. It is better to sacrifice myself for you. The young man broke into tears. Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all cost? The young man's father stared at him fixedly. Our entire family was killed by the enemy, your mother, your grandparents, your younger brothers and sisters, they were all killed. This hatred is above anything else, how can we not take revenge? Remember, your father died because of this. If you do not take revenge, my death will be in vain, I would have died because of you. The young man's body shook as he said in a hoarse voice, Father. He wept in pain as a pale blue flame started to burn around his body at this time. His father saw this flame as became very happy. Good, 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 such a powerful agony blue heart flame, it is enough to take our revenge, we can take revenge now. Saying so, the young man's father took his final breath. Oh no! Meng Qiuzhen cried out internally. Seeing his father's death, the agony blue heart flame on the young man's body expanded rapidly. It burned with at least 10 times of the intensity as before. Meng Qiuzhen's soul was still in the dream. He instantly felt a surge of sadness, anger, and hatred. They poured into his heart like a torrential river. I cannot lose myself. This is the hardest part of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen desperately held on, but he started to lose his grip in a few moments. Create dream. Without a choice, he immediately used the dream path immortal killer move to defend his soul. In a newly created dream within a dream, he was situated in a large room. The room broke out in flames, it was burning in blue flames. Meng Qiuzhen quickly took action, extinguishing the fire all over the house, trying to save it. After a chaotic period, the fire started to dwindle, the sturdy house was also burned to a crisp, only an intact guest room was left. I survived. Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, dispelling the killer move dream within dream as he returned to the original dream realm. The final hurdle of the dream realm was simply too fatal. Meng Qiuzhen was almost engulfed by emotions, he nearly forgot about reality and the dream completely, submerging entirely into this dream. Of course, each time he explored a dream, his main body would stay outside to guard against any accidents, he would take action if something happened. This dream realm was finally passed. Together with the gains of the earlier few dream realms, Fang Yuan's fire path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. Fire path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. I can finally annex those fire path. Grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Looking at the time, Wu Shuai's method should have activated already. Fang Yuan's main body assessed. Immemorial 2 heavens. Fire plane grotto heaven. On a vast grassland, there was red-colored fire beard grass growing everywhere. It was harvest season. Gu masters of the grotto heaven started to use gu worms to collect the fire beard grass. Crack, crack. From somewhere, a terrifying sound could be heard from below. The moment the gu master sensed something, they were faced with a fatal threat. Countless ants came up from underground, some were finger-sized, some were large as carriages. The number of ants was uncountably large, they instantly engulfed the entire fire beard grassland. Skeleton grotto heaven. What is going on? What is going on? The grotto heaven gu immortal in charge of raising the bone armor hounds was flustered and helpless. The 1,000 or so bone armor hounds that he was in charge of rearing started to growl in anguish, some were rolling on the ground, biting in a frenzy. The gu immortal had a pale expression. Oh no, I'm finished. Granny said that I had to take care of these bone armor hounds with utmost carefulness, but I actually screwed up so badly. Some bone armor hounds started to die, a large number of ants crawled out of their corpses. The gu immortal gritted his teeth in anger. So these ants are the cause of this. I want you all to. Ugh! The gu immortal was quickly shocked and uncertain. Because more and more ants came out of the bone armor hounds, some were even coming out from the ground. These ants were like raging tides, the size was growing rapidly, the gu immortal was very shocked. There was even immortal gu aura among them, the gu immortal did not dare to stay here, he quickly retreated. Profound literature grotto heaven. Imperial Court. Your Majesty, Chuzhou, Qinzhou, Lianzhou and other areas are experiencing ant plagues. The ant plagues are too terrifying. In just half a day, hundreds of thousands of mortals died, 100 cities got wiped out. Within the ant plague, there are rank 6 and 7 immortal ants. All of the officials in the various provinces are troubled. The current dynasty's emperor frowned with a solemn expression. The ant plague is too vicious, it is not something we can resolve. The current matter at hand is to contact the Grotto Lord. Song Clan Headquarters. Grandpa, you're so nice to me, thank you for the immortal goo. Song Yishur held the rank 6 water path immortal goo in her hands as she spoke happily. Song clan's first supreme elder Song Qiyuan was her grandfather. At this moment, Song Qiyuan looked at his beloved granddaughter. He said in concern, "Our clan is researching Tian Nan's true inheritance. This water path immortal goo is our first success. But my dear granddaughter, don't go around flaunting it. Tell others that you captured this wild immortal goo by chance. Even though I am the first supreme elder, I cannot be openly biased towards you." I get it. Song Yisha looked at the water path immortal goo in her hands with overflowing joy. While she was toying around with it in her hands, her face suddenly turned pale as she held her tummy. So much pain, so painful. She fell down weakly. Her face had turned white like snow. Initially, only her stomach was hurting, but soon, the unbearably intense pain spread to her entire body. My granddaughter, what's happening? Song Qiyuan was shocked. He quickly checked. At the next moment, Song Qiyuan found that there were countless ants roaming around in Song Yisha's body, devouring her flesh. The thing that made him even angrier was that these ants were actually eating away at her down marks. Such evil ants, such vicious methods. Song Qiyuan quickly made his move. A pure white light shrouded over Song Yisha. The light split into countless threads that entered her body, killing all of these ants in an instant. Song Qiyuan cultivated light path. His attainment level was very high. He used his methods with great proficiency, easily suppressing the situation. But good times did not last long. Soon, new ants grew out and continued to torture Song Yisha. Song Qiyuan's brows were tightly locked. He felt heartache at her plight but also deep anger. He soon realized the problem. It turned out that these new ants were emerging from Song Yisha's immortal aperture. My granddaughter, bear with the pain. Take a look at your immortal aperture. Song Qiyuan tried to speak to her in a gentle tone. Song Yisha took a look at her immortal aperture as her face turned pale with shock. She cried with reddened eyes. So many ants. Grandfather, my immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants. The terrifying ant plague spread around the many goo immortals of the righteous Qi alliance. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were the main victims. Old immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's owner were the main targets. Other than them, there were the Song clan, the Royal Light clan, and the Kai clan. As for the remaining Eastern Sea superforces, even though they faced the ant plague too, it was to a smaller extent, involving their external resource points. Once the ant plague appeared, it immediately received the attention of the entire righteous Qi alliance. This ant plague is too strange. It is clearly targeting us. We didn't find anything strange earlier. The Variant Human Alliance is completely intact. Such powerful ants, even an idiot knows that this is the work of Wu Shuai. To think that Wu Shuai is just a mere clone of Fang Yuan, yet he has such a terrifyingly vicious method. The righteous Qi alliance soon found the culprit. They were furious and gathered to discuss it. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their territories. The aura of these ants varied from weak to strong, from mortal to immortal. They came in all sorts of shapes and sizes. There was no clear pattern. These ants are very scary. The most terrifying thing is that they can devour down marks to refine and raise their rank themselves. They are too hard to eliminate. We could not find any ant eggs. And the biggest question now is, when did we get hit by this move? The Gu Immortals discussed among themselves while Qi Ancestor sat at the main seat, holding this session for them. He had a worried expression, but he secretly admired Wu Shuai internally. I've been trying to complete my combat system and create core killer moves. Thus, I asked the main body to get Xingtian true inheritance. To think that Wu Shuai has already gone one step further and innovated, creating an even more complex killer move, lingering poisonous ant plague. Qi Ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they were not keeping things a secret either. In their interactions, they exposed some details. It turned out that after Meng Qiuzhen became an immortal and obtained multiple Dream Path Immortal Gu, his efficiency in exploring dream realms rose tremendously. Fang Yuan's Food Path and Poison Path rose to Grandmaster level. Clones shared his attainment levels. Wu Shuai used his Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path and Enslavement Path attainment levels, as well as Wood Path Grandmaster, to create a qualitative change and make a breakthrough. Originally, Wu Shuai's ants came from green and ascetic. Even though this method had great battle strength, a long time had passed since his era. This time, Wu Shuai referenced the killer move Qin Chou. On the basis of green and ascetic, he made a breakthrough and allowed his ants to devour down marks to auto-refine themselves into higher ranks. But Wu Shuai's main body could not use the move, only Fang Yuan's main body could use it. Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague was in essence a compound killer move comprising Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, and Food Path. It even expended unrestrained heavenly marks. This move had an incredibly powerful concealment effect. It began by using the advantage of Poison Path, possessing concealment and infectiousness. After the killer move's down marks infect the target's immortal aperture, it would turn into miniature ants that devour the surroundings to grow stronger and increase in numbers. After they reach a certain size, they would turn into the terrifying ant plague. To completely get rid of the ant plague, one would need to eliminate the respective down marks. But currently, the Righteous G Alliance had not found out this fact yet. Even if they knew, they would not have efficient methods to deal with this compound killer move either. Chapter 2104. Helpless Immortals. In the hall at the bottom of Chi-Si, the representatives of the clans in the Righteous G Alliance gathered with many different wills, discussing on how to resolve the lingering poisonous ant plague. The ant plague had just been discovered, the clans did not have any good ideas. Thus gradually, their gazes shifted towards Chi-Si Ancestor. The grotto heaven owners that resided in the two heavens were already gritting their teeth. They asked Chi-Si Ancestor to stand up for them. The ant plague harmed almost all the two heavens grotto heavens Righteous G Alliance members. These people were considered closest to Chi-Si Ancestor. As for Eastern Sea's forces, only Song Clan, Ruolai Clan, and Kai Clan were affected. Thus, Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals deduced. Did this method originate from the two heavens? Song Clan, Ruolai Clan, and Kai Clan got hit by it because they have ascending heaven plane? Nobody suspected Chi-Si Ancestor to be the culprit. Because the ones who suffered the most were Chi-Si Ancestor's closest allies in the Righteous G Alliance. After staying silent for a moment, Chi-Si Ancestor said, "We need to resolve this ant plague. In my opinion, this problem is even greater than the Chi harvest fruit from before. As long as the Chi harvest fruit does not explode, it would not damage the grotto heaven. But this ant plague harms Gu Immortals and their foundations at all times. Among us here, some have not encountered this problem. But if we do not try to resolve this now, nobody will be spared in the future." The Immortals in the hall were all very worried. Gu Immortals were astute people, everyone acknowledged Chi-Si Ancestor's words. If not for this, they would not have gathered to discuss this so quickly. The ant plague was like a fire, even though it was only burning some people now. If it was not put out in time, everyone would be affected by it eventually. Chi-Si Ancestor continued. Resolving this ant plague will not be like the Chi harvest fruit problem. During that time, I could still try to solve it, but this ant plague does not concern Chi path. Thus, we will have to rely on all of you. We must work together to get through this. We need to gather the wisdom path Gu Immortals of the respective clans and make deductions together. During the process, if they need any immortal Gu killer move, a particular path's Gu Immortal Great Expert, or even the help of a true inheritance, you need to provide it without holding back. Chi-Si Ancestor's expression became increasingly solemn. Even if we cannot resolve this, we need to be able to suppress and slow down the ant plague for now. If we cannot even suppress it, we will need to wage war on the variant human alliance again. Chi-Si Ancestor spoke with a firm tone. His expression was very serious. The hall fell into silence. The Gu Immortals stopped talking. Chi-Si Ancestor's words made good sense. The terrifying part of the ant plague was that it consumed the foundation of the Gu Immortal. If it could not be restrained or stopped in time, the ant plague would grow increasingly strong while the Righteous G Alliance would become weakened severely. After a long time, a clear difference in strength would be apparent between the Righteous G Alliance and Variant Human Alliance. If they did not attack early and deal with the Variant Human Alliance, eventually, the Righteous G Alliance would not have the strength to contest the Variant Human Alliance anymore. The killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague involved many paths and even used up unrestrained heavenly marks. This killer move was at the strategic level. It had terrifying might. But waging war on the Variant Human Alliance? Isn't that simply waging war on Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai? How can we be Fang Yuan's match? Even Spectral Soul fell at his hands. But if we do not fight, are we going to wait for death? There is no longer an option for us. This demon Fang Yuan is too overbearing. No, even Heavenly Court could not do anything against Fang Yuan, even though our Righteous G Alliance has many members. Isn't Fang Yuan also accumulating strength right now? Maybe we can get help from Heavenly Court? Heavenly Court is not worthy of being the leader of the righteous path. Our Lord Alliance leader has already contacted them, wanting to work together to deal with the Variant Human Alliance. they have been stalling with excuses. In my opinion, the best situation is for us to work together and resolve this ant plague. Even though Fang Yuan is behind this, he has not taken action personally. This is his probe towards us. We need to perfectly resolve this ant plague and show him our strength. The immortals in the hall discussed. They soon came to a consensus. They did not want an all-out battle to the death. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not have the same nature as Northern Plains Gu immortals. Furthermore, all of the clans were busy competing for the newly exposed true inheritances. They were too busy. Why shouldn't they strengthen themselves instead of pitting their lives against the enemies? For normal fights, they would be wins or losses. There was hope. That was why people would want to fight. But to fight against Fang Yuan to the death? It would not lead to the enemy's death. They would certainly die themselves. All the Gu immortals did not say this, but they had the same opinion internally. Heavenly Court's distressed state, spectral soul's loss, all these proved that Fang Yuan had terrifying might and incredible craftiness. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals did not know that spectral soul's main body was still around. In their eyes, Fang Yuan even managed to kill a former venerable. His strength was simply too much. His demonic might was unparalleled. Unless they had absolutely no choice, they did not want to provoke such a person. In that case, let's try to resolve the ant plague. Qi ancestors' final sentence ended this meeting. The Righteous Qi Alliance started to put an effort to research on how to resolve this. But was the killer move lingering poisonous ant plague so simple? The more the Gu immortals from the Righteous Qi Alliance researched, the less confident they got. Facing everyone's expectations, even the Wisdom Path Gu immortals doing the deductions felt increasing pressure as time passed. Days passed, they did not produce any good results. All the clans were unhappy. Qi ancestor also personally came to ask about it. The Wisdom Path Gu immortals with Huan at the lead had to ask. Don't be anxious, we have a discovery. The ant plague contains woodpath profundity. These ants are able to grow while growing is a specialty of woodpath. This is likely because Fang Yuan fought against Jing Chou and gained some inspiration from it. To be honest, these Wisdom Path Gu immortals were quite impressive to have realized this. Thus, Eastern Sea's woodpath experts were brought over and participated in the research. There was no result again. The Wisdom Path and woodpath Gu immortals felt increasing pressure. They shouted, "Enslavement path! Enslavement path! The ant plague contains enslavement path profundity. These ants are organized in an orderly manner. They work in unison to create a huge plague. This is the power of enslavement path." Thus, the Righteous Qi Alliance's enslavement path experts also joined in the group and participated in the research. But the research still made no progress. The Wisdom Path, Wood Path, and Enslavement Path Gu immortals could not stand the pressure. They shouted again. "We need Poison Path experts!" There were not many Poison Path experts, but they still existed. Under everyone's expectations, the Poison Path experts also joined in the research. "We also need Food Path experts. These ants have the ability to grow from devouring food," the researching Gu immortals said in agreement. However, Food Path Gu immortals were just too rare. After talking among themselves, the immortals had to invite the famous Eastern Sea lone immortal, Zui Xianwing. Zui Xianwing had many acquaintances. He had some sort of connection with most of the Righteous Path forces, but he was not currently in Eastern Sea. "We need Refinement Path as well. We found that the core of the ant plague is Refinement Path. Undoubtedly, after Fang Yuan obtained Langya's sect, his refinement path attainment is too deep. These ants are able to devour down marks and refine themselves into immortal Gu. This is too shocking." Eastern Sea's clans quickly put an effort together. They sent most of their clans' refinement path Gu immortals over. With everyone's collective effort, progress in the research was showing. These clans' elites were really talented people. But they could not find the most important and fundamental result. Did this single move, lingering poisonous ant plague, overwhelm the entire Eastern Sea Righteous Path? That was the fact of the matter. This was simply unbelievable to the Righteous Qi Alliance's Gu immortals, but they had no choice but to admit it. Shen Songxing said some words that showed deep wisdom. "At this point, I've already understood some things. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body, he cultivates all paths, he is an all-round genius. This compound killer move comprises Poison Path, Wood Path, Refinement Path, Food Path, and Enslavement Path profundities. He put the specialties of all these paths together in an intrinsic manner. As for us, we can only cultivate one path, or two at most. If we cultivate Poison Path, we cannot understand Wood Path. If we cultivate Wood Path, we know nothing about Food Path. Because of this, even if we work together, we cannot solve this ant plague problem. Even now, the Righteous G Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous and plague killer move also comprised Heaven Path profundity. However, nobody in history had ever cultivated Heaven Path. It was normal that they did not discover this. How can a person cultivate every path like this? Speaking of which, Spectral Soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent over 100,000 years of accumulation to refine a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus goo, but he actually lost it to Fang Yuan like this. Creating compound killer moves is simply as easy as breathing for him. After some time passes from now, he is going to have even more new methods. This demon only used one move to send us into panic and helplessness. Why is it that our Eastern Sea has to be the one suffering from this number one demon's method? The Righteous G Alliance could not find a solution. While venting their frustrations out loud, they felt disdain towards Spectral Soul, they felt increasing hatred towards Fang Yuan, along with dense wariness. They also felt helpless and tearful about their own fate. In that case, let's fight with them. GC Ancestor surged with fighting spirit, he said with a firm tone. Lord Alliance Leader, the situation has not reached that stage yet. A Goo Immortal immediately interjected. GC Ancestor sighed. Our Righteous G Alliance's losses have been severe these days. Carrying on like this is pointless. We will fall into that vicious Fang Yuan's trap. If we wait anymore, we will not have the strength to fight anymore. These days, the two Heavens Goo Immortals suffered tremendous losses. Among Eastern Sea's Righteous Path forces, Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan suffered the most losses. As for the other clans, even though the Ant Plague also affected them, it had just started for them after all. Thus, most of the Righteous Path clans did not want to wage war now. Of course, this situation was something that Fang Yuan intended for when he took action earlier. Chapter 2105. Obtaining True Inheritances. We still have hope. We are not in a truly desperate situation yet. That's right, even though we gathered most of the elite Goo Immortals of our clans, we have not taken out our true inheritances for them to use as reference. With these true inheritance contents, if we can come up with ideas together, there is a high chance of resolving the Ant Plague crisis. GC Ancestor was silent for a while before nodding slowly. The situation is very severe. I believe all of you know that even without me saying it. Thus, everyone needs to contribute their true inheritances. Please show us your utmost sincerity. If anyone dares to hide their inheritance, or conceal it, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. As long as we can get rid of the Ant Plague, the entire Righteous G Alliance will benefit. Everyone's efforts will be rewarded and compensated. I believe that our contribution board would be the best answer to you. To resolve the Ant Plague, all the clans started to make contributions. Hua Clan took out their Snake Poison Chi Thread True Inheritance, Nangong Clan took out Great Profound True Inheritance, Xia Clan took out Remnant Leaves True Inheritance, Su Clan took out Big Belly True Inheritance. Originally, even though Righteous G Alliance had a contribution board, there were few names on it. Before this, GC Ancestor also asked the clans to exchange inheritances and killer moves mutually, but these were all superficial exchanges. After all, if there was no need to, who would take out their unique inheritance to trade to others? But now, the situation was different. Not only did the contribution board's length get longer, the intensity of the competition over rankings also rose. The names on the list moved up and down constantly. Different inheritance details had varying value, some were more precious than others, while some were hard to assess. But Qixi Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone, they shared attainment level. He had deep knowledge about this and gave all the clans' inheritances an appropriate assessment of value. Even if the contributor was not happy with it, Qixi Ancestor would gather the immortals and discuss together. Each time, his arguments would convince all the Goo immortals and leave them unable to rebuke him. As this happened with increasing frequency, Qixi Ancestor's prestige also rose as well. The Righteous G Alliance's members were all in awe towards Qixi Ancestor's wealth of knowledge. First Supreme Elder, are we really handing over Tian Nan's true inheritance? This is Tian Nan's true inheritance after all. Back then, in order to get Ascending Heaven Plane and obtain this true inheritance, we spent so much effort and suffered immense hardship. Song Clan's Goo immortals went to find Song Qiyuan. They were very unwilling. Song Qiyuan sighed deeply as he said helplessly, "Can't you see the current situation? It has gone out of our control. Everyone knows that we possess Tian Nan's true inheritance. They have already been asking us to contribute it time and time again, even dragging it until now is our limit. Xia clan gave their molten casting true inheritance while Tang clan contributed their myriad fusion true inheritance. If we do not give them Tian Nan's true inheritance, we will not be able to explain for ourselves. Everyone is looking at us now, who would let us off? Song clan's Gu immortals turned silent. The situation had unknowingly gone out of their control. Initially, all the clans had good intentions. In order to avoid war and to resolve the ant plague, they contributed some true inheritances. Even though these true inheritances were of wood path, food path, and other relevant paths, they were not too important or valuable. But even if the value was not high, they were still ranked accordingly. Some people became higher ranked, some were lower ranked. If the difference was not obvious, so be it. But this contribution board indicated everyone's contribution very clearly. The clans at the top would feel unhappy when they looked at it. Why did we contribute so much while others make barely any contribution? Let alone the rest, doesn't that clan have that true inheritance we need? Why are they still keeping silent? Look at us, we even gave up our important true inheritance. With such pressure, those at the lower end of the list had to choose some inheritances to contribute. This way, the people at the bottom would go to the top, they would feel unhappy again. If they still ranked below the rest, they would be mocked at by the top contributors, they might even face humiliating criticism. Is this all that your clan has? You can't even give us anything good, you dare to call yourselves a super clan? Gu immortals were astute people. When they took out their inheritances, they would think of offering those with similar value, to make sure everyone had around the same ranking. But how could that happen? There were too many names on the contribution board, who could be certain that their inheritance was just about right? And even if some Gu immortals felt that it was about right, others would think differently. Even if everyone was happy about it, don't forget who the person evaluating these inheritances was. Qixi ancestor pretended to be regulating this exchange, but he was creating problems for them secretly. Thus, all the different clans competed and mocked each other, the competition became intense. The clans started taking out more and more valuable inheritances. This led to the pain of loss, which turned into anger and unhappiness when they saw those people who contributed less than them. Thus, the situation got out of their control. All the clans had to take out their top-tier true inheritances. Song clan was not the first one. And Tian Nan's true inheritance was already an eyesore to some people, they wanted it to be contributed. I've already given up this true inheritance, why is your Song clan keeping Tian Nan's true inheritance? Do you think this is the right thing to do? My clan's sacrifice is so big, I need to make sure Song clan suffers as well. Song clan's Tian Nan's true inheritance definitely has huge value. Using this chance, we can obtain it easily while having a good reason for it, this is great. All the clans had many Gu immortals, these were all elites. The contribution of true inheritances became a competition, it turned into a political conflict between the clans. The righteous Qi Alliance's members were tearing at each other, while the biggest beneficiary was the high and mighty Qixi ancestor who watched this spectacle from his main seat. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance, he also got several other refinement path true inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances that he was interested in. Undoubtedly, Eastern Sea was very rich, these superforces had very deep foundations. They definitely had even better things, but it was not wise to ask them for more. If the pressure intensified, it might backfire instead. What made the righteous Qi Alliance slightly happier was that after the immense contributions, they finally saw some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, there were methods that could restrict its growth now. Brainstorming was still an effective strategy. Even though Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, with the hard work of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time until they resolved it. Using one killer move to decimate the entire region's righteous path was impossible to begin with. Killer moves were fixed, they had flaws, that was why Gu immortals could improve upon them. Fang Yuan did not think this would work, his true motive was to get refinement path inheritances, everything else was an added bonus. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become venerable to reach a qualitative change that would give him the strength to resist star constellation, giant sun, and spectral soul. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch these inheritances using force. His current battle strength had surpassed the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But the efficiency was just too low, how could it compare to the speed of their willing contribution? Also, true inheritances could be destroyed, it was a risky thing to do. And finally, It would waste Fang Yuan's time and energy. His growth would become slower. Fang Yuan would also waste his luck. All these super forces had immense foundation and huge luck. Fighting against them would expend his own luck. When he went to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would need to face venerable opponents. It was better to conserve his strength instead of wasting it. This was also why Fang Yuan made transactions with southern borders Wu clan and western deserts Fang clan. Fang Yuan's main body soon got hold of the contents of Tian Nan's true inheritance, and the others. Among all the inheritances that the righteous Qi alliance took out, Tian Nan's true inheritance had the highest value. Right now, on the contribution board, Song clan was placed at the top spot. Old eccentric Tian Nan described his grand and maniacal ambitions in this true inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial two heavens and even the five regions, to turn them into his own external immortal aperture. There was no doubt about it, he failed. Even a venerable could only refine the down marks of their own path in the outside world. Yet, old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the down marks of the world. In Fang Yuan's case, this was completely possible in theory. When Gu cultivators refined Gu, weren't they just refining the relevant Dao marks or Dao fragments of the Gu? The biggest obstacle to old eccentric Tian Nan was none other than Heaven Path. He found that no matter what idea he came up with, he could not refine Heaven Path Dao marks. Eventually, he found an extremely risky method but ended up failing. In historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric nature. He tried to refine the heavens and ended up dying as a result. It was said that being half a step ahead of the arrow was genius, while being one step ahead of the arrow was insanity. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. 2 million years passed and the eras progressed. One person who managed to resolve old eccentric Tian Nan's biggest problem finally appeared. Limitless Demon Venerable. He succeeded in his Heaven Path refinement. Over 1 million years passed again. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave in his exploration. He obtained Limitless Demon Venerable's method that could do this. Indeed, it was Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. The Unrestrained Heavenly Mark killer move that Lu Wei-yin gave to Fang Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth merely modified it. The source was limitless. And what surprised Fang Yuan was that in this Tian Nan's true inheritance, there were Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had also obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane. Even though he learned the true inheritance's details, he did not destroy it. He even made it more sturdy to pass on to the future generations. In his later years, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable returned here and added his own refinement path experience in Tian Nan's true inheritance. This old man Tian Nan is really daring. Speaking of which, if I can refine the entire heavenly Tao, that would be so cool. It is a pity that refinement path does not suit me. I still prefer close combat using my body. But I can make use of those remaining beast men. Didn't they want to use food path to claim victory? Wishful thinking. They think I have not discovered that gluttonous demon frog. Using the notes, Fang Yuan saw that the mystery of the past history was unveiled to an extent. In historical records, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable used the lingering beast men in his old age to create Reckless Savage Grotto Heaven. He left behind his true inheritance inside it. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was using Tian Nan's true inheritance to scheme against and make use of those beastmen's methods instead. Chapter 2106. Forcing a rank 8 to death. The night wind howled in his ears. Fire Plane Grotto Lord flew in immemorial white heaven. He concealed his traces as he moved. If others looked, they would only see a vague figure moving rapidly. The only thing was that the trail he moved on had high temperature, but wind soon blew the anomaly away. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had rank 8 cultivation level, but in an environment like immemorial white heaven, he still had to be very careful. If he acted more brazenly, he would cause immemorial desolate beasts to attack him. Especially those Fire Path immemorial desolate beasts. They had a huge interest in Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was not weak, of course, but he was not in the frame of mind to bother with such problems. If he wanted to hunt immemorial desolate beasts in immemorial white heaven, he would need to plan and make preparations beforehand. Fire Plane Grotto Lord rushed back to his grotto heaven as he assessed his own body. The ant plague in his body had already been suppressed. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was affected long ago. The Gu immortals in the Grotto Heaven had also been hit by this vicious method. Poison Path excelled in traits like concealment and infectiousness. the Righteous G Alliance was right to ask Poison Path experts to participate in the research. The situation is stabilized at least, but Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is still in deep trouble. We need a lot of contribution points to salvage it. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was very worried. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's losses were severe this time. Inside the Grotto Heaven, the largest fire beard grassland had perished, turning into ruins. The fire beard grass that had great vitality was gone without a trace, not even the roots were left. The vermilion flame wolves and red grass horses were also nearly extinct. The ant plague spared nothing, these wolves and horses were all eaten with no bones left behind. Our losses are too severe, but we still need to spend a huge sum to salvage this disaster. Fire Plane Grotto Lord frowned tightly. The Righteous G Alliance members paid such a huge price to research and gain some results that could suppress the lingering poisonous and plague killer move. Even brothers became sensitive when it came to money, not to mention this Righteous G Alliance that had barely any cohesiveness. For the groups to survive and resist the powerful Fang Yuan, Wu Shui, and the Variant Human Alliance, they created the Righteous G Alliance. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path paid a huge price for this. They would not allow the rest to use these gains without paying a cost. According to the rules set by Righteous G Alliance, Fire Plane Grotto Lord had to pay a huge amount of resources or use high-quality true inheritances in exchange for contribution points, which could be used to save Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. But what else could he do except that? Fire Plane Grotto Lord sighed deeply in his heart. He was filled with worries towards the present and the future. This is only the first move by that demon Fang Yuan. This is likely just a test, but our clan has already suffered greatly. He will definitely make a second or third attack. Fang Yuan possesses the sovereign immortal aperture. He can annex rank 8 Grotto Heavens. Those Grotto Heavens of the Variant Human Alliance are dwindling. He has already annexed many of them. My clan's Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is definitely on his hunting list. Or more accurately speaking, all the Grotto Heavens in the 2 heavens are now his prey. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and Time Difference Grotto Heaven, he had not stopped annexing others. The Variant Human Alliance had been subdued by him long ago. They could only watch as he annexed their Grotto Heavens, helpless against Fang Yuan. Many were definitely furious that their homelands were annexed by Fang Yuan, but they did not dare to say anything in spite of their rage. The commotion from the annexing of the apertures was too great, it was impossible to hide. Therefore, Fire Plane Grotto Lord and others clearly were aware of this information. The enemy is too powerful, our Righteous G Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. If we cannot match them in combat, we can only place our advantage in development. Fire Plane Grotto Lord analyzed inwardly. The Grotto Heavens of the 2 heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had long since reached the point where they had no more development potential. However, Eastern Sea was vast and rich. Even if all these Grotto Heavens were added together, they could not compare to the size and wealth of Eastern Sea. This advantage was also the source of Righteous G Alliance's confidence against the Variant Human Alliance. Even though the latter occupied Xia Clan's territory, they only had a tiny area of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the Righteous G Alliance had a clear advantage. Fang Yuan can also tell that we have this advantage, thus he used the compound killer move to weaken us. He is definitely not going to stop here. By then, us immortals of the 2 heavens will become his main targets. Sigh. When will we finally be able to? Suddenly, the scene before Fire Plane Grotto Lord changed abruptly. The surroundings were covered in blue fog that trapped him in many layers. Fire Plane Grotto Lord quickly stopped moving. He activated his defensive and investigative methods. At the next moment, his expression changed. Battlefield killer move! Who are you? How dare you attack a member of the Righteous G Alliance? Come out, don't try to act mysterious! Fire Plane Grotto Lord shouted. But he only heard a wave of chuckling noises that resembled a child's voice. The laughter spread around Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing this rank 8 immortal to be unable to discern where the voice was coming from. Suddenly, a child attacked him from the huge blue fog without any notice. He stretched out his chubby little arm and quickly grabbed at Fire Plane Grotto Lord's back. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had already used an investigative killer move, even though its range was restricted to less than half of the usual because of this battlefield killer move. But it was enough for Fire Plane Grotto Lord to detect this child's action. However, Fire Plane Grotto Lord was still too slow. The mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plane Grotto Lord grunted as he was hit by the move. Bam! At the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Lord unleashed a fierce attack and sparks of flames burst out and slaughtered the mysterious child on the spot. The child died, but there was no blood or flesh. He turned into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is made from the battlefield, but thankfully, the attack is not strong. Still, my defensive killer move was weakened by this. It has half of its strength left. Fire Plane Grotto Lord started to feel uneasy and anxious. He needed to break this battlefield killer move quickly. Even if he could not, he had to create a hole and communicate with the outside world to seek help. Fire Plane Grotto Lord started to use his methods. He attacked the surroundings and tried to break the battlefield. But it was useless. His methods were like harmless wind. The surrounding blue fog was endless and limitless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were either male or female, having blue eyes. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Lord as they attacked continuously. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was clearly able to detect their appearance, but he could not stop them from attacking. Each time, he got hit by them. This seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is influencing my thoughts, causing me to act slower and slower. I cannot attack in advance to stop the children. While Fire Plane Grotto Lord was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that a fire path immortal goo was stolen by the children from his immortal aperture. Fire Plane Grotto Lord quickly destroyed the child, but the surrounding blue fog surged towards him, sweeping the exposed fire path immortal goo away. Fire Plane Grotto Lord chased after it for a while but could not find anything. Oh no! This is a theft path battlefield. These mysterious children can steal my immortal aperture's immortal goo when they attack. I cannot stay here anymore. It is too dangerous. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Lord felt that even though these mysterious children could not be guarded against, they were not strong, he could last a long time. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Lord became deeply shocked. His hair was standing on end, his expression turned very ugly. There was a pessimistic guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of theft path and wisdom path, or at least, it definitely contains these two paths. I've never heard of such a compound killer move before. If this is a new killer move, then the user is most likely. Fire Plane Grotto Lord thought of a name. He could not help but shudder. Just this name alone made him break out in cold sweat. He wanted this guess to be wrong, but at the next moment, Fang Yuan's figure slowly emerged. Life was this cruel after all. Gu Fang Yuan. Fire Plane Grotto Lord took in a sharp breath. His eyes were staring wide as he looked at Fang Yuan in a daze. This was the #1 demon in the world. He was smiling and appearing in front of him. This is my new killer move, what do you think about it? Fire Plane Grotto Lord, obediently hand over your immortal goo and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven, I might allow you to surrender. Fang Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog concealed his body, making his smile even more peculiar and sinister. This battlefield killer move was Fang Yuan's newest creation. Fang Yuan ventured into the territory of battlefield killer moves. The results were quite promising. This killer move used sneak attack immortal goo as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move that contained wisdom path, theft path, refinement path, time path, and others. After getting the information of Fire Plane Grotto Lord's root from Qixi ancestor, Fang Yuan arranged an ambush here and used this method to test out the effect of his new killer move. Gu Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Let me consider your request. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had a hoarse voice as he lowered his head. At the next moment, blazing flames started to burn around Fire Plane Grotto Lord's body with a loud sound. Immortal killer move, furious red heart flames. Fang Yuan! Within the Fire Plane Grotto Lord shouted, Don't force me. With just one thought, I can burn all of the goo worms and resources in my immortal aperture. Let me off. Give me a way out. Let me leave the battlefield. I will hand my goo worms to you. Fire Plane Grotto Lord said with a distorted expression. He knew that Fang Yuan was vicious and heartless. He tried to use this threat to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Do you think I care about those few immortal goo? Or even the resources in your immortal aperture? Go ahead and burn. Incinerate your entire immortal aperture if you can, that will be a show. Fang Yuan did not take action personally. He vanished into the blue fog behind him. Next, a large number of blue-eyed children jumped out and attacked Fire Plane Grotto Lord continuously. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was extremely furious and sad as the children attacked him. After enduring for a few breaths of time, he growled in anger as the flames exploded around him. He had actually burned himself to a crisp. Chapter 2107. Invading Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. An exposed immortal aperture floated in the air. Its entrance was not open, but it absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan easily grabbed onto it. His immortal killer move could capture and relocate immortal apertures. It had originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Hand killer move. Now, this method had been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose greatly. The effects were shocking. Next, Fang Yuan deactivated the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave the place. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and the surrounding ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts were attracted. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. It was not his expertise. After arriving at a safe location, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It could only be attached to the 2 heavens. It would not land in the 5 regions. After the grotto heaven door opened, it took in heaven and earth chi and quickly settled into this location. But Fang Yuan did not move in. He only sent his immortal aperture's goo immortals to scavenge the grotto heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan annexed more grotto heavens. His down marks increased in numbers again. The amount was so much that if he entered this unstable grotto heaven, he might cause it to burst. Soon, his goo immortals returned. There were no immortal goo and they only brought very few immortal materials. Everywhere is burning, everything went up in flames. These are the only resources left, Lord, please forgive us. The newly born heavenly spirit is also trying to destroy everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession left by that rank 8 goo immortal. His goo immortal subordinates reported. Fang Yuan did not mind this. He let them back into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan would forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling to, Fang Yuan had a method to suppress the heavenly spirit. He had already modified it into a compound killer move. Fang Yuan's ability at modifying compound killer moves was limited to only usual killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When using his usual killer moves and battlefield killer moves, all the goo worms were inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the amplification of the unrestrained heavenly marks, he could unleash the might of a compound killer move. As for ancient battle formations, goo formations, and immortal goo houses, their goo worms were all in the outside world, without an environment of unrestrained heavenly marks. Even if these methods were turned into compound killer moves, there would be no effect. As Fang Yuan annexed grotto heavens, he thought about the battlefield killer move he used earlier. This killer move was not strong enough offensively. It was focused on combining theft path and wisdom path. But in actual combat, this battlefield killer move's effect was not good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was just an ordinary rank 8 goo immortal, but Fang Yuan only managed to steal one rank 8 immortal goo from him. Immortal goo were too easy to destroy. The goo immortal could destroy them with a single thought. Even if Fang Yuan exerted his wisdom path methods to the limit, he could only affect the thinking speed of rank 8s, he could not stop all their thoughts. It was extremely difficult to reach that step. Unless there was a huge difference in actual strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 goo immortal after all. He had many down marks that naturally protected him. Furthermore, he also had decent defensive killer moves. In history, almost no wisdom path goo immortals could reach this step against other similarly ranked immortals. Looking at it carefully, certain people like Peeping Gentleman, Sect Leader May, Finger Deducing Steward and others had such achievements. Many situations were unique and could not be replicated, but the total number was still less than 5. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not in this list. Of course, nobody knew if she could reach this step. There were no clear records in history. This showed that it was extremely difficult to suppress all the thoughts of a similarly ranked expert, and make them unable to resist at all, even if it was only for a short period. The strongest methods of wisdom path goo immortals against their enemies were still emotion-based. Thought, will, emotion, these were the 3 main wisdom path cultivation aspects. In this case, Fang Yuan's compound battlefield killer move did not have much value in actual use. It needed to be modified further. Even the best theories had to be tested in practice. Like a combat system. Creating a combat system out of nothing by simply staying in isolation was very difficult. There was a need for a powerful opponent, or intense battle of life and death to test if a combat system was really superb or not. Thus, as Fang Yuan considered his own combat system these last days, he felt some gratitude towards people like Duke Long or Spectral Soul. Precisely because of them as reference, Fang Yuan had the qualifications to create his own combat system. After annexing this rank 8 grotto heaven, Fang Yuan's fire path Dao marks rose in numbers again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied, he continued to move. This time, he placed his sights on fire plane grotto heaven. Immortal killer move, heaven form. Fang Yuan created a huge entrance into fire plane grotto heaven through brute force. The heavenly spirit of fire plane grotto heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment before, the rabbit was dazed and slow. But now, it was jumping around, screeching in fear and panic. The goo immortals of fire plane grotto heaven noticed this and became very uncertain and shocked. The heavenly spirit is muddled, but the past grotto lords have used the killer move humanly flame smoke to help it gain a bit of clarity compared to heavenly spirits of other grotto heavens. As long as the grotto heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will be uneasy. This is a warning for us. When the ant plague occurred, the heavenly spirit became anxious already. In the grotto heaven's history, there were several disasters too, for example, when immemorial desolate beasts attacked or when enormous fires burned, the heavenly spirit became uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit in such a wild mood, its voice even went hoarse from growling. The immortals in fire plane grotto heaven looked at the heavenly spirit with increasingly uneasiness as well. The heavenly spirit was becoming increasingly frenzied, its expression was fearful and it even slammed its head at the surrounding pillars. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit, it would not faint from this no matter how hard it hit the pillar. Go investigate. We need to get a result, we need to know what the danger is. This danger is very severe, it might lead our fire plane grotto heaven into the brink of destruction. Quickly contact the grotto lord, only he can make the decisions in such a serious matter. Is the ant plague going to continue intensifying? Fire plane grotto heaven's goo immortals were very anxious, they quickly got to action. Oh no! Grotto lord's life tablet goo and soul lantern goo have been destroyed. What? How is this possible? The immortals of fire plane grotto heaven became dazed. Next, they found a huge hole in the sky. Fang Yuan used heaven form killer move without concealing himself, he came openly and grandly. If fire plane grotto lord was still alive, he might be able to use the entire grotto heaven to resist Fang Yuan for some time while waiting for reinforcements. But now, he was already dead. Fang Yuan, it's Fang Yuan. Seeing the person beyond the hole, many of fire plane grotto heaven's goo immortals became anguished. Why did this demon come for us? Even more goo immortals turned pale as they shuddered with fright. Grotto lord is dead, this demon Fang Yuan might likely be the culprit. What are we going to do? Everyone, we've already requested for help from Righteous G Alliance, now is the time we stake our lives and fight for survival. This is our home, the place where we were born and grew up in, our friends and family all live here. We cannot run. We cannot let that demon devour our homeland like this. After their initial panic, the immortals gathered their spirits and united to resist Fang Yuan. It is a pity I cannot go inside now. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin as he thought, looking at the huge hole formed by heaven form, he could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks, according to his calculations, this fire plane grotto heaven could not hold him either. As long as Fang Yuan went in, with the conflict of Dao marks, countless cracks would spread from this hole, the fire path Dao marks inside would be forced to squeeze to the surroundings. Seeing that the goo immortals were resolved to fight, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as they flew into the sky and attacked heaven form. He opened his immortal aperture. At almost the next moment, a group of goo immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the sovereign immortal aperture, charging into fire plane grotto heaven. Goo immortals of both sides engaged in intense combat. At once, flames dongate as lightning flashed. Figures flew around in the sky, clashing and parting, shock waves could be felt at intervals, killer moves were unleashed like fireworks. Many goo immortals lost their lives amidst this beautiful show. Immortal killer move, wondrous hand profound sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress, her 2 original arms were white like snow, the remaining 6 were translucent and pink, formed from her killer move. Profound sounds spread out, attacking her surroundings in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin appeared, she created a huge battlefield that enveloped 3 rank 7 experts of fire plane grotto heaven. After several rounds, the 3 rank 7 goo immortals got suppressed and fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Miao Yin disregarded immortal essence expenditure, there was a reason for her current desperate attitude. She was once captured by Shadow Sect. She had to work with them and provide clues about Fang Yuan for Fairy Ziwei. There was a clear contrast between her and Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Fang Yuan, she knew she had to perform well to make up for her past mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform well. The other Gu Immortals had similar thoughts. Bing Yuan led the Snowman Gu Immortals. She sent a wave of frost energy that froze the enemies. Zong directed the Rockman Gu Immortals as they unleashed a large number of falling meteors together, causing huge losses to the enemies. Inkman Gu Immortal Mo Tan Seng was a Chi Path cultivator. He waved his hands as a large number of Chi gathered and moved. He attacked and caused a huge commotion, causing the enemy Gu Immortals to fall out of formation. Comparatively, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals were slightly weaker. After all, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals mostly cultivated refinement path. But there were exceptions to this. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was covered in golden thread-like fur as he held a hammer and charged forward. He had ferocious might, raising the morale of others as well. Strange Hair Grotto Lord was covered in black hair. He activated the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building and rampaged all over the place, having already killed one Gu Immortal from Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Their Golden Hair Grotto Heaven and Strange Hair Grotto Heaven had been annexed by Fang Yuan, becoming a part of the sovereign Immortal Aperture. As for Langya Sect's Hairy Man Gu Immortals, the best performance was from rank 6 Gu Immortal 12th Hair. He cultivated enslavement paths secondarily and controlled multiple desolate beasts, creating quite a commotion. Chapter 2108. Slaughtering 100 million people. There were Mushroom Man Gu Immortals as well. Even though the Mushroom Man blessed land had not been annexed by Fang Yuan, most of these Mushroom Men had already relocated into his sovereign Immortal Aperture. Xian Hong was the strongest Gu Immortal among them. His poison path methods were extraordinary. It was not long before Fire Plane Grotto Heaven started to lose on all ends. Not only did they have fewer numbers compared to Fang Yuan's subordinates, even when rank 7s fought against each other, Fang Yuan's subordinates were still stronger. As Fang Yuan's subordinates attacked, they killed several more Gu Immortals of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. In the end, the remaining Gu Immortals lost their morale. They wanted to surrender, but Fang Yuan ordered for them to be killed regardless. Next, they cleaned up the battlefield. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven cultivated fire path primarily. Most of the immortal materials were also fire path. Even though some were lost due to the Ant Plague, because the Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals did their best to preserve the materials, there was still a large quantity of valuable resources. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes, distributed all over Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was meticulously calculated. There were huge advantages in placing them there. Fang Yuan had once constructed his own charcoal lake, but it was inferior to any single charcoal lake of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. These charcoal lakes were self-producing, especially at the depths of the lakes. A large amount of immortal material fire charcoal was produced. Other than charcoal lakes, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Fang Yuan even found several ancient desolate plant giant disaster blazing trees. This type of tree was covered in raging flames. Nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. This was an immortal material that contained fire path and luck path. The two heavens Grotto Heavens of Fang Yuan's subordinates contained a certain quantity of luck path immortal materials at minimum. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was no exception. It had luck path materials too. Other than these, Fang Yuan also gained a large amount of flames. The largest quantity was date flame. This flame was vermilion red in color. It was condensed into a lump and the fire was very well hidden within. Even though it was an immortal material, even a mortal could hold it with their hands without getting burned to ashes. Other than date flame, there was also phoenix song flame, black lantern blind fire, elephant tusk flame, firefly flame, flying flame, dragon snake dancing flame, and others. What disappointed Fang Yuan slightly was that even though there were many types of flames, there were none of the rank 9 unique flames of heaven, earth, and human. The so-called 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human were the heaven flame bright light glorious ring fire, earth flame azure divine stone furnace fire, and human flame raging wave rising dragon fire. After collating the immortal materials, he looked at the immortal Gu. There were very few immortal Gu gained. He only obtained 3. One was a fire path immortal Gu that was heavily injured. It was a Gu worm that was let out. Bing Yuan was very fortunate to have obtained it. The other 2 were ant immortal Gu, One was golden in color and large like a mountain, it resembled red copper. The other was small as a thumb, its body was extremely long, like a soft white noodle. The red copper immortal ant could spit out fireballs while the white noodle immortal ant could produce large numbers of ants. These were all the products of the lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. When ants devoured the goo materials within fire plane grotto heaven, they would continue to refine themselves. Those that were mortal goo could be elevated into immortal goo. But Fang Yuan could not guess or estimate what immortal goo would be produced. From these two ants, he could still barely see their origin. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant, its mouth could shoot out sharp spikes. After shooting 3 spikes, it would be weak, it would not be able to fight even a worker ant. The white noodle immortal ant should be a queen ant. It was huge and had no offensive or offensive methods, but it could rapidly produce worker ants, soldier ants, armor ants, arrow ants, and others. Army ants were just vicious insects in essence, but they could raise their strength, from being an ordinary beast, to beast king, to desolate beast, to ancient desolate beast, and finally, to immemorial desolate beast level. This just was like the dark web spider in the River of Time, which was an immemorial desolate beast, or the tiger-striped honey bee in the legends of Renzu that was also an immemorial desolate beast. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, these ants that the lingering poisonous ant plague produced had undergone a qualitative change. They all became goo worms. Even though goo worms also ate food, they were the hosts of down mark fragments. The value of immortal ant goo far exceeded an ordinary ant or insect. These ant goo were all tough and strong, they had intense vitality and fighting spirit. 100 ant goo could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most goo worms had fragile bodies that could be easily crushed, but some also had tough exoskeletons and strong vitality. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Fang Yuan used in the past. The chainsaw golden centipede had 2 main advancement routes. One was the rank 4 chainsaw killer centipede, the other was the flying Vajra centipede, having rank 3, 4, and 5 versions. When goo masters used these 2 goo worms, the former could slaughter strong enemies while the latter could pierce bones and flesh, drilling into the enemy's body. Even at immortal goo level, such goo worms existed. Like the sword-legged dragon centipede goo. Rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede goo was 7 li long, it had a centipede body and dragon head. Its countless limbs contained sword path Dao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Wu Shuai elevated the essence of his army ants from insect to goo, they gained a huge amount of potential for growth. But this method had huge flaws. The first flaw was the immense expenditure. Originally, ants could breed themselves with just some resources expended. But to create ant goo, goo materials would be expended for the refinement. Other than that, ant goo also needed to be fed. The price of feeding ant goo was many times higher than raising normal ants. The second flaw was regarding the level of rank 6 and above. Because immortal goo were unique, even though there could be countless desolate level ants of the same variety, there could only be 1 immortal goo of each breed. If there were just a few ant immortal goo, then overall, the earlier army ants with desolate beasts would be easier to form and have greater overall strength as well. However, if I use this method to cultivate them, the new army ants will also be able to expand greatly in numbers. Fang Yuan observed the red copper fire ant and white noodle queen ant as he thought. These 2 ants were immortal goo, but Fang Yuan could not recreate them, he did not know their immortal goo recipes. These ant goo had successfully ascended after devouring the goo materials and immortal materials in fire plane grotto heaven. The ant plague was extremely huge, involving almost the entire grotto heaven, but only 2 ant immortal goo were produced in the end. The killer move lingering poisonous ant plague contained refinement path profundity. It stood at the apex of the current world's hairy man nature goo refinement technique. Nature goo refinement technique used the natural down marks of the outside world to refine goo and greatly raised the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created lingering poisonous ant plague, his attainment in the nature goo refinement technique already surpassed long hair ancestor in every aspect. These ants could refine and ascend themselves. It was not just due to the goo materials of the outside world. Most importantly, Fang Yuan was expending his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long hair ancestor did not have any unrestrained heavenly marks after all. Using lingering poisonous ant plague, I can nurture a large number of ant immortal goo. As long as I have a large number of ant goo, if I expend a lot of resources, I will have a continuous stream of and immortal goo produced. Even though immortal goo are unique, after obtaining red copper fire ant, I can still produce ant goo like red copper water ant, or yellow gold fire ant. With just a slight difference, the immortal goo would still be considered unique. Fang Yuan made his deduction. He realized that the key obstacle to this was not the uniqueness of immortal goo but the resources needed. Using this method to nurture ant immortal goo had too high of an expenditure. Refining the 2 rank 6 immortal goo, red copper fire ant and white noodle queen ant, took so much in resources from fire plane grotto heaven, it was sufficient to refine more than 10 rank 7 immortal goo normally. The efficiency of using the resources was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal goo, there were also some goo cultivation inheritances gained from taking down fire plane grotto heaven. The most valuable one was fire plane true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not get it from fire plane grotto lord, there was the original copy in fire plane grotto heaven. Fire plane true inheritance was a high-quality fire path true inheritance. It had a profound method called furious red heart flames. Fire plane grotto lord had used it before his death to threaten Fang Yuan to let him off. It was used in his suicide. There was also the killer move humanly flame smoke. This was a fire path killer move with human path effects. For Fang Yuan, it was quite valuable. Lord, what do we do with these people? A subordinate goo immortal asked. Fire plane grotto heaven was a human grotto heaven. There were over 100 million purebred humans here. If they were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be immense. Fang Yuan thought about it, and gave his orders plainly. Kill them all to construct human C. Thus, the variant human goo immortals took action, and engaged in a merciless slaughter. 100 million humans were all slaughtered, their bones, flesh, intestines, and soul were collected and classified into different groups of goo materials. They were transported into the sovereign immortal aperture's inventory. Their human chi was completely taken by human C. This incomplete artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained from Xia clan by Fang Yuan. In order to become venerable, Fang Yuan would need to get past the heavenly Tao blockade. These human path methods needed elevation to deal with it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed the immortal apertures of all these goo immortals, before finally targeting fire plane grotto heaven. He moved most of the resources in the grotto heaven into mini red heaven. Because of his constant annexing recently, the sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development was currently at 80%. The sovereign immortal aperture's goo material inventory was completely full. More than 10 more inventories were made in succession. Be they the mini 9 heavens or the mini 5 regions, they all had many resource points in them, at least hundreds or thousands of them. After careful and meticulous deduction, Fang Yuan finally allocated all these resources to the most appropriate locations. Mini red heaven is almost full as well. The sovereign immortal aperture feels packed now. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He felt that he was like a hungry fatty recently. He ate too much in a short period. He could not digest it well. Normally, goo immortals cultivated one path. Their immortal aperture's environment was quite simple and easy to manage. Most goo immortals did not have a huge immortal aperture. Only space path goo immortals had the largest immortal apertures. Fang Yuan, however, was different. He cultivated all paths. The environment of his immortal aperture was very complex. Almost all sorts of resources could be grown inside. At the same time, his sovereign immortal aperture was also the largest and most unprecedented aperture. Even a venerable's grotto heaven might not be this big. Thus, there were many things that he had to consider during this development. Chapter 2109. Wu Shuai's life in danger. Fire path resources could not be placed too closely with water path resources, otherwise, they would affect each other's growth. Not only would production shrink, they might even be destroyed. But isolating all fire path and water path resources was also not a good idea. Because fire path resource points also affected each other, they were not completely harmonious. There were also a lot of immortal materials which had 2 types of down marks, like giant disaster blazing trees fire path and luck path. A lot of goo cultivation resources had down marks of 2 paths or more. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a lot of ordinary goo materials in the vicinity for production to occur. Some resources needed specific wind or water to grow as well. There were also resources that needed an opposite environment. For example, frost ice flame was a fire path immortal material produced in an area of dense ice and snow path down marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had prepared for this, long ago, When annexing immortal apertures, he had specially split them up into portions and placed them scattered over the sovereign immortal aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was mimicking the characteristics of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, Mini southern border had many mountains. Fang Yuan chose to put earth path resources there most of the time. Or for example, Mini red heaven was fire-based, so Fang Yuan placed his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could now feel the intricacy of the distribution of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Using this design, most resources could be classified and arranged. It could greatly lower the need for him to make deductions. He could control the influence of these resource points on each other more easily. But it was not enough. Each time Fang Yuan annexed the grotto heaven, he would gain Dao marks of a certain path. With an increase of Dao marks, there would be some influence for the following period of time on the entire sovereign immortal aperture. Earlier, when he annexed Xixiang grotto heaven, the sovereign immortal aperture gained a huge boost of Qi path Dao marks. Currents started to appear all over the immortal aperture. There was the largest quantity of heaven and earth Qi, allowing the sovereign immortal aperture to have no need to open its entrance and absorb external heaven and earth Qi for some time. After that, there were profound Yin Qi, luck Qi, blood Qi, astral Qi, domination Qi, life Qi, death Qi, righteous Qi, orchid vitality Qi, elderly Qi, and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected the entire sovereign immortal aperture, allowing it to produce resources gradually from a blank state. It started with mortal goo materials. After Dao marks accumulated, a qualitative change would occur, becoming immortal level goo materials. These resources were naturally formed as a result of Dao marks. The sovereign immortal aperture was gradually filled up like this. It reached 80% development now. Other than resources, an increase in Dao marks would also affect the production of existing resources. After annexing Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and gaining a bunch of Fire Path Dao marks, the entire temperature of the immortal aperture would rise gradually. Many Water Path or Wood Path resource points would suffer as a result. If he gained Metal Path Dao marks, a large amount of ores would appear in the soil. The fertility of the soil would change, affecting the growth of the vegetation above. If he gained Water Path Dao marks, there would be more rain. Over time, floods might occur. If he gained Poison Path Dao marks, some plagues or diseases might erupt instead of being seasonal. They might spread widely and rapidly. If he gained Transformation Path Dao marks, many life forms might mutate when they grow. Some might have different forms or natures, causing problems to their original groups. Thus, during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture had not been peaceful. Many strange things occurred at random times occasionally. Like earlier, Mini Eastern Sea had eerie winds appearing out of nowhere. Profound eerie winds swept the area, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But the area in which these profound eerie winds blew did not need islands. The Earth Path Dao marks would obstruct the sea waves, while the Soul Path Dao marks would kill the weak life forms and create soul beasts, changing the natural habitat. Fang Yuan initially suspected the 2 neighboring sea areas. They were right at the core of the profound eerie winds. They were very plausibly the source of them. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the reason was 2 faraway sea areas. Their Dao marks influenced each other, like the repulsion of magnetic waves, causing profound eerie winds to be created between them. As for situations like wild beast mutation that caused problems to beast groups, the spread of plagues and diseases, the increase of ores that destroyed the homes of rockmen, the burning of forests for no apparent reason, the fall of ice shards from the sky and others, they happened continuously. All of the defending Gu immortals were extremely busy. They went around taking action and salvaging the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently, setting up immortal formations at the important resource points, like he was patching up torn clothes. The boost of Dao marks carry uncertainty. Only time can digest and assimilate such issues. I need to let the sovereign immortal aperture develop and naturally acclimatize to these situations. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to affect each other. But now, after reaching 80%, there are too many resources that are closely packed together. Their influence on each other is also not between 2 resources, but a large group of resources in the vicinity. They affect each other in a chain-like manner. And worse is that I used time difference Grotto Heaven's method to construct your essence pools and created different time path regions. Because the areas have varying time flow, my deductions are even more complicated. When I bring in more immortal materials in the future, the deduction difficulty will rise by 100 times. It is beyond my capabilities. Such deduction difficulties were simply too high. Fang Yuan was helpless about it. Furthermore, even if I can deduce the results, I will still need to modify the location of the respective resources. Each time I relocate them, it would be like a huge surgery, expending a lot of my resources, time, and energy. I am afraid that 80% is my current limit. After understanding this, Fang Yuan felt admiration when he looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The 5 regions and 2 heavens had far larger space than the sovereign immortal aperture, but all of their resources were appropriately located. They influenced each other in a harmonious way. Even when the 5 regional walls vanished, when the earth veins merged, even after the heaven veins merged, these resource points were still unchanged. They were barely affected. I see, this is heaven path. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. At this moment, he could sense the law of balancing of heaven path deeply. If my heaven path attainment level can rise to master level, I will be able to resolve this predicament and make a breakthrough. I can continue to develop the sovereign immortal aperture even further. What a pity, what a pity. In history, nobody had ever cultivated heaven path. Even though limitless demon venerable created unrestrained heavenly mark, he was still a rule path cultivator. As for paradise earth immortal venerable, he cultivated earth path. Fang Yuan might be the Gu cultivator who had the deepest venture into heaven path. Fang Yuan activated cooking luck pot, inspecting his own luck. He saw that above the silver-white pillar of light, there were still 3 clouds that were continuing to get larger. But the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan forcefully grew to around 4 times the original size. It was originally thin and slim, but now it was slightly thicker. This was caused by the annexation of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Lord and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven had their respective luck, after Fang Yuan killed and devoured the Grotto Heavens, he also expended some of his own luck. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover and grow even thicker. In terms of the growth of luck, Fang Yuan was naturally the winner among them. It seems that my tactic is correct. My development far surpasses the 3 venerables during this period. But, Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely sensed that even though the silver-white light pillar expanded to 4 times of the original, it was no longer as condensed as before. It was quite loose now. The light was also no longer as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar grew this much is because I annexed many grotto heavens. My foundation rose sharply. Other than that, I also created and modified many compound killer moves. My time path clone also made many rank 8 immortal goo. But these things only reached a quantitative change. Without qualitative change, it is still too loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is still very unstable. The resources are not assimilated into the environment yet. I've only used some methods to forcefully place them here. If I am careless, a disaster will occur. I will suffer huge losses and my luck will fall. And even though I have many rank 8 immortal goo and compound killer moves, I still do not have a proper combat system that perfectly uses them. I cannot link them together. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan could feel the amazing aspect of luck path once again. Through luck inspection, not only could he understand his current circumstances, he could also inspect his own flaws and weaknesses. With this, he even had the direction that he was going to pursue next. Fang Yuan took a look at the luck of his clones as well. Qixi Ancestor, Zhan Budu, Meng Qiuzhen, and the rest had increased luck. His connection with Fang Dichang was also becoming clearer. But Wu Shuai's dragon luck was not in good shape. It was actually near the brink of collapsing. What is going on? Don't tell me that after creating lingering poisonous ant plague, it actually led to a bad result? Fang Yuan soon ruled out this guess. He was quite confused internally. Among his clones, Wu Shuai was the safest in terms of circumstances. Qixi Ancestor's true identity was a hidden threat. Meng Qiuzhen faced danger when exploring dream realms. Zhan Budu had already been sent away by Fang Yuan to lurk elsewhere. Li Xiaobai was a mortal Gu master. He did not have much control over his situation. The time path clone made use of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine a large number of rank 8 immortal Gu, yet he only had rank 6 cultivation level. If any accident occurs, he would die from backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was also trying to get stronger himself, his main responsibility was to manage the variant human alliance. How could he be in danger? And this was a fatal danger that could cost him his life. Central Continent. In an underground cave somewhere, an elderly Gu immortal with a reddened nose laughed loudly. I finally got here. I did not waste my effort for the last 10 or so days without sleep. There was a rank 8 Gu immortal true inheritance in front of him. The will that had been slumbering for a long time was awake. He looked at the elderly Gu immortal. If you want to obtain the true inheritance of myself and my wife, you need to agree to one condition. What condition? The elderly Gu immortal squinted and asked. The Gu immortal will sighed. In my later years, I took in a traitorous disciple named Wu Shuai. He actually enslaved both me and my wife. If you want to obtain this true inheritance, you will need to shoulder the responsibility of taking revenge. Chapter 21:10. Golden Bottle Drunken Wine. The elderly Gu immortal's eyelids twitched. He had a certain guess. He asked. So you are senior green antiseptic, your wife must be senior wine fairy? The Gu immortal will nod it. Indeed. The old Gu immortal let out a breath of air. To speak truthfully, this junior is a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea, Sui Xianwen. Over 1,000,000 years have passed since your death. The Gu immortal was slightly stunned before sighing. Such a long time has passed. Back then, to prevent that traitorous disciple from finding us, we specially hid our inheritance in an extremely concealed area. To think that it ended up like this, that traitorous disciple must have died already. After pausing for a while, the Gu immortal thought of something and said, Wait, Sui Xianwen, put away your defensive method, let me test the truth of your words. How can I know if you are not one of my traitorous disciples' subordinates that came here to trick me? Sui Xianwen hesitated for a moment but did not attack immediately. He was not confident in dealing with the arrangements here. He spoke the truth. I do not know if Wu Shuai is dead or not, but the situation is like this. Sui Xianwen quickly explained everything. Green antiseptics became stunned again. What in the world had happened? Was this still Heavenly Court? Fate Gu was actually destroyed. Gu Yu Fang Yuan. It was hard to imagine the existence of such a great demon in the world, truly a misfortune for the common people. Green antiseptics will only accepted the facts after a long time. To think that the world became like this after 1,000,000 years. Fate Gu was destroyed, even Duke long lost and died. Whether that Wu Shuai actually revived or if he is just Fang Yuan's clone is no longer important, since that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace, he will also inherit this grudge. Green antiseptics said firmly. So Sui Xianwen, are you willing to oppose Fang Yuan for this true inheritance? Green Ants asked. Sui Xianwen was silent for a long time before taking in a deep breath, gritting his teeth. I am willing to do that. All right, we will make the agreement. According to the instructions of Green Ant's will, Sui Xianwen made his vow. Accept this inheritance. The two of us put all our effort into it. We created a killer move called Golden Bottle Drunken Wine. Golden Bottle contains green ants, drunken wine dilutes dragon chi. Army Ant was created by me. I hid the one weakness of these ants extremely deeply. That traitorous disciple had no idea all along. As long as you use this Golden Bottle Drunken Wine killer move, you will be able to send the army ants into chaos and cause a backlash on the user. Most importantly, this is a food path killer move. It is hard to guard against. So Senior has prepared for it. Sui Xianwen's eyes shined with bright light. I cannot stay in this place for long, Senior. Please go into my immortal aperture. You can inform me of the remaining information later. Okay. Green Ants flew into Sui Xianwen's immortal aperture. The latter took all the inheritance away and left. Sui Xianwen only took a glimpse of the inheritance details before feeling great joy internally. This inheritance contained Green Antiseptic's enslavement path inheritance as well as Wine Fairy's food path true inheritance. The value of the enslavement path true inheritance was not high for Sui Xianwen, but the Wine Fairy true inheritance was simply too valuable to him. It was not a waste of my effort to come here, it was worth it. A smile appeared on Sui Xianwen's face. But the moment he left the place and arrived in the outside world, his expression immediately changed. A battlefield killer move had been set up. It activated at once and trapped Sui Xianwen. Heavenly Court! Qin Ding Ling! Sui Xianwen was shocked to find out that Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were surrounding him. The leader was a female immortal. She had a tall nose, thin lips and eyes, a body covered in golden armor. Her legs were long and smooth. She wore a white cape on her back. She radiated an elegant and noble aura. She had an air of indomitability. She was the current leader of Heavenly Court, rank 8 luck path great expert, Qin Ding Ling. Sui Xianwen's heart sank to rock bottom. He broke out in cold sweat. It seems that I will lose my life in this fight. Thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. Sui Xianwen gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to contribute all my inheritances. I will make contributions to the righteous path. Qin Dingling smiled brightly, emanating with heroic aura. Green antithetics and wine fairies' inheritances are good, but is our heavenly court so greedy? We are the righteous leaders of over 3 million years, the number one superforce in the world. Since you had the fortune to find this inheritance, then it belongs to you. Please do us the honor, sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Dingling sat cross-legged in the air. She took out cushions, a table, and cups. Zui Xianwen sat down without a choice. Qin Dingling personally poured tea for him. Tea fragrance spread out, but Zui Xianwen felt his heart turning cold as ice. His entire body was shivering. His cold sweat could not stop pouring. What status did Qin Dingling have? She was actually treating an Eastern Sea lone immortal like Zui Xianwen in such a respectful manner. She certainly had huge motivations behind this. Feel free to drink it. Qin Dingling stretched out her arm, smiling as she pointed. Zui Xianwen had no choice but to take a sip. He immediately placed the cup down. He asked while faking calmness, I wonder what Lady Qin wants to say to me. The smile on Qin Dingling's lips became even wider. She spoke casually. Haven't you already guessed my intention? Zui Xianwen, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic. In the current world, even though demons have the upper hand, it is only temporary. Even throughout the history of millions of years, the righteous path has been dominant for most of the time, while the demonic path can only hide at some corners. We are currently in a special era, so some geniuses will wreak havoc. Don't think that they are domineering and overpowering. They are merely the pioneers that will pave a road for the venerables ahead. Zui Xianwen lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with Qin Dingling. His arms were placed on the table as he clenched them uncontrollably. His palms were covered in sweat. In this tough situation, no matter what overbearing request Qin Dingling states, I have no choice but to agree to it. Zui Xianwen sighed in his head with great sadness. But Qin Dingling took out some evidence immediately after. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to Heavenly Court. She will lead the rise of Heavenly Court once again. Zui Xianwen saw the evidence and became deeply shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival? Qin Dingling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed, even venerables can be resurrected now. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is the best example now, but he has already been suppressed by my Heavenly Court. If even Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive, how can our venerables not do so? Our Heavenly Court has 3 venerables throughout the world. Which superforce can rival us? Zui Xianwen stared in a dumbfounded manner. Thoughts started to collide rapidly in his mind. He had already decided to say yes, but after seeing proof of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart was tilted towards Heavenly Court. Even though Fang Yuan was strong as the number 1 demon, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a venerable. In the millions of years of human history, there had only been 10 venerables. Each one had shown their invincibility in their respective eras. Venerables were invincible. No matter how many pseudo-venerables there were, they could not match a venerable in the end. While Heavenly Court had the most number of venerables, primordial origin, star constellation, Genesis Lotus. Other than that, the only other superforce that had a venerable was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xianwen's expression became calm gradually. I am willing to work for Heavenly Court, he said in a solemn tone. Let's set the agreement. Qin Dingling shook her hands. No need for that. With that Fang Yuan's ability, he will notice if we make an agreement. Furthermore, you need to return to Eastern Sea and join the Righteous Qi Alliance. We will not set an agreement? Zui Xianwen was stunned. Qin Dingling added, write me a copy of the true inheritance. Heavenly Court will try to provide you the relevant immortal goo. Zui Xianwen was stunned again. He sighed in his heart. No agreement, and they are also giving me immortal goo. Qin Dingling waved her hand again. You can leave now. This subordinate takes his leave. Zui Xianwen left the battlefield with completely stunned emotions. It was truly unbelievable. He was free just like that. What Zui Xianwen felt was deep admiration. He started to admire Heavenly Court from the depths of his heart. This is the caliber of the number 1 force in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not follow the agreement. With this attitude, she clearly doesn't think much of the inheritance. I am merely just one of her casual pawns. If I do not follow the agreement in the future, unlike Fang Yuan, can Heavenly Court easily deal with me? Zui Xianwen was filled with a chilly feeling internally. While watching him leave, Fang Jin could not help but ask. Lady Qin Dingling, we're letting him go like this? What if he goes to join Fang Yuan and betrays us? Wouldn't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Are we going to give up this method to counter Wu Shuai? Fang Jin was very familiar with the content of the inheritance. It turned out that Heavenly Court had found this inheritance long ago, but before taking it, Qin Dingling had some intuition. Her instincts told her to not take the inheritance. It would be better to make her move 3 days later. Qin Dingling followed her instincts and waited for 3 days, finally trapping Zui Xianwen. At this point, she realized the meaning behind her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan possesses the sovereign immortal aperture and has annexed many grotto heavens. He even has Paradise Earth's inheritor, and the variant human alliance under him. We cannot estimate the speed of his growth at all. If we set an agreement with Zui Xianwen, it will leave a huge piece of evidence behind. However, when Zui Xianwen drank the tea, I had already used my method to influence his luck. This will cause him to become enemies with Fang Yuan without doubt. Fang Jin was not convinced. He held on to his beliefs. Even so, I feel that we should gain a complete hold of this inheritance, and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan. This Zui Xianwen is just a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling chuckled. You are underestimating Zui Xianwen while also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zui Xianwen is a person who can endure hardship. He is a wise man who knows his circumstances. He possesses one of the 3 pools in the world, wine pool. He is a food path expert. The inheritance of his lineage has always been passed down very stably, while his luck is also very deep and sturdy. Food path is powerful. While Zui Xianwen cultivates food path solely, he can almost be considered a representative figure of this path. This has significant meaning. As for this inheritance? Qin Dingling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not the killer move golden bottle drunken wine, but that human path wine drinker immortal goo recipe. This inheritance that green antiseptic and wine fairy created together contained a human path immortal goo recipe. Wine drinker goo. Similar to hero goo, scholar goo, craftsman goo, and farmer goo, except that it was not at the mortal level, it was an immortal goo. Chapter 21:11. Beast Tamer Goo. Fang Jin blinked a few times, having understood something. You mean to say that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shuai successfully, he is still just a clone of Fang Yuan's, it will not truly shake his foundation. Right now, with Dragon Palace destroyed, Wu Shuai's biggest use is gone. Meanwhile, the wine drinker immortal goo recipe is the symbol of human path prosperity. It will be the path that our heavenly court will focus on in the future. Qin Dingling patted Fang Deng's shoulder. You have learned well. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has already succeeded in Crazed Demon Cave. The most urgent matter is to bring her back now. No matter how great of a commotion Fang Yuan causes, he is just like a cicada's cry at the end of autumn. He has few days remaining. I am not Fang Yuan's match while Heavenly Court cannot afford another loss, thus, I have been dragging on the matter about the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, we need to put in effort for the Crazed Demon Cave battle. It will not be easy to bring back our venerable. We need to conserve strength and prioritize on that. As long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returns to Heavenly Court, even 10 of Fang Yuan added together cannot cause any problems for us. Yes, you are absolutely right. Fang Jin did not refute nor hold any suspicions towards Qin Dingling's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already proven her strength in history. She had succeeded Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's position and stabilized the fruits of humanity's labor. She expanded on the prosperity of humanity by getting involved in the other 4 regions. Before dying, she plotted against 3 demon venerables and preserved Heavenly Court when they attacked. She was truly a great and noble contributor. Fang Jin sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Right now, even Heavenly Court is inferior, but someone can deal with you in the end. Throughout history, evil has never prevailed. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable makes a move, can you stop her? You are already finished. Even though I understand you, I will not pity you. You deserve a bitter end. This is the price to pay for all the sins you have committed. Fang Yuan inspected the inheritance in his hand. He read through it rapidly. With Meng Qiuzhen exploring dream realms for him, all of his attainment levels were rising shockingly. Using these attainment levels, all sorts of inheritances felt shallow in his eyes. Only a small number could give him a decent surprise at times. These inheritances mostly came from Qi ancestor and the variant human alliance. Because of the Qi tides, Eastern Sea's exposed inheritances were mostly gathered into Fang Yuan's hands now. Of course, there were still some excellent inheritances that were kept secret by the lucky forces not contributing them. But Fang Yuan did not mind it. At his current level, most inheritances in the world had little to no value from his perspective. His attainment was too high. In just a few breaths of time, he could create a superb inheritance himself. These inheritances were merely a small supplement to his theories and knowledge base. Treasure Yellow Heaven also has inheritance transactions. This is really a rare sight. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. He could transact most of these inheritances that he currently had. What was the point of transactions? It was to exchange with others for some things that you were more suitable with, in order to cultivate more smoothly. Because doing this had benefits for Fang Yuan to become venerable. One of the 4 venerable ascension conditions was to break through the heavenly Tao blockade. The heavenly Tao sought balance and suppressed Gu immortals and venerables. The more widely spread these inheritances were, the stronger the cultivators would become, and the more effort the heavenly Tao would need to suppress them. This way, when Fang Yuan reaches a crucial moment in his venerable ascension, the heavenly Tao blockade that obstructed him would fall in strength relatively. This point was proven by historical records as well. During the 10 venerables eras, countless geniuses emerged one after another. Grand heroes existed at the same time, being as numerous as the stars in the sky. To break through the heavenly Tao blockade, other than luck path, there is also human path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain the human path essence inside it, it will help me greatly. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City, painting world. In a market within the city, people gathered together to watch the performance at the center of the square. A middle-aged man with a muscular body wore beast skin clothing and held a leather whip in his hands as he swung it. As the leather whip moved, it emitted cracking sounds. A leopard danced around on the ground while following the tune of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly stored his whip. He placed his head into the leopard's huge mouth. The leopard opened its mouth widely. Its teeth were sharp as blades, only millimeters away from the man's skull. The surrounding audience gasped loudly. But the leopard did not bite it. After waiting for some time, the middle-aged man moved his head out again. Immediately, applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze bowl and walked around the audience while holding it. He moved quickly as he raised the bowl, shouting, "Friends, if you have money, please support me, otherwise, please help to promote my performance. Haha, if you think this was enjoyable, don't hesitate to give some tips." The middle-aged man's entertaining performance was well liked by the audience. A large number of primeval stones were tossed into the bronze bowl as they emitted sharp sounds. Not far away, a human path great expert, Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortal Xinshang, watched with a stunned expression. "This is the reason why I got you to come here," Fang Dichang said, as he sat beside Xinshang and drank tea. Xinshang finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing!" he praised uncontrollably. "This divine Emperor City painting world is really amazing." The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never existed in the painting world before. But after the 10 children of human path led their troops to explore growling beast painting world and returned in failure, they recuperated for some time, and this profession appeared. In the market, in addition to Hero Gu, Scholar Gu, Soldier Gu, and Craftsman Gu, there was a new type of Gu, Beast Tamer Gu. Once Beast Tamer Gu was activated, it could turn into a Beast Tamer. Beast Tamers were specialized to deal with wild beasts. They were more proficient at taming wild beasts to use for themselves. Evidently, this new Beast Tamer Gu was created to deal with growling beast painting world. Who created this new Gu worm? Xinshang asked. Fang Dichang shook his head. Beast Tamer Gu appeared so naturally. I did my best to investigate, but I found no specific targets. Xinshang nodded. Your beggar sect is the strongest information collection organization in here. It might not be a person, it might be this painting world itself or Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables arrangement. Fang Dichang took in a breath of human will Gu to replenish himself before saying, "Now that Beast Tamer Gu has appeared, growling beast painting world will be at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time until it is taken down. The scariest part of human path likely lies here. I underestimated this path after all." Xinshang moved his fingers around the cup as he concluded. Now it seems that there are 3 types of human path Gu worms. The first are profession Gu, for example, Craftsman Gu, Hero Gu, and Beast Tamer Gu. The second are organizational position Gu, for example your beggar sect Gu and sect elder Gu. The third type are human emotion and virtue Gu, for example, traveling son Gu and doting mother Gu. Human emotion and virtue Gu? Brother Shen, it seems that you have made great progress in your cultivation recently. That is an appropriate classification. Fang Dichang congratulated. Shinshan waved his hand. I am ashamed, that is merely a classification of my own opinion. Traveling Sun Gu and Doting Mother Gu were once regarded as emotion path Gu worms, but in essence, they were actually human path. This was quite a common sight in history as well. The essence of Gu worms usually only showed itself after the path progressed to a certain level. The painting world is really the sacred land of human path. I am feeling quite expectant now. When the 10 children of human path leave this place and bring human path to the world of the 5 regions, I wonder how big the commotion will be. Many different Gu worms will be classified into human path by then. Shinshang said with deep emotions. I believe that many human path Gu worms scattered and forgotten somewhere in the world will gain recognition from people once again. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had truly made a noble achievement. Before him, human path was like the leaves on a tree, it only concerned a small individual group of cultivators. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created the painting world, he held up the tree of human path and supported its trunk, allowing it to grow and nurture. Human path was no longer empty internally, it was a complete path now. It had most of the foundational roots and sturdy roots, it even had countless leaves on it. Fang Dichang did not speak, he was feeling increasingly worried in his heart. Even though he had not gotten a clear understanding of Divine Empress City and the painting world's profundities, there was already something that was certain to him. Human path was bound to prosper. Heavenly Court had already started to focus on developing this path. I am afraid that developing human path has become Heavenly Court's main strategy. This path is not simple. What should my main body do now? He might not even know this yet. I am only a lump of will that is barely surviving. How can I inform my main body of this crucial information? With the destruction of Fate Gu, anything could happen in the world. Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already revived. The prophecy of 3 venerables was no longer certain. Human path and food path had the chance of prospering in this new era. Dream path was mentioned in the prophecy of 3 venerables. It was originally the fated path that was meant to prosper or even rule over this new era. In the past, human path was something that only venerables or individuals with great talent could comprehend. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable strengthened its roots and foundation, human path was already suitable for everyone to cultivate. Heavenly Court owned Divine Emperor City, this was a huge advantage in itself. As for food path, this path was created in the olden antiquity era and had never been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it also started to show signs of prosperity. The entire world had gone chaotic because of Fang Yuan. The dead were reviving, secluded paths were now starting to prosper. As for the future? Fang Dichang shook his head, the future was too complex and uncertain. He could not see clearly beyond this chaos. Lux Suppression Heavenly Palace. He Lu Lan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. He Lu Lan, my descendant, it is now time for you to risk your life. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun got right to the point. You want to surpass that Gu Yu Fang Yuan? Now is your chance. Go into Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Chapter 21:12. Totem Killer Move. He Lu Lan woke up and opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision started to clear up. She found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed, there was a large tent made of skin. At the center of the tent, there was a huge pot hanging on a metal rack. The pot was bubbling and seemingly contained boiling soup. At the bottom of the pot, there was a red rat spewing fire continuously. You woke up? The flap of the tent was pulled aside as a person walked in. This was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her clothes were quite simple. She had a bee's skin top and skirt. Her shoulders, tummy, and half of her breasts were exposed. On her chest and back, there was a blue phoenix tattoo. Not only was it very vivid and lively, it even emitted a faint blue light. He Lu Lan struggled and managed to sit up. During the process, she found that her clothes had been changed as well. It was the same as the middle-aged woman, having a wild and brutish style. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tong Lan. You are now inside Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman smiled as she walked towards He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan had fully woken up now. Longevity Heaven had the 8 extremities. Their names were Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Space, Time, Flood and Desolate respectively. Black extremity was Sun Ming Lu, he cultivated Formation Path. This woman in front of her was Desolate extremity, she had been staying within Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Lady Lu, what should I do? He Lu Lan inquired. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had only told her to listen to Desolate Extremity's instructions after arriving here. Lu Tonglan smiled. In here, you should call me Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader. Your current identity is my illegitimate daughter. I birthed you long ago and left you outside. Recently, when relocating the tribe, I found you by accident and brought you back. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven has countless tribes. We coexist with the beasts. It is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes would gather and hold the Myriad Tribes ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. Alright, now, you need to start drinking soup. Lu Tonglan scooped a huge bowl of hot soup and passed it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan sat at the side of the bed, she held the hot metal bowl, the fragrance of food drifted into her nose. She was currently hungry, she immediately drank a large mouthful. But when the soup entered her mouth, it had a peculiar and spicy taste, it was not nice at all. Cough cough. He Lu Lan was not prepared for this, she almost gagged on reflex. But Lu Tonglan had a solemn expression. Drink it, this soup is extremely important for you, you need to finish every single drop of it in the pot. Drink. He Lu Lan knew that this was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arrangement, she frowned as she drank one bowl, followed by another. By the third bowl, she could not take it anymore, her stomach was bloated and painful. Lu Tonglan had been guarding her the entire time, seeing this, she nodded. Stop here for now, your body is at its limit. He Lu Lan started to experience diarrhea, it was very serious, she almost went weak from it. But Lu Tonglan did not let her off, even though He Lu Lan was lying down in a weak state. Lu Tonglan brought the bowl over and poured the hot soup into her mouth. He Lu Lan drank as the diarrhea intensified, she felt extremely terrible. What is the point of drinking this soup? He Lu Lan asked. Lu Tonglan answered. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is different from the 5 regions, those who succeed in life are those who can eat well. I specially prepared this soup for you to expand your appetite. During the process of having diarrhea, your body is adapting to it. Even though it is initially very severe and seems nearly fatal, the symptoms will gradually become lighter. In less than 3 days, you will be back to normal and feel extremely hungry. He Lu Lan stayed in the stone bed for 2 days and nights before regaining her strength, she could barely walk again. By the 3rd day, like what Lu Tonglan had said, she recovered her strength and the diarrhea was gone. Her appetite increased and her stomach growled since the early morning. Lu Tonglan cooked soup for He Lu Lan again. This is meat soup, it is different from before, Lu Tonglan said while taking out 5 to 6 rats and tossed them into the pot. The rats struggled in the pot, squeaking loudly. Lu Tonglan's expression did not change, she took out several poisonous snakes of various colors, tossing them into the pot. The snakes and rats gradually melted in the soup, floating at the top like colorful mud. Lu Tonglan took out several black rocks that resembled charcoal and tossed them inside as well. He Lu Lan's eyelids were twitching at first, but soon she understood certain details. Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, are you refining goo? He Lu Lan asked in curiosity, she saw that when making the soup, Lu Tonglan used many refinement path techniques. Lu Tonglan continued to cook the soup as she smiled and said, He Lu Lan, you are quite perceptive. This snake rat soup is already done. He Lu Lan was stunned, she watched as Lu Tonglan stopped cooking the soup. Did the goo refinement fail? This is a pity. He Lu Lan said. After all, the snakes and rats used earlier were ancient desolate beasts. But Lu Tonglan shook her head. I said before, I am brewing soup, not refining goo. The snake rat soup is very perfect, you need to drink it all. What? He Lu Lan was stunned again. Lu Tonglan scooped a huge bowl of soup and passed it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan drank a mouthful and frowned immediately. This soup was 10 times as disgusting as the diarrhea soup earlier. With just one mouthful, her entire tongue went numb, even her throat was gradually becoming numb. By the time she finished the hot soup, her entire body expanded like a balloon, even her skin and flesh were bloated, hair started to grow on her body rapidly. The hair grew extremely quickly, after a few minutes He Lu Lan's hair almost filled the entire tent. And the hair had various colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. There were various colors of different quantity, none of them were the same. Lu Tonglan inspected the hair, even counting the number of hairs of each color meticulously. Next, at her will, the blue phoenix tattoo on her chest floated up and spat out a lump of blue fire. The blue fire burned the hair. In almost an instant, all of He Lu Lan's newly grown hair was gone. He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes and asked curiously, "What method is this? It is really amazing. I am completely unharmed." Lu Tonglan smiled. "This is my blue phoenix totem. Inside Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, totems are the mainstream way of cultivation. Even though we use goo worms as well, totems are the symbol of our strength and status." He Lu Lan's eyes shined with bright light. "If I am not wrong, this totem is not simple. Each line and marking on the totem is a down mark. The essence of the totem is a killer move. There actually exists such an amazing method in the world. Does everyone cultivate totems in here?" "Ha!" Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. "He Lu Lan, you are the genius that our Lord chose to send here indeed. You saw the essence of the totem with just one glimpse. Indeed, our goo cultivation killer moves use goo worms or expend goo materials. While goo worms are fragments of the great Tao, goo materials are agglomerations of Tao marks. The totems here use the same logic, it is just that the cultivation way uses goo worms to assist slightly. The main method is still to rely on our consumption and digestion. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's immortal aperture. This demon venerable left his immortal aperture within the body of the gluttonous demon frog, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary immemorial beast. It contained an unimaginable number of food path Tao marks. With the influence of food path Tao marks, within Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, humans could eat goo materials to increase their corresponding Tao marks. Using the goo worms here, they can gradually construct their own totems. He Lu Lan did not guess wrongly. Totems were a special type of killer move. Normally, they would stay on the surface of the goo cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was instilled, they would turn solid and fly out to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Ordinary killer moves need to activate goo worms and expend thoughts when they are used spontaneously. But totems only need to be constructed beforehand. You can save a lot of effort and time as a result. In the 5 regions outside world, even though goo houses also contain fixed killer moves, totems can be refined and improved upon continuously. Meanwhile, strong immortal goo houses have no room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. He Lu Lan started to frown. "I have the great strength true martial physique, I should cultivate strength path, but this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move?" Lu Tonglan shook her head. "Not quite so. The other specialty of totems is that they can be suitable for all goo paths. I, for example, cultivate fire path. After devouring all sorts of materials, I use goo worms to construct my blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move. It is very suitable for me. As for you cultivating strength path, you can also construct your own strength path totem." He Lu Lan cupped her fists and said solemnly, "Please teach me, senior." "Of course." Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. "The snake rat soup I gave you to drink earlier is meant to decipher your physique and learn what ingredients you are suitable to eat, and what kinds of ingredients are the best for your natural absorption and contain the most nutrients you need. As for your totem, it is something unique to you, only you will know what it truly becomes." There were countless totems, even if they looked similar, each one was different. Lu Tonglan continued to speak in concern. "He Lu Lan, you need to make use of your time and quickly construct your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use when you join the Myriad tribe's ceremony." After He Lu Lan understood all this background information, she started to wholeheartedly cultivate this method. Each time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it without leaving anything behind, using this food path environment to allow her body to absorb Tao marks. Lu Tonglan initially boiled soup. Gradually, there was meat and vegetables. She also added more grains as well. All of the food had one similarity: they tasted horrible. But He Lu Lan was an ambitious person. As long as it could raise her strength, she could eat anything regardless of the taste, even if she felt intense pain in her stomach countless times, as if she was in living hell. Chapter 21:13. Eating People. He Lu Lan cultivated while sitting on the stone bed. Long after, she opened her eyes slowly. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a totem. The totem was very simplistic and only had a few strokes. However, The markings were very clear. One could see a black cat that was drawn on it. The black cat was young and small. It looked very adorable. Its tail was raised up as its back was crouched. Its front paws grabbed the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me the relevant goo worms. Using them, the first form of my totem killer move has been completed. Hei Lu Lan calculated the time in her mind. Ever since she came here and cultivated the first form of her totem, 30 days had passed. During these 30 days, Hei Lu Lan did not leave even once. Other than eating and attending to daily affairs, she only cultivated the entire time. She did not relax or slack off at any moment. She worked really hard. Suddenly, there was an argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, you are going overboard. Indeed, these last days, you used so many ingredients in our inventory for your illegitimate daughter. Initially, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer to increase your daughter's appetite. After that, you made the snake rat soup and used ancient desolate beast snakes and rats just to find out the recipe most suited for your daughter. After that, you have been consistently draining our reserves dry. The ingredients you pick are at least desolate beast level. We nominated you as the leader, but you are being so selfish. You have let down the entire tribe's expectations. Hei Lu Lan heard this and showed a peculiar expression. It seems that the tribe elders were currently questioning and blaming their tribe leader Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have been using a lot of immortal materials recently. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation anymore? Hei Lu Lan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice resounded. Tribe elders, no need to be angry. I am doing this for the sake of our tribe. Lan, come out. Hei Lu Lan heard this and finally left the tent that she had stayed in for a month's time. This was a valley with lush greenery. There was a river not far away. There were tents of various sizes all around. They formed into a tribe. The tent that Hei Lu Lan was in was right at the center. It was the safest location. At the same time, this was the largest tent in this place. At the area outside of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were also wearing beast skin and exposed a large portion of their body. Most of them were elderly people, being all goo immortals. The thing that attracted Hei Lu Lan's attention were the totems on their bodies. Lan, come over here. Lu Tonglan waved. Hei Lu Lan did not speak as she walked towards Lu Tonglan. The tribe elders' gazes were focused on Hei Lu Lan's body, or more precisely on her chest. The expressions of the elders started to change. Some were in disbelief, while some became very excited. This is? Has my vision gone bad? Can anyone confirm with me, is this the Dark Capital Strength Tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. Indeed, this is the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem. The tribe elders were silent, their bodies were shaking from agitation. Lu Tonglan continued. I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem, I am sure you all understand she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the Dark Capital Strength Tiger Totem. The elders gasped at once. Lu Tonglan waited for some time. After their discussions became softer, she continued. Now, do you still think that I am being selfish? Of course not. An elder shook his head and said with a firm attitude. This is the sacred physique. It allows a person to directly advance in the myriad tribe ceremony and challenge the predicament. An elder stared at Hei Lu Lan with a heated and excited gaze. As long as the sacred physique survives in the myriad tribe ceremony, our entire tribe will benefit from it. We will become one of the backup sacred tribes. Another elder started to dream about the beautiful future. Sacred physique? Are they referring to my great strength true martial physique? Hei Lu Lan calmed down because she knew that the entire situation was still firmly within Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up. Why just the backup? Can't we directly become the sacred tribe? The elders' expressions froze before quickly shaking their heads. Tribe leader, don't be so hasty. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the winner of the myriad tribe ceremony, her cultivation level is not high enough. We need to be patient. As long as she becomes rank 8, we will not need to challenge anything. According to the customs, she will be the sacred king. We need to protect and nurture her in order to become the sacred tribe. Why do we need to take a risk? Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. Elders, you are right, I was too hasty. But undeniably, the stronger Lan becomes, the higher our position in the myriad tribe ceremony, and the more benefits our tribe will receive. Isn't that right? The elders nodded. Of course. Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed. Thus, I hope everyone can understand and help to improve Lan's totem with your full effort. The more benefits she receives, the more gains we will have later on. The elders reacted and some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and smiled brightly. So this was all part of your scheme, Blue Phoenix tribe leader. Because of Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangement, He Lu Lan was accepted by the tribe at her first appearance. He Lu Lan also understood that one of the main reasons why immortal zombie giant Sun sent her here was because the great strength true martial physique was really useful in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Afterwards, He Lu Lan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered the sacred physique in this place, and why it had such a huge status. Lu Tonglan answered, "The rumor is that reckless savage demon venerable has the great strength true martial physique. Nobody can confirm if this rumor is true or not." This was not important. He Lu Lan soon left this information behind. She continued cultivating her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe was also chipping in. He Lu Lan's totem soon grew from a small cat into a black leopard. At this point, the elders' help also started to dwindle. Throughout the process, the immortal material expenditure was immense. But the good news for He Lu Lan was that her dark capital strength tiger totem had incredible power when used, far beyond her previous methods. The dark capital strength tiger totem became her strongest killer move. But this is not enough. Desolate extremity Lu Tonglan said truthfully once after cultivating. "Since our Lord sent you here, I will do my best to nurture you and not let our Lord down." Those elders did not use up their inventory, but I do not have much resources left. Don't worry. In a few days, the situation will change. The elders had their descendants too. Even though He Lu Lan had the sacred physique, she was still the tribe leader's descendant. The elders would not expend all their resources for her. This was a natural thing. Several days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy Fireblend tribe. They suffered huge losses and were forced to escape from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader led her troops and retaliated harshly. Fireblend tribe was caught off guard and was forced out of the valley, allowing Blue Phoenix tribe to regain their territory. Fireblend tribe was not resigned to give up. They stayed outside the valley and went into a stalemate with Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity to arise. Late at night on this day, Lu Tonglan brought He Lu Lan away from the gathering point, going to a cave in the valley to meet Fireblend tribe leader. Fireblend tribe leader looked at the shocked He Lu Lan and smiled while explaining. "I am Yellow Extremity Jiaohua." It turned out that this situation was just Lu Tonglan's and Jiaohua's performance. Jiaohua took out a large amount of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tonglan. "These are all the goo materials I can find that are suitable for He Lu Lan. Other than that, we have these." Jiaohua had a strange expression as he took out several corpses. These were the corpses of Fireblend tribe's goo immortal elders who had died from battle earlier. Lu Tonglan also took out several corpses. These were the ones sacrificed from Blue Phoenix tribe. In front of He Lu Lan, Jiaohua started to cut the meat while Lu Tonglan prepared the pot and flame. He Lu Lan was stunned. "You want me to eat these people?" Jiaohua cut the human flesh as he smiled. "No need to think of them as humans, just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when do immortals die, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their down marks will go back into their immortal apertures. But the goo cultivators here are different. Their immortal aperture will be digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven before it falls in place. The totem killer moves on them are created by down marks. They are fixed and contain the most value within the body." Saying so, Jiaohua picked out a few pieces of meat from the pile and tossed them into the pot. Lu Tonglan stirred the meat soup while saying, "He Lu Lan, there aren't many pieces of meat that suit you. But because they are humans after all, they are easier for you to absorb. It will help greatly in your totem's growth." He Lu Lan turned pale as her voice changed slightly. "Is the act of eating people popularized in this myriad beast fusion color heaven?" Lu Tonglan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she said plainly, "Of course not. Even though eating people can help the growth of totems, it is still a demonic act. Publicly eating your tribesmen means you are a demonic path member. You will face judgment. That is why we brought you here secretly to hide from the rest. You have the sacred physique, but if you are found to be eating people, your status will be lost. There is no helping it. We have little time. To raise your strength to the limit, eating humans is the best way. It's cooked, go ahead and eat." Lu Tonglan served the soup as He Lu Lan received it with a numb expression. The human meat soup was far more delicious than all the food she had been eating previously. But after her first mouthful, He Lu Lan started to vomit intensely. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua looked at her calmly. He Lu Lan vomited until even her gastric acid came out. She asked the two, "Have you eaten human flesh as well?" Lu Tonglan shook her head, but Jiao Hua nodded and said, "I was the first to arrive. After some time, my identity as an outsider was exposed and I got hunted down. All of my rations were consumed. I fell into desperation and had to eat people to raise the power of my totem killer move. Relying on that, I managed to survive and change my identity, eventually becoming the current Fire Blend tribe leader." Lu Tonglan said with a calm tone. "Hey Lu Lan, you can choose not to eat it. We will not force you to do this. We are only trying to complete Master's tasks to the best of our abilities. I have not eaten human flesh before. I can understand why you reject it. This is only a method to become stronger. You can also eat other ingredients to help your totem grow. It will only take more time." "It will take more time?" He Lu Lan's ears twitched. She smiled bitterly as she muttered to herself. "The difference between me and him is already so large, like a heavenly chasm. If I do not make good use of my time, how can I ever surpass him? If it were him in this situation, would he choose to eat the human meat?" The answer was obvious. "I'll eat it." He Lu Lan had a solemn expression as she came to the pot. She drank the soup with huge gulps. She ate the meat in large mouthfuls. Lu Tonglan's expression changed while Jiao Hua nodded slightly. Such a person. It was no wonder their lord had such a high evaluation regarding her. Chapter 21:14. He Lu Lan, you are too ugly. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The myriad tribes were gathered on Moonfield Slope. The myriad tribes ceremony is held here? He Lu Lan looked at the barren land and expressed her disappointment. Every myriad tribe ceremony was held at Moonfield Slope. But in He Lu Lan's opinion, this place was empty and desolate. There was yellow sand everywhere, nothing else was in sight. When wind blew, sand would stir and move in the air visibly. The myriad tribe ceremony is different from the thousand tribes ceremony. It is a grand event that involves the entire myriad beast fusion color heaven, held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time taking part in it too. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, one of the 8 extremities, desolate extremity Lu Tonglan, replied. Behind them were the Blue Phoenix tribe members. Half a year ago, there was an intense fight between Blue Phoenix tribe and Fire Blend tribe. The result was that Blue Phoenix tribe lost many immortal elders. But as a result, Blue Phoenix tribe leader gained a deeper control of the entire tribe. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, Sacred Child. This is the Sacred Child? Ha ha ha, I've heard that Blue Phoenix tribe produced a Sacred Child. This is making us envious. Entering Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met a few familiar faces. These people were either famous experts, tribe leaders, or elders. They had high authority and status. He Lu Lan's reputation had already spread recently. Her identity as a sacred child was too eye-catching. Humph! A cold grunt could be heard as Fire Blend tribe leader stared at Blue Phoenix tribe leader, He Lu Lan, and the rest with a furious gaze. Around him, there was also a group of tribe leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you came too slowly, are you afraid? Jiao Hua asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retaliated with a cold laugh. Even if I am afraid, it will not be because of you. What fear can you create? Tribe leaders, the myriad tribe ceremony is about to begin. If anyone fights, they will be the enemy of the myriad tribes. We will use them as the ceremonial tribute. The elder of a large tribe saw this situation and came over. Immediately after, the elder said to Jiao Hua, Fire Blend tribe leader, why are you still here? My tribe leader has already held a banquet, you cannot be late. Jiao Hua snorted coldly, leaving some words for Lu Tonglan. I'll let you off for now. Saying so, he led the people around him and left. Fire Blend tribe leader, this guy. After he left, the tribe leaders around Lu Tonglan spoke out. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, even though Fire Blend tribe leader lost to you half a year ago and his strength fell greatly, you cannot be careless. He has already gone over to Yellow Bell tribe. Yellow Bell tribe is a super tribe, not just its tribe leader but even the first elder have rank 8 cultivation level. These experts spoke one after another, detailing the information of Fire Blend tribe leader. He Lu Lan listened without making a sound, gaining a deeper understanding of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven's situation. The situation here is not too different from the 5 regions. The weaker forces still have to join larger forces. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hu are 2 of the 8 extremities. Even when they cultivate in here and use totem killer moves, they are still superior to others, being experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the truly top-tier forces are still existences like Yellow Bell Tribe. It seems that Jiao Hu's plan succeeded. He made use of his tribe's weakness as an excuse to get close to Yellow Bell Tribe. Who could ever imagine that these 2 irreconcilable enemies were actually the closest allies in this world? He Lu Lan felt deep admiration towards these 2 people and their methods. Days later, the myriad tribe ceremony began. In the name of Great God Reckless Savage, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps as tribute. In the name of Great God Reckless Savage, Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 fetus lions as tribute. In the name of Great God Reckless Savage, Yellow Bell Tribe offers a vast heavenly sparrow group, 10 sight-plundering vines, and 1 outsider as tribute. At the central field of all the tribes, they took turns to slaughter and contribute their sacrificial tokens. Some tribes were weak, they only contributed desolate beasts. Some tribes that were slightly inferior to Blue Phoenix Tribe offered ancient desolate beasts instead. As for the strongest forces like Yellow Bell Tribe, they offered a large amount of ancient desolate beasts and plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and brought here to be killed in public view. These outsiders were all Gu immortals with at least rank 7 cultivation level. The outsiders that Yellow Bell Tribe executed were even rank 8 Gu immortals. If these things were given to me as food, my totem would grow by a large amount. He Lu Lan felt it was a pity. Be it desolate beasts or Gu immortal corpses, once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like candles, absorbed into the earth gradually. It was as if this ground was a silent beast devouring all of the sacrifices without making a sound. This moon-field slope contains a huge secret. It is definitely not so simple. He Lu Lan thought. She watched as the sacrifices sank into the yellow earth ground. The soil that was dyed red slowly returned to its yellow color. No matter what cultivation level the outsiders have, each time they were sacrificed, the myriad tribes would cheer. The cheers were loud like tsunamis or earthquakes. It was truly stunning. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years. Rumors had definitely spread. Even immortal zombie giant sun had sent people in regularly. Others went in as well. Good, kill them all. These otherworldly demons deserve death. In historical records, each time the myriad tribe ceremony is held, these otherworldly demons will appear. Let's kill all of these outsiders. How dare they invade our world? He Lu Lan listened to their discussions while feeling deep and strange emotions surging internally. The inhabitants of myriad beast fusion color heaven saw this grotto heaven as the whole world. They treated outsiders as otherworldly demons, not knowing that the outside world was even larger. This made He Lu Lan think of Citywell in the legends of Renzu, as well as the mini-men living inside it. The sacrificial ceremony lasted for a day. Other than the super tribes who were allowed to openly hold their ceremony at the central field, the other tribes could only do their sacrificial ceremonies at their own camps. On the night of the ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Leather drums made stunning noises as tens of thousands of bonfires were lit. Countless people who wore beast skin clothing and feathered accessories danced around their bonfires as they laughed, danced, sang, and enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Many men and women were attracted to each other. They held each other's hands and left the bonfire, returning to their own tents, away from the laughter and noise outside, to engage in the most intense and enjoyable ritual on their beds. Of course, some approached He Lu Lan too. This is the myriad tribe ceremony, the most sacred moment of all. Lady Sacred Child, we are a match made in heaven, we will produce the most outstanding offspring. The son of a tribe leader brought a large amount of immortal materials and approached He Lu Lan. This young man belonged to a super tribe, on the same level as Yellow Bell Tribe. His father was the tribe leader, a rank 8 Gu immortal, while he himself was rank 6. He Lu Lan had an ugly expression. She rejected him on the spot. The young man laughed instead. Great, I didn't want to get close to you anyway, you are too ugly. But father gave me orders I could not defy, I had to come here. Hopefully, we never meet again. Other than the young man, an elderly rank 8 expert also came to her. He brought a large amount of extremely valuable immortal materials. With these immortal materials, Sacred Child, your totem will reach greater success. The elderly rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Even though you are ugly, I am old and still do not have a son, we can cooperate and achieve a win-win status. He Lu Lan had a cold expression and rejected him as well. The old rank 8 Gu immortal shook his head and sighed before leaving. Sacred child, you are still too young. After missing this opportunity, it might never come to you again. Not everyone can accept your ugly appearance. Only people like me who have already gone past that stage can ignore the opinions of everyone else. He Lu Lan almost screamed at him to scram. Even though she did not care about her appearance, she was still a great beauty at heart. Her parents were both extremely good-looking. She inherited their good genes and was beautiful enough to be a fairy of northern plains. But within Myriad Beast's fusion color heaven, the concept of beauty differed greatly from the outside world. The inhabitants here worship muscles. Skin color should not be pale or smooth, they had to be dark and rough, giving people a sense of strength and power. Thus, in this place, He Lu Lan was an ugly woman rarely seen in 100 years. The first time anyone sees He Lu Lan, they would subconsciously think, it was no wonder Blue Phoenix tribe leader abandoned this daughter in the past, she is simply too ugly. But possessing the sacred physique despite the ugliness, heaven is truly balanced and impartial. On this night, He Lu Lan was pestered repeatedly until daybreak. The myriad tribes competition started. At the area in front of every tribe, there was a blank space. It was the field for their competition. I, Blue Phoenix tribe leader, challenge Stardust tribe leader by betting a divine peacock feather. Lu Tonglan brought He Lu Lan to the area of Stardust tribe. She was challenging the tribe for He Lu Lan. It seems that Blue Phoenix tribe leader is after that white thread tendon of the 5 Emperor. Stardust tribe leader smiled bitterly as he walked into the empty space. In the myriad tribe ceremony, a challenge could not be rejected. Please start. Lu Tonglan instilled immortal essence. Her blue phoenix totem shined in bright light, turning solid and flying towards Stardust tribe leader. Stardust tribe leader gritted his teeth, shouting as his totem flew into the sky, turning into a single-horned mountain goat. The single-horned mountain goat crashed towards the blue phoenix, creating a huge cloud of stardust. The blue phoenix dodged as it chirped, spitting out a torrent of blue flames. The blue flames were extremely hot. The single-horned mountain goat was swept by the flames and got encircled. It tried to break out several times. Each time the single-horned mountain goat tried to act, the blue phoenix would intercept and force it back. Lu Tonglan definitely has a stronger totem, but the main reason for this situation is the difference in combat attainment of the 2 tribe leaders. He Lu Lan watched at the side and realized. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader Sai, I admit defeat. Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to preserve his strength. The myriad tribe ceremony had just started. If he got injured and could not fight anymore, more people would challenge him and cause him to lose more immortal materials. Lu Tonglan stopped immediately. Stardust tribe leader arranged for the white thread tendon of the 5 Emperor eel to be given to the winner. Both sides did not go overboard. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a letter to my Blue Phoenix tribe. If it is a trivial matter, we will definitely help you, Lu Tonglan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression soothed. Even though one could not reject challenges in the myriad tribe ceremony, they could invite others to help them out. This was also why many weaker forces chose to join or side with super forces of their own accord. Chapter 21:15. Lu Lan fights a predicament. With the full support of Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, He Lu Lan started to devour a large amount of immortal materials again. After digesting them, her totem finally reached greater success. Good, your dark capital strength tiger totem has formed completely. With just this move, you are a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tonglan was very happy. Now if you are interested, you can give it a go. The myriad tribe ceremony had reached a crucial stage of the competition. Every day, a large number of tribes were defeated, their experts got injured, and they lost many resources in their inventories. There were even those who went after their enemies. They did not bet on immortal materials but a person's life instead. What made He Lu Lan feel a chill inside was that any Gu immortal who died during the myriad tribe ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, merging into the yellow soil land. Blue Phoenix tribe was still in a good state. Because of He Lu Lan's identity as a sacred child, as long as she was alive, when she reaches rank 8, the entire Blue Phoenix tribe would be elevated to the sacred tribe. They would have high authority. Thus, almost nobody provoked Blue Phoenix tribe. Even if some people felt jealousy and hatred, wanting to attack He Lu Lan before she grew stronger, they would be filled with caution. They would not attack the sacred child during this important event. It was disrespectful to great god reckless savage after all. During the day, the myriad tribes engaged in continuous combat. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed in secret, forming alliances while working and scheming together. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua were also secretly in contact. Anyone who wanted to target Blue Phoenix tribe might likely contact Fireblend tribe. The opposite was also true. Blue Phoenix tribe, which possessed a sacred child, attracted a lot of jealousy, even including those people who were friendly to Lu Tonglan normally. Fireblend tribe did not have a good time either. They lost a good number of elders half a year ago. They became weaker and had to join Yellow Bell tribe as a subsidiary force. But Yellow Bell tribe had enemies too. All of the experts continued to fight and kill. But thankfully, because only totems could be used in battle, the death toll was much lower. In normal situations, other killer moves would be used in a battle of life and death. Totems were mostly trump cards. A good number of non-totem killer moves were also held as trump cards. He Lulan gained a lot of insight these few days. She saw all sorts of totems. She recognized many outstanding experts. Her totem had already reached greater success. The path ahead of her was to continue eating with the dark capital strength tiger as the foundation, to fuse with other Dao marks and gradually turn it into a totem that suited He Lulan specifically. But there was another path. She could construct a second or third totem. Experts who had many totems had a larger range of methods, but because their efforts were split, the quality of their totems were lower as well. By investing the same effort and resources, cultivating one totem was naturally stronger. As for which route to take, He Lulan was still thinking about it. In historical records, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had countless totems. Each one was extremely strong. They had at least rank 8 battle strength, some were even at pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable took the second path. As days passed, the situation of the myriad tribes changed rapidly every day. Initially, those normal tribes with only Gu masters started to lose and assimilate into each other rapidly. But this situation actually extended to the superforces as well. Eventually, even a superforce like Yellow Bell tribe showed signs of downfall. When 3 rank 8 Gu immortals died on Moonfield Slope, this yellow soil land started to emit a faint yellow light. In this yellow light, a road slowly appeared before them. Myriad Life Road has appeared! Huff! The Myriad Tribe's challenge has finally ended. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunities left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. He Lulan had some realization too. So all the sacrifices are meant to open up this Myriad Life Road. As the one with the sacred physique, she did not need to be tested. She was qualified to enter the Myriad Life Road immediately. After the tribes discussed among themselves, they chose 88 people. There were 11 people of each respective rank. Among the tribes, there were no rank 9 Gu cultivators, thus the maximum number was only 88. For some reason, this number struck a chord with He Lulan. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people stepped onto the Myriad Life Road. From the outside, the Myriad Life Road looked like an illusory image. But when He Lulan and the rest stepped into it, they felt a completely different sensation. It feels like there is really a road. I can step on it firmly. He Lulan walked for over 10 steps. Her expression changed gradually. She was accompanied by Lu Tonglan. Not far away behind her, there was Jiao Hua. These two were part of the 8 extremities after all. They had successfully emerged from the competition and became one of the 88 chosen people. Walking on this Myriad Life Road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. He Lulan said. Lu Tonglan added. More accurately speaking, our foundation and strength are depleted at a certain rate proportionately. There was fairness for everyone walking on this road. They experienced the same difficulty. Gu immortals were stronger than Gu masters, but the difficulty level for Gu masters was decided according to their own strength. This caused many Gu masters to move ahead of the Gu immortals instead. I found a Gu worm. They are crawling on the ground. Once we pick them up, they can be instantly refined. Quickly look, there are so many food ingredients, this is worth a fortune. Many people shouted and cheered. They quickly gained some plentiful rewards. The myriad tribes outside could not see this scene. They could only see 88 figures that shrunk to the size of black dots as they became concealed by the heavenly road in the sky. He Lulan observed closely and soon found something strange. The heavenly road is uneven, the slope is upwards at times and downwards at times. When going up, there will be Gu worms and Gu materials. When going down, even though there are no rewards, we will expend less of our strength. He Lu Lan analyzed, suddenly gasping in shock. Strange, this feels like something depicted in the legends of Renzu. She quickly looked at Lu Tonglan as the latter smiled. You are right, this is upslope road and downslope road. He Lu Lan could not help but shake internally. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means to say, I can obtain the legendary ability Gu and effort Gu here? Lu Tonglan replied. That will depend on your fortune. If these Gu worm really exist here, I am sure they will be near the end of the heavenly road. He Lu Lan grinned at her.